everybody, and welcome to a third episode of Prep Phase. We're happy to have you with us here every Tuesday, as always. Again, on episode 3, my guests are back, and so am I, in this beautiful studio of ours here, the EML studio. But EML is just something that happens later. We're here for the real show. Hi, I'm Milos. By my side are my 3 wonderful friends. Well, they're at least helping the king in the middle. I'm the Tom Brady of Siege.
That is
Laxing?
No, that does not apply to me. But anyways, I'm just a little disappointed no one else wanted to wear any props.
They have props. Ciao, ciao.
I've got a watermelon.
It's
Lord
perfect
Laxquad.
timing.
Lord Laxquad. I'm glad you said it. Everyone was thinking it.
I mean, maybe chat's going crazy right now.
Leo, how have you been?
I've been good. I've been surviving to the heat.
Yeah.
I will be honest. I chose the best time to relocate to Copenhagen, I think.
You've been let out of your room. Thank you, Anne.
I was locked in for every SL Playday with you. So someone found the lock and unlocked me just so I could catch more Siege today. So.
We're bringing you back after this. Jack, you feeling good today?
Yeah,
Gonna play
feeling
some
good.
games?
Yep, it's Tuesday.
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 Tuesday, innit?
Well, my friends, today I have 2 games lined up for you, as always.
Games.
2 games. My first game is
Maintain that for the full show, Milos.
a game of Jeopardy. Hello. We're playing a game of Jeopardy today. Let's bring up the board on the screen. It is Jeopardy, and it's 5 categories with 3 sub-categories each. Now, let me explain the game for those who have never watched or seen Jeopardy before. It's an excellent show.
Me.
Something that is great for the... I mean, it's perfect if you know nothing about it. I'm using this as kind of like a one prop for it. However, my friends, Jeopardy is kind of a reverse, right? Usually, you're trying to answer a question. Well, here, I give you the answer, and you're going to have to find what the question is. So you're playing it in reverse. And we have 5 categories from all over Siege. Maps, maps, maps. Hello. Operator. 3 things about the GOAT. Places in Siege history. And quote the player, nevermore. All references to different things. So one is more about maps. Operators, the GOAT, so players that would be in the GOAT category. Places in Siege history, i.e. places we've been to in Siege history. And a player that has said a quote. Can you guess the player from the quote itself? Now, each category gives you points, but the 3-pointer usually is more difficult than the 1-pointer. And I'm sure we won't be playing around with the score this time around.
And so if I try to pick a question with 3 points and I lose, is it going -3?
No,
Okay.
we're not doing the reload system.
Understood.
We're making it a bit less complicated.
Okay. We do not mention reload anymore.
That's a no-no one.
I will not say that. Anyways, I had a lot of fun. And with you, I was complimenting you at Reload, if you remember very well, as with every event. Anyways, my friends, Leo, would you like to go first?
Yeah.
Pick.
I was actually debating between the GOAT and Cost the player, but I will go with the GOAT because I'm actually curious, to know who is the GOAT, because I quite think there are multiple theories on this one.
You're not roasting me this one around.
And I still don't know how the difficulty is raising from one point to another.
Leo,
So
go hard
He
or
goes
go
for
home.
2 points.
I'll go for 2 points.
No.
Straight in
Come
the
on,
middle.
Leo.
It's still risky.
Fence sitter.
No,
All right.
but I think it's like 2 points is like I still don't know.
Solid middle
All
ground.
right.
Exactly.
I'm
like it.
going to give this to you. Then I'm going to say 3 things, and you're going to try to find what player it is.
Okay.
Of course, 3 things about the GOAT. Simple as that.
Okay.
3 words. Oregon, basement, MPX.
Well, now it's just...
Wait, MPX, yeah.
MPX.
MPX.
Because
Oregon
you were thinking the
Yeah,
same
you're
thing.
thinking-
Oregon basement. We all
I
have
whispered
someone.
into your ear.
I know what you remember, but that's why I'm making it more difficult.
Basement stairs.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what.
Of course.
mean,
we
there's
all
multiple
we all
ways.
thought of,
but then I threw
we
the
all
MPX
thought of
in there.
Pengu.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, fair enough.
But
Can you guess who cast that for an extra point?
all right, cool. That was Milos. But the MPX. So we're thinking of someone. Oh, Nesk Valkyrie.
So?
Who is Nesk?
Correct! Who is Nesk? Let's play the
Was that
clip.
behind the bomb chassis?
Yes,
exactly.
Wow.
An ace.
I'm that old.
That's a
To tell you, this is a throwback to one of the greatest aces in that early time. This is back when, to tell you how old it is, Brazil was not officially part of the international competitive system, and you could play when you were under 18, which is why we were talking about this earlier on in the weekend. And, well, there were some ages that looked a bit off from how young they were, i.e. Sexy Cake that was competing in those times.
Yeah, I was underage back then.
Question.
Yeah.
If he's taking too long, I'm taking too long, he's taking too long, can we just jump in and steal their answer?
You know what? That's a rule. Let's add it. That's a good idea. King.
Amazing.
I like it.
King. All right. Well, it's your turn.
All right.
Go ahead. So you get 2 points, Leo.
Hello, operator, for 3 points.
I like that.
Hello, operator, for 3 points. Caveira scares me. Who is that operator? You pick the 3-pointer.
Is this like off of
Who is Pulse?
Vera scares me?
Huh?
Who is Pulse?
I am Jackal. Who is Jackal?
No. It's a reference to a very specific operator from a lore tidbit.
Oh, I am... Wait. I am Callie.
No, but close enough. But no.
What? Close enough, but no.
You gotta say who is, no?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
It's a question. So you need
Who
to
is
say-
Mira? Or I am
Can't even
Mira.
all the operators, game.
Jack?
Well, I'm thinking of the video. I know what video you're talking about.
Yeah, I know.
Was it not Callie?
No, it's a conversation with Kali, but it's about somebody else.
Hmm.
You don't know.
No.
No?
No,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
have
a
it.
clue now.
Hibana. I am Hibana.
No. Who is Dokebi?
Ah, it's the Kaibi.
Dokebi is intimidated by Caveira.
Oh.
Is it?
see,
Is it
I
in the
thought
hammer?
Kali is having a conversation.
Is it the hammer and the scalpel?
No, because Kali did not exist back then.
Oh.
That's another thing.
Okay.
Hammer and the Scalpel is with what operator?
With Thatcher.
Very good. He gets an extra point. 3 points for Leo.
Thanks, Daddy.
I like when you said close enough, like you were giving me the point, and then,
Yeah,
you
and then
said,
just went, no.
Yeah, I mean,
Close enough. No.
so
Do I
Jack,
get an extra point for even just talking about the event that
you know
took
what?
place?
Give him a point.
Thank you.
It was difficult. It was
What's
a 3
going
point.
on?
Lack Squad is happy with that
Black
one.
squad.
Jack,
I will go places in Siege history.
very good. Come on, go
Oh,
difficult.
3 points.
Yes!
This is not going to go well.
Yes!
This is
All
not
right.
going to go well.
I liked your pulse. That was a good one.
I thought
I
about
was
the
thinking of
stadium.
operator. Yeah.
I was thinking of stadium
That's
again.
what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
So, places in Siege history. Tourists love my local pottery.
Local
Oh, I
potter.
know.
Let him try first.
Okay.
Can you whisper?
I think of pottery and culture.
I can't hear it.
Hey, it's called whispering.
I can't hear you.
It's-
I can't understand you.
Good lord.
Still don't know.
What?
You take
I said
it.
it 3 times.
You take it. Go on. I have no
Wait,
idea.
so how's my phrasing to say this for a map?
What is? No, this is a place in Siege history.
Oh.
oh.
An event.
Oh.
You said
Never mind.
Villa.
Ignore- I thought we said map.
No.
Can I go ahead? I'll say, what is Tokonami?
Correct!
Oh.
That's
All
a good
3
one.
points!
I thought, dude,
I visited pottery at
I
Tokonami.
legit thought
What
we were on
is-
3 for maps. I was like,
no,
oh,
no, no.
Villa.
Did you think Villa? Ah, no, no, no.
Because I was thinking when you whack the pottery, when you
That's
whack
maps.
the clay,
That's
the
maps.
Tonka's there.
That's so
What is
That's so
Tokonami? When was Tokonami? Can you? Let's
2019.
let them choose it. Let's let them choose. Maybe they can get a point.
Tokonami was 2019, no?
When?
Yeah, but I can tell November. Yes.
December.
November.
December.
November,
Very good.
yeah.
Worst event of my life.
Give Leo 2 points.
Good event.
Yeah, I remember. You guys get first round at every time.
Not because of
2 points.
the people. The people
Actually,
were
that was a
amazing.
pretty bad event.
The
We
event
lost to
was,
Navi.
the event was
Pretty
incredible.
You almost lost to NIP that had 2 replacements that flew in or literally
We
landed.
almost.
Bro,
You almost lost
the
to
one
two
map.
Spanish guys that had never played.
One
Pulling
map-
up Wikipedia,
no, no, no.
because I don't
One
think that
map-
was almost we lost.
One map
that.
you smashed them. The other map it was too tight.
Navi
for what
also
it
were
was.
playing with a sub, right? That's when Doki wasn't.
Doki could not
yeah.
play.
Yeah,
yes.
and
Yeah.
the FaZe was also playing with Inext.
Crazy.
Let's remind everybody, gentlemen, what is happening in November 2026?
Japan.
Ooh, the Osaka Major.
The Osaka Major! And by the way, the tickets are live. If you've never been to Japan, highly recommended. I've been lucky enough to go there twice, met incredible people in there. And Osaka, that is our next destination in the Blastar 6 Major circuit. You have to go, you have to experience it. I tell you, been to Osaka, I feel like to eat, especially a lot of great fish, but also I like to party.
I'm fact checking him.
I think he just wants to prove that he has a brand new phone. Do you dare to explain to everyone why you have
Oh
a
yeah,
brand new
actually,
phone?
explain.
Well, my spotter. So, I was doing 40-kilogram dumbbell presses.
Oh my god.
35.
So, oh, was it 45?
35.
No, it was 40. I was only doing 100 pounds.
Sure, it was.
Anyways,
It was 40.
Anyways, fact of the matter, 40 pounds, 40
Yeah.
kilograms. I was dumbbell pressing and I went to throw the weight down. I didn't feel that my phone slipped out of my pocket, and neither did my spotter realize it. So when I threw down the weight, all of that weight went onto the phone, broke the phone, and I only knew that I broke the phone because of his audible oh. So, yeah.
Great spotter, Leo.
Make sure you get a good spotter. And
Very
don't let
good.
your phone slip out of your pocket.
Maybe next time, you and me.
But I'm
Anyways,
finding this really
but
quick.
put that aside, because we're going to continue on very quickly. We only have a few minutes to finish this up.
Okay.
Pick one more. This is lightning round, one each.
I will go with Coast, the player, and because I'm way leading everyone in terms of points, I will go for the hardest one, 3 points.
All right. The quote is, shut up and drone.
Shut up.
North American, retired currently.
Shut up and drone.
You know him well.
I know him well. Who is Yeti?
Very good. Who is Yeti is the correct answer. Pull up the sheet just to show it.
There's one
It's a
guy
quote.
here that deserves all my
Listen
love.
to this.
It's Yeti. He's straight behind me. He's been doing everything for me. We rent a flat together. He welcomed me and his
you
family
blind
for
in this?
Christmas. I want to say, like,
don't know
it's
why
just
I
amazing.
welcomed
I have no word for that.
There we go.
What were
Wow, that
you
was-
doing, man?
I don't know why I was wearing. I don't know why I was wearing that hoodie. I don't know what the haircut was. I
Because
don't
you
know why
were
the sunglasses
cool.
were
They're
there.
the same haircut.
I was just a fool, a 19 years old fool.
You
I was
look
having
great.
fun.
We had a great time. The relationship that you and Yeti had in that time. And,
Such a big bromance.
yeah, and Michael, rest in
Probably
peace,
spotted
Habibi.
him a little better.
My
Got it
friends,
better. He didn't throw his dumbbells at his
next
phone.
one.
Yeah.
We got time. Laxing. Go ahead, quick. No dilly
all
dally.
right. Maps 3.
Maps 3. Let's go back to it. All aboard the crazy train.
All aboard the crazy train.
What is that map?
A train?
Oh my
Train.
god. Do you know?
I'm trying to figure out.
I'm trying to think.
Oh my god!
Wait,
Is it the haunted the haunted map?
I don't know what you're talking about.
With there's
That's
a
not how
train
you answer.
on the second floor? I'm trying to theme park.
We're in theme park. That's what I was gonna say. Well,
Doctor's
What
Curse.
is theme park?
okay, I was gonna say when you
No,
said
not even Doctor's Curse.
Oh,
OG.
the old.
Oh,
the,
is it?
Before
Yes.
the rework.
Exactly,
Before the rework.
that's why.
it was a
There's a
train
oh
in
yeah,
the
middle. That's
Okay,
why.
does, does that count for me?
Yeah, just
You'll
give
get
to
it.
him.
You'll get a
Okay.
point. That's it.
Yeah, the
That's
old,
yeah,
the
exactly.
original theme
That brings
park.
back the memes.
Yes.
Wow. Honestly, Ubisoft, bring back theme park, especially for the Esports League.
Yeah, but only the rework,
Yes.
not
What
the
do you
original
mean, no?
version.
What do you mean,
It
no?
was a terrible map.
No, it
not
wasn't.
competitively.
It was
was
so bad
one-
in 2020, but matters
No.
are different now.
Yes.
It would be so good.
Yeah, I mean, Throne, you could not play Throne the same.
It would be so good.
No.
Yeah,
Throne
bring
would
back
be-
reworked theme
Theme
park.
park would be so
we
good.
don't even
now.
need to rework
in pro
theme.
play.
Final one, Jack.
Oh, I'm just glad I got 3 points.
We've been through them all, no? Oh, it's the separate ones.
Yeah, there's one per one.
Oh,
I mean, I worked a lot last week,
I
brother.
see.
Yeah, you did. Good job.
Good job.
Oh
Finally.
my god.
Goodbye.
Give me the quote for 1
boy.
point.
For 1 point.
Yeah, why not?
Quote for one player.
This is
or
your
1
duo.
point. Sorry, this is way too easy. I'm old as shit.
Who is Canadian?
Who is Canadian? Wait, hang on.
He's
that was
supposed
my
to say it.
freaking- Look at the felicity on his face, man. He's so happy with
You
getting
get the
that
point.
in
I'm
front
old
of
as
me.
shit. Roll the clip.
Why am I so much better than you? God damn! Using a dump and you little still get hang. I'm old as shit with the worst gun in the game.
Got Twitch, Gio. Oh, you've got Twitch.
That's the clip.
Salty.
You get an extra point. I'm gonna let you three. Okay, which one? I'll give you the most difficult one that I think would be. To be fair, the Tokoname one was pretty difficult.
That was a good call from you.
Yeah, that's
I
very
just
cool.
remembered visiting pottery shops when I was there.
Oh,
Would someone like to take? I mean, you can take it together. Maps, but 2 points.
sure.
Sure.
All right.
Let's do it.
Maps, 2 points. I am the Hall of Champions.
So are we looking for a map?
A map.
Where you have a hole?
Not particularly.
I know the Hall of Champions. So like, is it a map where a lot of teams have won
Where's
something?
Stadium?
I was thinking Stadium Bravo. Stadium Alpha.
North.
One of
well,
them.
yeah, that's a good shot.
The King, pull it up.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm actually good at this game
Yeah.
show
This
now.
is your own
Yes.
screenshot.
The Hall.
The Hall.
Are you
of
on this
Champions.
box?
that, he's
He
over
is.
there.
There
Oh
he is.
my God.
Yeah, wow.
He's holding it. You
that
tend
no
to
one
forget.
cares about that event.
I do. Gabe.
You can
You
let it
beat-
out. You can let it out.
So Gabe,
You let me know how much. How relevant.
as a bit here, Laxing back on Elevate. This is back on Xbox for all you console players
Yeah.
out there. He's a world champion. Beat Vitality in the final 10-0. So Europe sucked all the way back then, not just
Traumatized the
now.
whole generation of French pro players.
I was about
by
to
the way.
say, traumatized the French
Yeah.
for sure.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Furious.
That's why BT just.
I watched that. I was 15 years old when I watched that. That's how young I was.
You're still in diapers.
Gents, I'll let you pick one more. Come on, I worked very
All
hard
right,
on
all
this.
right.
So,
Let's do.
Hello operators.
Yeah, hello operator.
yeah,
We can
let's
fun
do
on
it,
your
operator.
Did we
left.
do 3 points of hello operator?
hello, operator.
I think we did. That was the Kavera
Yes,
one.
that was the
yeah,
Kavera
yeah.
one.
2
Okay,
points.
what about
Let's do
two?
2 points.
Hello, operator, 2 points. All right. That's a very good one. I love Hull.
I love what?
Hull.
Hull?
Hull.
I am Sledge.
I'm Thatcher.
Thatcher.
Hull?
You're not from Hull.
Mute. I am Mute.
No.
I am Smoke.
No.
Yeah, all the SAS
Yeah,
operators.
that's where I was going.
I would have followed you there. I love Hull.
He's thinking.
Who loves Hull?
He's from Hull. Ian and Fresh
Yeah.
are from Hull.
And do you know what? I saw you
And
at the
guess what?
weekend.
They
I know.
spend
In
the-
Hull.
And Ian spends the most time away from Hull.
Yes. And Jack is the most famous person.
I
in-
was more thinking if it wasn't about the place, because you have a hull of a boat. That's what I was thinking, to
No.
be fair.
No.
So
It's about the place.
It's got to do about the
There's
place.
no way.
Hey,
No,
what's an
it's not about the
operator?
place.
No way that's
It's not about the place. It's relating to an operator, but Hull is a way to connect with it, not specifically the city or the hull of a boat.
Oh.
Well, then you
So
should
can
be
it?
on
Can
top
it?
of
So
it.
then,
Well, it's
am
not
I
about the
educated?
city.
on
That's what
it.
you just said.
Yeah, but you know,
Can chat guess this even? Oh, I don't know.
I
Well,
love.
I'm
They
gonna
say I love Hull.
Huh?
They say I love.
They don't say that,
Oh.
but it's
okay.
something that refers to them.
How is that 2 points?
It is 3, but
what could refer to Hull? Give
the
us a
third
little
one was very difficult to
don't know.
come up.
Yeah, true.
So
Give me a little something.
I'll give you the answer.
Even beans on toast.
I'll give you the answer. It has nothing to do with Hull or the UK. Who is Blackbeard? The Hull Shield. H-U-L-L.
Oh dear.
What?
It's
does it mean?
the Hull
I'm gonna be
Shield.
honest.
The name of his shield, no?
Yes,
Yeah.
H-U-L-L.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I was not aware.
Now there you go.
Neither was I.
I don't know. Maybe
something
some-
every day.
Who guessed it
learn
in
something
chat?
new every day about a game that
Kudos
we've
would
been
be
playing
so
for more
good
than
at
10
this game.
years.
I'm curious to see. if
Kudos
chat
would be
did
all over all
Either
of this
Kudos.
game.
I would love to do it where we bring Kudos and Rolo
Yeah.
and we play around
Just,
with it.
and it's like
I was
basically
about
the
to say, I
game,
think
the game of
Titanium
champions.
would, like crush this.
Yeah.
Because they would be champions at this game.
Yeah, there'd be so.
My
good.
friends, I'll tell you, I
Okay.
did not keep track of the points.
But I won.
Do something funny
think we're
for me to
tied.
choose it.
What? In
Do
what
we have
world?
the points?
I definitely did
I
not
won
win.
2 times.
Bring up
3
the points if we have them.
I definitely did not win.
I won 2 times 3 points. I won
Yeah,
another one. 1
11
point.
for Leo, 5
No
for
way.
Laxin.
I got an extra point. I won 3 and then 2.
Fresh, you have 1 point.
One
That would
point,
put
yeah.
me at 6.
I'm at 11. You're at 5 or 6, and he's at.
You know,
But it was a well-deserved 1 point.
here's what I'm going to say. You know,
one day
Jeopardy,
you'll win something.
gentlemen, you know Jeopardy is about trying to guess things from the opposite end, right? Where you try to guess the question,
Yeah.
the answer. So we're going to do it from the opposite. Jack has 1 point, he wins because it's in reverse. Jack, 1 point to 11, and that's how you take it. There you go. Congratulations,
There
Fresh.
you go.
You are a victor of Jeopardy.
Now I've got this one.
Gabe, you're a strong man. Evidently too strong. Come here with me.
All right.
All
Come
right.
here. I like big, strong men.
What are we moving?
And I cannot lie, you're going to help me move this.
Are we lifting it?
No, we're going to
Be
roll.
careful about the computer.
Yeah, there you go. We're analog. Hello.
What is it written on it? Never be.
Never be clever.
Guess who wrote that? Come on, you know it's easy.
Easy writes it on
All you need.
every
me for
whiteboard
was
we
just
ever
move
have.
This?
Yes.
That took
but
one
you can
person?
just stay here. No, it took 2. Stay
That's the
here.
trap.
Okay.
Come on at the front.
Okay.
Take one of these pens,
Okay.
and I want you to play charades
I think you can move it forward.
or
a little bit,
Pictionary,
'cause we don't see
really.
your lights too much.
So stand on this side here, by my side, and I want you to draw something that these guys can guess, and it has to be an operator in the game.
An operator in the game.
Nicely.
and they have to guess what operator it is.
All right.
Shall I join you?
I think I can cook here.
I think you're gonna see better from your POV, because if you're
But
next to it, you can.
am I
Oh my
playing with you?
God.
Yeah, you have to hold it. No, hold
All
it.
right. I see
I'll hold
that.
it for you.
No, I
Fine.
got it. I got it.
He's a strong man.
I am very interested to see what he's gonna draw.
He's got huge biceps, by the way.
You know, you
What's
have,
going on?
a whole board. Like,
It's okay. What do you know?
is that ace?
No, but I'm gonna start over because it's a bigger board.
Oh my god.
Hold on.
This show is only half an hour.
I'm just gonna
Let's
draw a
remind
big
everybody.
head.
Okay.
That was kind of a good circle, low-key.
Yeah, decent.
All right,
Decent job.
do the eyes.
This is like watching Bob Ross.
Did you see how he's shaking?
Yeah.
Dude, it's
so
kinda
much pressure.
nerve-wracking.
What's the? Can we get a
Oh my
cabin
god, these
check
guys
on
are
that?
seeing things.
They're the eyes.
Is that Demos? Is that Vigil?
Vigil. I was thinking Vigil.
What does he have? What?
Maestro.
Maverick.
Is that a beret?
No,
Wait, are you playing?
Hold on,
Why
hold
not?
on, hold on. Go out here.
Glasses. Warden? Flores?
Flores.
Flores?
Flores. Yeah.
Flores.
Yeah. I agree.
Oh,
No.
What?
It's not Flores.
Is it Harry?
Oh, he's dead.
Well, you know, you can draw dead people. Weird thing to do, but weird sentence out of context. But is that me?
It's not Flores.
no,
Is that you?
no, kinda.
Continue. Continue. What is
No.
this?
Oh my! I mean,
Give
I
us
think
more.
it's pretty
Is it
straightforward.
supposed to be a siege operator?
Yeah.
I think they have a badge right here or something. I don't know.
Sledge.
Root?
With
No.
glasses?
With glasses?
Yes.
Glasses.
With glasses.
Is this a specific skin?
No,
I-
this is not a specific skin. This is a default skin.
Osa.
No, they have a little beret.
Who has it?
Capitao.
No,
Maybe that you have the
the glasses are kind of underneath, like kind of like bridging the nose a little bit.
Not
Solis?
Flores?
No,
That's definitely Flores.
That's Flores.
no,
He doesn't wear a beret.
No, I know.
Are we the only one? Is the chat? Is
you're
the chat
missing. You're
aware?
missing.
Please.
Can I like give it like a
Yes.
hint?
Give
Yeah,
it a
give a
hint.
hint.
I'm
If the chat
confused.
is guessing it and we aren't,
Is it
ready to
Otaka?
come- Huh?
They're a
Oh.
woman
All right.
With glasses.
with glasses.
Sophia!
Yes.
She's got
Yeah.
glasses.
Yes, she has a little beret. She has
She
glasses
pulls down the
on.
glasses. Put it
Really?
up. There
Can
it
we-
is.
Oh my.
Yeah.
g-
Oh,
those
dude,
are wrong
okay, I was
glasses.
thinking of
What
a
the f-
completely different. No, there's another picture where like she has her glasses down. I think it's the player card. I think there's a player card. on
Where she does this.
Okay.
Like
there.
the-
Yeah,
those
something like
glasses
that.
are a bit-
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Can we,
Maybe I should've
can we
made it a
compare
little-
the two?
Can it, see, so this is the player card.
Ah, I see.
Player-
With the-
here's
Yeah,
the player
yeah,
card.
that
I
one,
see,
that
I
one.
see.
I guess I
Oh
could have drew
my
it bigger,
God.
like more rectangle, but that was the idea I was going for.
Okay.
Thank you.
Listen, I'm not an artist.
You are. You are.
It was pretty good though.
Have we all got to draw operators?
All right. How do I know? You tell me.
That you choose.
I choose.
I was gonna actually give you something, but I'm like, this is
Ah.
more fun just to let you go ham. Or sorry, go vegan ham.
I'm nervous about drawing an operator.
Why?
I need to look at some operator
Might need
portrait
to
cards.
change.
Don't mind me.
Just do a green one then.
Just-
I probably don't do blue. Do green or red. It's definitely pop.
Remember something you played in last night's ranking.
I need to find some operators.
Demo what he
Remember how
plays.
you
Doc?
gave me shit
Blitz?
for like not using the full board? Like yours is even smaller than the head. Aruni. Oh, what the? A turtle.
Frost.
No, that is Grim.
Yes, sir.
Grim?
Yeah, Grim bees.
Oh.
That is.
Oh, because you
such a-
did the buzz.
Oh, all right.
Am I
Yeah,
cheating?
well done. Well done.
I might be
It's,
cheating. with
it's
the-
fine. Give him the point. It's
I
fine.
may have been cheating. I don't think I'm allowed to do that.
All right. There it is. You see it on the screen. It's Grim, apparently.
Oh my gosh.
It is Grim. It was a Grim bee.
Honestly,
Jack.
Are you cheating? Were you looking at the Virtus?
No, I was looking for my
how
own.
come you didn't add a stinger or wings? You gave it like little legs.
I didn't have time. You were. I had time to do the.
Yeah,
legs.
but you managed to go to the bzzz before like giving
Yeah,
it
it's
like,
true.
Hey, that's-
True,
at,
true,
at that
true.
point, at that point, just to write the operator's
That's my
name.
bad. That's my bad. That's my bad.
Okay.
We'll have time for a second round. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Okay. You definitely cheated and went to check the,
Yeah,
the logo.
I definitely did. This is a logo.
Solis.
Nope.
Warden.
Nope. That's about it.
IQ.
I'll move out the way.
Yeah.
IQ.
IQ.
IQ. Wow.
Bring it up. There you go. IQ.
See,
there it
top
is for
left.
the eyes.
Ah.
Ah.
okay.
God, I'm
Okay.
winning. You guys suck.
Come on, Milos, it's your turn then.
Yeah,
It's your turn.
Go ahead.
If you say we suck, it's your turn.
It's gonna be
No,
Kate.
I mean they suck at picking.
Oh,
Why?
yeah, okay.
Oh,
you
give
have
the Middle
you have
Eastern man, the
most
Middle Eastern
no,
operator.
you have the most obsession with Cade. I swear.
Yeah, because he's an Arab operator. He's an Arab operator, and his name is literally commander. Qa'id. That's how we say it. It's not even that
He
complicated.
always corrects everyone on how to say it. Every
Yeah,
time.
Parker hates me. It's okay. Everybody does. What do I do for you?
Well, for us, not
Yeah.
me. I appreciate you just wanting it.
Come on.
These two are here.
All right.
Well, we definitely all failed. on
That looks like
that
looks like a
that
baguette.
is for sure.
Mute.
Oh.
Frostmat.
Very good.
Frost.
I didn't even need to finish. it.
Good effort, Leo. Leo's
the
so
frost
good
man.
at this. You're such a little
You
tryhard.
got a puddle and some like
No,
cattails
it's-
sticking out.
Yeah, but it looks like if you walk onto it, you're not gonna be happy. You know, it looks like it's gonna hurt more than Legos.
All right. Lightning round. You have 30 seconds to draw it. No
I've
more.
won.
We're running out of time.
I'm
Go
ready.
for it.
Oh,
You
I'm
got
ready.
30 seconds. Go.
I don't even know what to draw.
hurry!
That's the question.
Okay.
So far, I'm winning this. So,
Flores.
Flores.
Bravo.
Callie, Bandit,
What?
Jackal? No?
Doc.
Twitch.
There you go.
Oh my! Wow! 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 Wow!
Go. We don't want to cut into your very precious EML time. There's Twitch. Yeah, there she is. She's wonderful.
That was the attempt at running the obviously creating the drone and then the electricity because
Mm-hmm.
she's shooting electricity.
Fluke cosplayed Twitch, you know that?
Hibana.
Fawn.
Flores.
Hibana. That's an
You got
experiment.
it. You got it.
Why am I-
You got it as I was drawing.
Very good.
All
Very
right,
good.
that was good. That was good. Nice. We're on the same page.
I don't want to do
We got to
green.
be charades partners.
Does blue
Yeah,
one?
look at that logo. The
He's on
exterior is all
screen.
the way on the right side. That was pretty well drawn.
Yeah, honestly,
in
I
front of
was just about to add the circle in the middle.
Yeah.
And then
You
got
know,
it.
Darnie makes those ex-Kairos like
Yeah.
Yeah.
shaped cup holders.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so cool. Go for it.
Oh, the blue is terrible.
No, that's why I
Yeah,
said
just
you-
go
you
take
go
the
for
red.
it.
Take the green.
you. Use the red if you want.
Use the red?
Yeah.
The green is tough as well.
If the red works.
It
Oh,
does.
it
Yeah,
does.
oh yeah, we can see much
Ooh,
better.
the red is
Nice.
so smooth.
Okay.
Snow cone.
I have another idea in mind, but it's probably not that.
Oh, Grismont.
No.
No. What the hell?
That's not 30 seconds either, but I'm really intrigued, so I want you to go all
A
the way.
bowling ball and bowling pin.
An Eveline from Maestro?
No. Hang on. Do you want an operator? Not an
Yeah,
operator,
I want
but
to
a
know.
guess.
Smoke?
Okay, so that's someone.
Smoke?
He's got multiple eyes, we don't know why.
He has a mole.
He's throwing stuff.
He's throwing a smoke cannon. Electroclaw.
Yeah, it looks like he's throwing a smoke.
What is that?
What are you doing, mate?
Fenrir.
No.
What is that drawing, man?
We can ignore this bit.
Ram?
No. Do you want a...
Ace? Throwing something onto a wall.
What is this?
You're close, Leo. You're close.
He's throwing something onto a wall.
Is it-
Tubarão.
No.
No, we said it the same.
No, it's not too wrong.
Is it a boy or a girl operator?
Boy.
Cade?
No. Hang on.
It has to be a defender, right?
No.
Throwing something onto a wall? No, it could be something.
Well, it could be EMP that you throw into a wall.
Thatcher?
Oh, Thatcher.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was Thatcher free.
You're serious?
Yeah.
Just
wait,
do this.
Wait for a second. Let's compare this drawing to what Laxing did in the very beginning.
Oh, look at that.
Go to Thatcher.
Just to give you an idea of what we're working with here.
Oh God, that is terrible.
The original.
No, it's not. It's literally.
That's the worst
Well, you
thing
can't
ever.
even see the rest of the circle.
Bring it back. Bring it back here. What is this?
You just had one thing to do.
Thatcher.
Ready? You just had one
No.
thing to do.
Oh.
Look at this. All you needed to do was doing this.
That's actually almost a good circle.
What? Forgot what I just done.
So
Leo,
This is what you needed to do. You see? Like the button to
Leo,
stop something.
Habibi, Leo.
They know.
That progressively got worse.
yeah, Leo,
yeah.
you somehow
Yeah,
knew the
that
answer
Leo, sit
and made me
down, sit down.
confused.
Sit down, sit
I'm not
down.
gonna lie, like I appreciate the other drawings you did, but the confidence you just had to do that, I don't even know. What
My friends,
it was all
on
here and
this
I had-
note, all I can say is we all suck at drawing. Let's see
I
if
thought mine
you
was pretty good.
if you guessed. We won't show that again. Actually, send it to Salty. He'll know what to do with it. Thank you very much for watching Prep Phase. We have more today as we continue on with the EML, and I can't
love
wait to
EML.
see. I can't wait to see Anne today. I think she looks lovely. See you next week.
Welcome back to the EML Super Week. So glad to have you with us. It is play day
There's something
6.
off with that,
And
no?
we've got a lot of
Yeah,
matches
something's
to look forward
very
to
different.
today.
I don't know what it is.
Yesterday's
Is it the shoes?
Secret
No.
took their first win.
I know what it is.
I think I know as well.
Do you see it as well?
The nail polish, right?
It's the nail polish. It's a different nail polish. Oh my god. So good. Yes.
Virtus.pro have the opportunity to lock in a slot in the playoffs. That's right. I'm not Ann. Surprise. Welcome back to the EML Super Week. Yeah, I'm so sorry to disappoint.
We were so observant.
I know.
Wow.
I know you really
we were wrong.
You really were. It's play day 6. We are in the hunt for playoffs with the opportunity for one team to lock in that playoff spot later today. So glad to have you with us. I'm Jonas Willinger, along with Fresh and Alfama. Guys, it is a big week. It falls at a really good time. You know, we have all these teams in the playoff hunt, making it happen. It's exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's exciting. Thank you so much for flying all the way from the US to obviously the EML studio. That
Yeah,
is
it's so different.
Just incredibly different from the NNL studio, and also at such an important timing as well. You know, in the middle of the Super Week. So we really appreciate that.
Yeah, and Jack, I feel like it's only fair. I mean, I get to come here after you invaded the NAL desk for 2 days. You know, it balances out.
Yeah, we did. We came and joined your show, and then we thought we'd bring you on to ours, see what it's about. It's a little bit different.
Discover a little bit of entertaining.
It's better Siege. It's got better personnel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Better Siege in NA, right?
Yeah. No.
just
better
funnier.
Siege, more entertaining.
More
Siege.
entertaining.
It's not about winning
Oh.
things. Come on.
Oh, sure.
It's about entertainment.
Okay. Well, don't worry, Ann will be back next week. She's also going to be covering the NAL next week as well, so that's something to look forward to. But today, we're focusing on the playoff picture. And the standings, from what we saw yesterday, after the results are looking pretty different. We've seen some movement. Geekay move on up. Secret, they get some points on the board for the first time with a win. Leo, it is good to see these shifts, but it's going to start to get a little more ironclad as we get closer to the playoffs.
Yeah, the shifts are what we expect out of a Super Week where 9 points can be distributed in total for all of these teams. And that's why we start to see some movement here. Some hopes, but also some big disappointment. You know, shifters all the way at the end of the leaderboard here. That's a tough one. Fnatic, who's all the way up there still, after having lost the play yesterday, they're still up there.
Yep.
Twisted Minds, who were supposed to be, you know, the best team of EML after Salt Lake City, after their placement,
Yep.
were struggling to retain their playoff spot. So many surprises.
It's shaping up to be such a competitive league in such a competitive region where anybody can beat anybody. We've always said it. I think maybe at this stage we maybe didn't think it so much. We thought there'd be a bit more of a clear cut and a clear line drawn in the sand. We have our top 3, but after that, really, it's anybody's game for the playoffs.
But one of those teams squarely in the top 3. G2 gave us the stomping of the day yesterday, the only 7-0 we've seen so far in Stage 1. They also gave us our 2 players of the day. Wild numbers being put up from Benja and Alamau. 21 combined kills over just 7 rounds, Jack.
Normally we try and get one monster. We've had to give it to the 2 of them because their EPS, they were night and day, head and shoulders above every other player inside the league yesterday, but they were so close to each other. Alamau 10-2, Benja 11-2, and these 2 players, Alamau was saying it, Benja's, you know, joined that friendship team. They're having a lot of fun in the team, and it's showing statistically. And even then, go and look at Alamau's X. Go and have a look at his Twitter. Go and see how much fun those 2 guys are having with each other.
They are having a lot of fun with each other and maybe some AI-generated images from time to time. But another one-sided affair yesterday was the Fnatic-Falcons game. Falcons also gave us kind of the moment that we have to highlight, the most cinematic nade kill we've ever seen.
I mean, speaking of entertainment, isn't that funny? You know, raining nades that go all the way down here to kill Liquefac, Joom's teammate. But that's all because he's not watching properly. Look at that. It's just, you know, for fun. He just needed some kind of a nerf. Joom is too strong. So he decided to put his glasses all the way upside down, and that maybe costed the life of Liquefac for 1 round. See what we mean by entertaining, League?
That's true. You are right. You got the content. Whether it's team kill or not, it's going to deliver. But later on today, we've got the real entertainment. We've got the, I don't know, movie moment, you could call it. We have G2 taking on Twisted Minds. When we saw this matchup in Salt Lake, Jack, it was chaos. I mean, it was amazing to watch.
I mean, it was absolutely crazy. Everybody expected that this would be the game that would confirm G2 to the main stage. They did, of course, make it afterwards, but it ended up being a thriller. It ended up being all 3 maps, G2, the Clubhouse, the Chalet, and then going all the way to round 15 on Cafe to try and get the job done. In the end, it was Twisted Minds who won it, and then they confirmed their main stage place. First time, you know, going to the main stage in a major. So good. It had so many memories, and the fact that they're playing again today, yes, circumstances may be a little bit different. Maybe G2 are a little bit more dominant now, but I still anticipate that's going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, and the core play style of the two teams makes it that we all know it's going to be electric. It's going to be a banger of, you know, a lot of firepower, players that are super gifted, and then players that are looking for multi-kills on both sides. It's two of the teams that are leading in multi-kills, or I would say at the core of their gameplay. So it's going to be an interesting one to see all of these guys face each other.
Well, as we do get closer to that playoff moment happening in just a couple of play days away, it feels like, I was hoping you guys could fill me in, catch me up on where you think our remaining teams fall. If we were to look at the playoff picture and assume that the 4 teams that made Salt Lake City are going to make the top 6, we still have 2 slots available here. Jack, where do you think, or who do you think those 2 teams are going to be?
So this was essentially us picking from the challengers, the remaining 6, who's going to make the playoffs. Now, both me and Leo did our kind of 1 to 6, if you will. Who are the 2 teams that are going to make it, and then who's going to be outside of there as at right now. And we will update this, of course, throughout the play days. We both went for Fnatic.
We were kind of close. If
Leo
you look at
looks
the
for Fnatic. Let's go.
Yeah, and look at the 6 names, by the way. Like, we only swapped.
We only swapped 2, and that was I believed in Rebels, and you
I did not believe in the French.
Geekay.
You know what? I hate myself for not believing in the French. I actually
I believed it.
Yeah, you believed in the French.
We're sure we're not the wrong way around.
Exactly. You believed in the French and I didn't. No, to be fair, I actually believe they can do it. I was trying to balance out the two teams, and I was thinking, yes, I agree with you. Fnatic, with the amount of points they have already, it makes sense to put them here. But Geekay, Rebels, I was thinking Geekay, you know, they've got such big imports, such big names, the legacy, the experience on that roster. Rebels, a lot of players that are still a little bit inexperienced. Maybe they're gonna do it in stage 2. I was just thinking Geekay right now may have the upper hand with just kicking off their stage really well in the Super Week.
Well, I wanted to get involved a little bit here, so I went into the numbers. I worked with little computer assistants to pull up exactly what percentages right now the computer thinks is going to take the win. Now, for the most part, it agrees with you, Leo. It thinks Geekay have the edge, 64% chance to qualify, but Rebels are not too far behind. You see them with 45%, Heretics 24. Thankfully for Secret, they've already qualified for EWC as the defending champs, so they don't have to worry about just having 2.9%, but fairly close to the metrics.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The one, I think, actually really curious thing that I've just noticed there as well, Heretics at 24.7% from the computer, yet both me and you, Leo, do not have that same faith. I think maybe we're aligning the fact that we know that shifters have the quality if they manage to find themselves out of that rut, because obviously the computer's rating shifters a lot lower than we are.
Yeah, and I also think, just one point on the Secret. I know it stays not qualified on the graphic. Yeah, obviously, you repeated it. They are qualified. It's more so a question of can they make it to the playoffs, not EWC, obviously.
Right. EWC doesn't need to be there. Priority, and as you guys have talked about before, it's like their approach is a little bit different coming in.
They do want SI points. They do want cash prize. So it's still worth it for them to go to playoffs and to get BO3 experience, right? Especially with young players.
And the SI points,
But realistically, in the position they're at, it seems almost impossible.
Well, let's shift gears to the first matchup of the day here. And Jack, I want to start with you because you predicted both of these teams would make the playoffs, and the challenge here is that they're playing each other right now, especially for Rebels. I'm curious about this.
So that means that, some points are going to go one way or the other, Jack. You can't have it all.
I can't have it all. And do you know what? the reason? I'll explain myself to you, Leo. That's absolutely fine. I think Fnatic will be there, and I don't think this game will decide it. For Rebels, I actually had a look. I didn't just do this vibes base like you did, Leo.
You actually worked?
I actually did some work, and I actually had a look at their remaining fixtures. They, of course, play Fnatic today. They play Geekay, they play Heretics, and they play Shifters. So all the teams that we consider outside of the top 4. Now, yes, Rebels, I'm not going to make any excuses. They looked abhorrent. They looked horrible yesterday. They've looked pretty bad in a couple of their games. But when they go against teams that are on their level or similar to their level, they manage to rise up and find a way. So do I think that they can gather enough points across those 4 fixtures? Absolutely. Because they've been through the hard times. They now have, the grass literally is greener for them in the back half of this stage.
Yeah, I understand the point, to be honest, because if you look at the matches in front of them, it's enough potential for them to win. And I think we've seen them upset, Falcons, for example. We've seen them rise to the occasion from time to time. That Chalet game when they all got crazy and everyone was dropping frags. So if they feel confident facing weaker teams, then it's a realistic goal.
There's one glaring problem that I think, we'll carry on talking about, we have talked about, which has been their attacks. Their attacks have not looked good.
Really poor.
They started attack yesterday up against G2. It was a big reason why they got 7-0. If they start defense on Fortress, they really probably do get a few rounds. They've got the aggression, they've got the skill. What they don't currently have is the togetherness and the teamwork, especially when they're on the attacks. They have problems in front of them and they just can't seem to solve them or get through them. That being said, they are up against easier opponents, and this is why it's important for me, because G2 will punish you when you're fragmented. Falcons will. The top teams in the league, all of them will. But when you're up against a team that's lower, maybe a team that's still developing, you will get a little bit more leeway, and I expect the attacks not to be so rough on the side of Rebels.
Well, on the Fnatic side, I know you guys have talked about the new additions to this team. You talked about Smiths, you talked about what Citizen is bringing, even the coach Kizzy. But let's talk about the leadership potential that's already there. And we actually have a clip to show this. Earlier on in the stage, we're hearing what it sounds like in the Fnatic comms when things are going well.
In open.
Got me as well.
Oh, you know it, Chato.
He's low, he's 1 HP, this Demos. He's gonna go walk up open, okay? Nice. I stopped. The Demos 1 HP.
Johnny, just stay there, just move to the left.
Crossing on the double door. Prone, on ping. Up, no more prone anymore. Injured. One more behind him, on the Jenny door.
I'm on the bridge, Yeah. Got 3 on 1 open. Yeah. I'm holding bridge.
Still bridge.
High bridge, just chill, guys, they can't plant. Just chill.
Holding
Don't sit off site.
Yes.
Nice, Jimmy! What the fuck?
Jimmy and his ace, and he got another ace the game after that.
Yeah, he did,
20 kill. And it's not really Jimmy that I want to talk about. I don't want to talk about Deadshot. I want to talk about the comms here, because if we listen to what's going on, it's Deepak giving all of those calls. The calls are precise. They have the right tone. They have the right information. Operator, location, do this. I think that's the one player that has stayed with Fnatic the entire time. We talk about the amount of roster changes. If there's one guy that has always been there, that's Deepak. And what's been very impressive with this player is his ability to command the team, to step up as a leadership figure, to be the one team that has the experience, that has won a major, and that is able to pull off everyone into a cohesive unit, something that they struggled before, and that's why they had so many roster changes. If there is one stakeholder in the recent success from Fnatic, I think yes, of course, we need to mention Deadshot, but we need to mention the synergy with Deadshot, and that is Deepak, the one guy that's giving the right comms, and that is the leadership figure and the maturity that they needed to make this roster actually work.
Yeah, I think so. I think, Deepak's been through all the trials and tribulations of every Fnatic roster. He's pretty much, he is the only remaining player from that team that first came in when they first came into EUL. And he's kind of seen it all. And he becomes a kind of leader through experience, through tenure in this team. You look at the stats there, of course, he's never going to set the world alight because he does play in the backline roles, but what he does enable is the guy on the left-hand side of your screen to get those aces, to, feel empowered and to go for those plays. And I think Fnatic have got that working really well now. They've got a young Shield player who we expect to develop into more of an IGL.
Smith is doing really well, by the way.
Yeah, he is. But then they've got Deepak, they've got Citizen as those legacy players that have a lot of experience, that can put their arms around the young players at a moment in time and then go from there and develop them in. And I think ultimately that's why we're sat here talking about Fnatic, that in a positive light. It's been great after, what, 2.5 years?
And we both think they're going to make playoffs.
Exactly, yeah. And that's a massive change from previous iterations of this roster.
Well, I mentioned Kizzy, the head coach of Rebels, earlier, and that is a player who, or a coach rather, who I feel like doesn't get a ton of spotlight, right? A new addition, the only change Rebels make coming into the stage. How does it help a team like Rebels, who had to make it through the Challenger Series this year? How can it help them to have someone with that much international experience in SAL and NAL? What kind of difference can that make?
Well, they came out of the blocks play day one when they beat Falcons in overtime. And when we spoke to him, he said, look, what I wanted to focus on was the guys and their mentality. and how much, when they played them in kickoff, they basically they rolled over Falcons and just allowed Falcons to play their game. When it came to play day one, they then actually got aggressive. They didn't respect them whatsoever, and it was a big mentality change. And I think that's what a lot of what the coaches will do. You know, everybody, fundamentally, a lot of us know how the strats work, the operators, the power positions, all that stuff. But changing the mentality to enable the players, I think, is exactly what he's bringing. But it will come to show as well, because Rebels have been in for a hard time, and they now have the chance to go through and actually improve on the stage and get themselves into playoffs contention.
Yeah, I feel like there's a mental switch with Rebels in general. I think we've seen that from going in a way where you can beat Falcons convincingly to getting 7-0'd by G2. I think we are seeing that mental problem still there. It was the same at kickoff, by the way. There were a young team coming into it, and they won 2 games, lost 2 games. You still see that kind of like problem
extremes,
form, extremes in performance. So I think they needed someone that had the depth and the maturity to go tell that. I think LMs is that person in the game. I think having someone else on the staff that can also help you, a different voice, also maybe a voice that's not French speaking. I don't know. I feel like it can help, give you a little bit of depth. And we've seen the success of previous coaches, Dark, for example, that went to coach a Korean team, and that really helped elevate their game. Same for Fabian, who went to help PSG Talent. I think that bringing a foreign coach with another vision and someone that you can trust and that you respect is a big thing. Because very often, back when I was playing, we had a problem with teams that would onboard a staff that they would not respect. You know about it. No, I'm just joking. But obviously, it's very important to have a staff that is respected in order to actually make waves.
Yeah, that's very fair. Well, obviously, Rebels will be looking to avoid the map they got 7-0'd on just yesterday, but we got to find out exactly where we are headed today. It won't be Fortress. Obviously, that one will be taken off the board, interestingly, by Fnatic. It will be Chalet instead, where we're going to end up.
Yeah, and it's going to be a map that both of these teams have actually played, and interestingly, they both faced Team Secret, but with different results. Rebels, it was the one game where everyone went crazy. We labeled Feno the monster because he went absolutely insane, both in defense with his Thor.
And LMs at the moment.
And LMs had a 4K, the best of his life. It looked like he was back in 2016 on Ash ACOG, dropping a 4K at the master window. That was a game where, when we mentioned the on and off switch on the mental of Rebels, they were on an all-time high that game, and they managed to beat Secret, and Noah had made it a bit too close for Comfort. However, for Fnatic, they played it against Secret, and they lost it. It was a close game, but it was also Secret waking up.
Inside a kickoff,
Exactly.
Yeah. I will say, I think when you're a staff member, when you're a Fnatic staff member, and you look at a game like that where a team wins it and it's just because of big individual plays, you don't necessarily read too much into the big individual plays because you'll believe you can control them. So Fnatic won't have looked at that Chalet that Rebels played realistically and gone, oh my god, I'm so scared of LMs on the big window, I'm so scared of Feno. They'll probably ban away the Blackbeard if I'm being honest with you on that one. But the one thing that I will say that I think was really important in this map, Vito, was the start side. Chalet is a attacker-sided map generally. Teams like attacking on it. There's so many operators. There's a plethora of operators right now that you can attack with that are so good. Fnatic have chosen defense, and that's representative of the issues that Rebels have had on their attack specifically. So I think this first half is going to be so important.
Well, the only thing we have to do before we actually get into this matchup is welcome in our casters who will be joining us for the day. We've got Fluke and Demo by our side for the remainder of this one. Hey guys, how are you today? Excited for this first one as Rebels look for a little bit of redemption, Fluke?
Let me tell you, Fast Dan, it's warm right now. I'm cooking a little bit here, but I'm hoping the games will cook just as much. I think it's an interesting day, Demo.
Yeah, I think you might be getting sunstroke if you think that's still out. The same with the other two on the sofa. I mean,
it's Joe. I
don't know what's going on there.
Wait a second.
Yeah, it works.
But it is very, very warm. I will just preference that. But hopefully, it should be a good game. I think, honestly, Fnatic have really surprised me because I don't think really anyone had much hope for them. Because, I mean, I think even whenever Fresh, he wasn't buying it, for the 4th time around where Fnatic made these changes. He hasn't went in for the Fnatic. And then the one time he doesn't, he actually played pretty good. It's quite funny.
I stop apologizing and then they get good Demo. Yeah, I agree.
Tough part is, it is such a difficult task now for Rebels. I'm going to stick with you because of your prediction that Rebels are going to make it. I mean, Rebels have to take down a team that is already in that playoff position. I mean, they said it. It's a tough tough team to back in this situation.
I think it is. I think it is. The only reason I backed them is because of their fixture run. But do I think they can beat Fnatic today? Yeah.
They can.
You know, Fnatic have impressed us, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a loss in them. It doesn't mean that they're going to be on that, you know, crazy run for the whole stage. And, you know, I was trying to look past really the recency bias of the last couple of weeks for Fnatic. For Rebels, you know, at some point they will come good. They will be attacking. They will be working on it. They'll know it's their biggest weakness. They'll know that this team's choosing to defend Chalet against them because their attacks have not been great.
All right, well, Fluke, Demo, it is all you. Stay cool out there as we get into match number 1.
Doing my best, as I think you are. And hey, why not try and like think cold thoughts and look at Chalet, right? You know, you look at the snow, just Demo, close your eyes, think cold thoughts. Are you thinking them?
No.
Okay, that has not worked. That has not worked. We are dying. For those who don't know, we aren't in. If you can imagine this, Demo and I aren't in the studio with the rest of the team. No casters are, and it is a bit of a heat wave in England at the minute. So we're surviving. Anyway, enough about our problems. Let's talk about the problems of, I think, Rebels more than anything. Right? They've had 2 wins over the split so far, but one of them was an OT win. This was their only clean win on towards Chalet. Otherwise, the roughest day possible that any team has suffered in this split of EML so far. Yesterday, where do you sort of get your head ready?
Well, I think for Rebels, Jack kind of hit the nail right in the head. They've had a really tough opening half, yeah? And you kind of look at that situation yesterday with G2. I mean, first of all, you've taken G2 to Fortress. You don't do that. So that's it on them at the end of the day, because we know how good. I mean, that's not the first side that G2 have swept in that map. So I think it was always dangerous going there, and that's what happens. But if you kind of look at the other fixtures, if you look at the Falcons game, if you look at the VP game, Twisted Minds, they were all relatively close matchups as well. You know, the only real blip they had was just that G2 game. Every other game, they've looked pretty good on. And of course, winning against Secret on this map, they're going to have a bit of momentum and a bit of confidence going in here to Chalet.
So, can Fnatic try and keep up this sort of run that they've been able to piece together? There's Anne, right in the middle of my screen. I remember now. She's training people. What for? I don't know. That's where she is right now. And you should go on that link that was just on screen and do whatever. I know how to do plugs. My worry, as the split of all of this, is you can talk about, and they've made comment on how great, obviously Feno was, how great Alems was. It was almost half of all of Feno's total kills the previous time they were on Chalet across the 5 games that they've played so far. It's about a third of Alems's. That's sort of the rough thing about the stats, is in the bottom 11 total of all the players, 3 of them are Rebels players. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to really put the pressure or activate in their other games generically, and I know 7 is obviously going to paint a bit of a picture, but this is their chance to just try and add some more safety and solidity towards their stats. And, well, no extensions, but we'll, I guess, see what the admins say about that in the bottom right. Lingo
you can't jump. You can't jump in this game. Hello? Are we forgetting? Oh, he's just okay. So his spacebar doesn't work. Unlucky.
I like how Deepak is trying to help.
He's provide
trying to do some
support.
Tech support there. Well, this is a perfect way to start in the warmth, I think. This is our first EML of this split, actually, and then you and I have quite a few over the next couple of weeks. We sort of show up, and we're like impact subs, you know. Show up, get brought on. There's a certain match on tonight, actually, that you're gonna have to miss. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I'll get by it.
Anyway, the point being made here, I suppose my worry is still towards Rebels, because there's always the element of, if they have another good performance here, how much of it is just Chalet? These 2 teams, they met, and I think it was the 7th place decider in kickoff last time around. And I don't think it's anywhere that either of them wants to return to, but it sort of shows that when they got to the best of 3s, even though I think Rebels surprised people in the best of 1s phase, things kind of just went away from them. in that best of 3 area.
Yeah, and I think you'll find that with the kind of new teams, and obviously they were one of the new teams that came up. Obviously, Alams is there, as we know, with a lot of experience that this guy has for the side. But of course, we had a lot of rookies coming in from Rebels, which sometimes it is a bit of a trial by fire, especially I think in the kickoff format where you didn't really get a lot of games to kind of strut your stuff. It was, as we know, a very, very condensed stage where you only played 4 games in your group. Whereas now you're dealing with the full league, you get a chance to play everyone. You kind of get yourself into that rhythm of, okay, we've got these guys in the Monday, next week then we've got them. You kind of start getting yourself into the more of the league understanding, and I think that is also going to help Rebels, where they can just take it game by game. They know what's coming up, they know who they're going to be up against, and then hopefully they're going to improve if they get into the best of 3s. Of course, that's where we know that if you want to try and make the event, you have to be good in your best of 3s. I mean, we see some of the best teams in the world. They may not be great sometimes in the best of 1s, but they do enough to get themselves into the best of 3s, and then that's where they turn it up a notch.
Yeah. Or, unfortunately, you suffer the other way. As we sort of saw there, I had a quick glance back over. When they got towards the best of 3s, Rebels, who had been able to get themselves up towards the upper bracket, lost 0-2 against VP, lost 0-2 against Shifters, and then got 1 map in the best of 3 for 7th place against Fnatic. Neither of them really sort of sung the loudest story, and to be fair, Fnatic, they were able to get themselves 3rd in their group as well. They were able to at least pull a map off of the team secret that existed at the time. Obviously, that roster has changed quite a lot over the past 8 months. But even then, outside of that, it's where this Chalet sort of became a test, and it was a 5-7 loss that Fnatic had on towards the Chalet. They had won the Lair the map before. They could have potentially been progressing along that lower bracket. I mean, they then would have hit heads against Team Falcons. Who knows how that would have gone? I think we can make educated guesses. But still, there's that element, there's that other side of things where we almost want to see a bit more from Rebels, I think, on a wider map pool. It's also, again, I don't want to be too negative this early in the day, and I apologize for this. I'm feeling very negative. It's the heat. But they also suffered, I think they were only able to get 8 rounds over 4 maps that they played in the upper and lower bracket, Rebels. Which is, it's tough.
I mean, if we kind of touch on, I think, Fnatic for a little bit too, you kind of look at the fixtures that they have upcoming. They have Twisted Minds tomorrow, which again we know can be a very difficult game because Twisted Minds have that very unique playstyle where you sometimes don't really know what they're going to do next. Back again.
R6.mobiletrainer.com, there's the promo.
And then Fnatic also Secret, and as we know, Secret at the moment, obviously, yes, they won yesterday, but still a side which you still wouldn't have too much confidence in based on what we've seen in the first 4 play days. I mean, unless Secret can maybe go and pull an upset here, a VP, and then maybe an upset against G2, then Fnatic would be worried. But at the moment, I think as well, Fnatic have also some nice fixtures coming up too.
I think that's the sort of, like, you look at the state of play of the day, right? You look at the fact that it's following on from this game as the first versus 10th. Yes, Secret, they're able to take their first points in the game against Twisted Minds yesterday, but then they have to go against VP that I think are playing the best opening to a season they have ever played.
5-0.
It's, you know, it's a 5-0 and no one's been able to get more than 4 rounds against them. They are such a solid team right now. It's a bit rough that it's like a real out of the frying pan moment for them, but hey, that's later on. But now we open up and everybody is able to jump. That's good. We have a slightly better start. Now, there was, I believe you were talking about a little bit earlier, some patch notes today, Demo.
Yeah, big one probably I'm looking at is the changes to Dokkaebi and Thorn, who, as we know, pretty good in the current meta. Dokkaebi's going to have a 7-second cooldown on who she can call just one after another. Deadshot just able just to swing and take down Lunko off the Solar Repel. That's also the Ace gone, so the Hard Breach gone, but I do hear that the Selmas were able to hit that Solar Wall at least. And then the other change is who Citizen's playing the Thorn. the Razor Bloom limp effect, where it slows you down, has went from 15 seconds down to 10. So it is quite a big bonus, especially to the shields, where you're only going to be able to be slowed down just for 10 seconds before you can sprint again. So just some things to keep in mind.
Well, no shields this time round, but also no real entry in towards the building. Every single swing they've tried to make here as they jump in on the side of Trophy, and this becomes the drive, has been met with bullets. But do they know about this? Asta sneaking around the backside. It's a shotgun that can't quite fire quick enough. Great read, great call, great drop, and a great attempt at a plant. Now, they are watching from the double window and from underneath as well, so they've cleared themselves just enough space. And Marto, what a great little steal. Just enough ground, just enough cover, and just enough time to get in, get it down, and get out of there. And that has entirely flipped the control that Fnatic thought that they had. Citizen and Deadshot over the two stories, trying to just bite their way back in, but the way they pull back, they know they're going to be swung on Trophy window. It's the player that's sort of tucked around. Marto picks up another, and Rebels, it felt like things were slipping away from them, but one little drive in towards the site, and suddenly the round is theirs.
Yeah, you looked at the Fnatic lineup, they had no form of information, no cameras for that site, and that's what let them down. Rebels went in with it thinking, okay, we're going to go very minimalistic, we're going to try and take Solar, take Trophy, and then we can try and walk into kitchen and go for the plant. Now, as we know, on that bomb site, vertical holes being made by the defenders are always the issue. But if you can take Solar, you remove anyone playing on the hatch, you then also have somebody sat on big window just to make sure that that's going to be covered off. So if nobody's holding the hatch, that's where we see Asa being able to make these plays. Just walks in. Naturally, defenders would be sat match holding you, but because the cover is there, because they've opened up the walls, defenders can't play there, and it's a very easy flood. And then based on the fact that there's no information for Fnatic, they're none the wiser that he is in the bomb site, right beside their only site player. And once you lose that site player, he can go straight for the plant. Doesn't have to worry about that, because you've got that player in big window. Everything's covered, everything's been checked, and Fnatic have no chance on that retake.
5 seconds. A good first bit of motion from Rebels. Again, the fact they're obviously able to build it on the back of missing out on a couple of early entries, early engagements, and then just keep driving on towards it. They had, obviously, first, and things filtered away. Fnatic, more intel seems to be the call on it, and Citizen on towards the Valkyrie. Will give them as much as they can. They've obviously got enough to try and maybe buy anybody that goes on towards the double window. The Monty can be that slow and steady. Imagine getting a triple kill with a DMR, and then they're like, right, you're on Monty now. I'd kick off.
I think that's actually really smart there from Citizen. Again, they were lacking information in the last round. Valkyrie comes in, and also that C4 is going to be specifically to stop anyone walking up that main stairs, which is certainly an area that Rebels like to go for. They like to try and slip somebody up and have that pinch, like to control lobby, mostly with the Monty. So this Monty's just going to walk in thinking, oh, I can walk up the stairs, nice and relaxed. Ah, you've missed the C4.
Missed the C4. Okay. Well, sometimes he don't quite net a result, but the grenade almost gets rid of his own sort of teammate. You can see the swing around. The Valkyrie wanted to fight, but didn't want to get caught out as Asta. It's just tearing them all apart. Deepek, Deadshot, and Citizen light up, and now it's just a shield left. Oh, sorry. It was a little bit of delayed celebration there. Full sense of security, the shield.
I do like the fact that he's placed the C4 specifically for that Monty, and Monty just walks straight past it, didn't get blown up, and then else gets caught right at the end with the same C4 that should have killed him 10 seconds earlier. Look, Rebels have tried to go very fast. They've tried to play off that Monty, just taking lobby, which, as we know, Monty can just walk into massive open rooms, doesn't have to worry about a lot, and just trying to beeline straight up the staircase. And Fnatic, they all just went 3-2-1 fight, and they all fought together. They traded each other back, and they stopped Rebels from getting very early map control. That was the main thing to keep in mind. The Rebels attack, they want to try and control that lobby, try and take in towards that fireplace, and then once you get that control, it's very easy then to start eyeing up the plant, start working that bomb site. There ain't a lot of safe positions, as we know, to sit in those bomb sites if you have the upstairs control. The only place you can go is into stock. And yeah, Fnatic have just came out swinging, everyone able to get their kills. And Rebels, a little bit stunned there. They weren't expecting that fight back from Fnatic. A very, very quick round on top of that too. So 1-1, all squared up.
Pretty pacily as well. I think that there's always this worry, right, when two teams are struggling within a league, or when, you know, one more than other, I think it's fair to say, that the game is slow. The game will take a little bit of time to start to cook. Fnatic obviously coming off the back of a loss against Falcons, knowing they've got to pick up this, and Rebels obviously having a bit of a rougher time. There's a caution that can sometimes be applied, but I love that both these teams have sort of looked at their opponents, looked at those opening 2 rounds and gone, right, we send it in, we punch, we know what we're capable of. Let's make sure that this is everything as hot as the best of one needs to be. Talking of, a shield already trying to eye up the player underneath. See if they can clean out Kitchen. But instead, actually, just peels their way up towards the stairs. Buys... I'm not entirely sure. I think he maybe thought, yeah, he'd back to your beast.
It's going to be a solar take. Pretty standard here from Rebels using that Monty. See the sense too. Feno can protect himself if he wants to try and play in the bathroom window, for example. The biggest issue with bathroom window is you can get peeked if someone moves over to the 51 window. And also just a little added thing. Sense got a little minor buff where the projector system stays up for an extra 2 seconds, and oh dear, Marto gets caught on the drone. Now, very well placed C4 there from Smith, able to take him down. And really now for Rebels, you've lost that main catalyst. That's the person who's going to get you into the bomb site. And now without the shield, who's going to take up the mantle? Who's going to be first in?
You kind of worry about that, right? Because there was no one else really offering any of a bit of a fight. Obviously, we saw the Monty force Smith further and further back and then try and push up the stairs, pull back ground, and it feels like they're using it as an exploratory tool. Fine, but they weren't doing anything off the back of it, and that allowed Smith to just sort of slip the way up. Asa swings his way, takes care of Deadshot, at least levels things up 4 apiece. Deadshot was being quite aggressive, but as they try and swing their way in towards Solarium, put the pressure on the other side, will they slip their way through? No! On the side of Feno, as Wiz is able to get 1, can't quite get the second as the crossfire pins the man in the box. 3 versus 3, 40 seconds. They're still trying to just shimmy that kit in. Alems is on the big double window. That's the cross. They could try and rotate potentially underneath there. Don't want to entirely drive against this player as Wizard goes down. But at this, in the 3 versus 2, there's still that pressure of the plant. There's still that pressure of time. And, well, they're not going to get Wizard up. They're behind the bed. They're going for the secure at this point in. Has to take the fight somewhere. Alems is able to finally finish off 1. There's the spray back from Citizen, but now it is only Citizen left. Obviously, recent acquisition towards the team itself, seeing if he can try and have some of those heroic stints he's had before. Saw an elbow saw ahead. And sees just 1 more potential fight on towards the bed itself. He's down towards a secondary, sprays through. Asa takes a chunk of damage either side of the bomb chassis. Can't quite get the connection, 20 seconds. He's trying to be as delicate as possible, but Asa saves the round.
Oh, very close from Citizen. Just couldn't get the final man. Made a really good go at it, though. But Rebels able to hold on. I think the really important kill that we have to highlight is Deepek dying inside of Closet. Whenever you kind of look at the format of that bomb site, the biggest glaring issue is that massive double window. Yeah, it separates the 2 bomb sites. It doesn't allow teams to kind of rotate as freely as what they would like, especially trying to deny a plant. Very, very difficult. As soon as you lose any player towards Closet in towards bedroom, you don't have the opportunity to deny the plant at that point. Everyone's going to be playing in towards piano, in towards office, and that double window player just holds it off. Just check anyone wanting to try and go for that retake. So that was the really important kill that Rebels needed to make. This one right here, they know exactly where Deepek was, because previously they'd actually seen the gun barrel of that DMR, because it is quite large. And once you eliminate him, as we've seen, the other 3 players from Fnatic were just trapped in the other bomb site, and they couldn't get through to it.
Wow. That sort of early-ish tactical timeout. Only 3 rounds deep, and they've all been quite competitive. Obviously, that one ending in the 1 versus 1 sort of shows that maybe Fnatic weren't quite expecting I'm going to say the confidence from the approach of Rebels, the brashness, the way they're sending themselves in. They maybe hoped to put a bit more pressure, play that sort of kill game that has been so well played for them up to this point in the league. They almost just want to make sure that they can cool things off a little, reset it, slow them down on their approach, and maybe just find an avenue of success on a site that has otherwise evaded them a couple of times. Reloaded. But at this, all they have to sort of drive themselves forward on towards where things started off. And we remember the plant that played itself here, right? We remember how this is one of those ones where that aggression worked very well from Rebels. They were able to get the space, get the security. And I'm wondering if the conversation was about this, because there are similarities between how this site and the one we just saw, Master Bedroom Office, were lost, were flipped. The single player on the window, the 2 players driving in towards the side to get the plant. We'll see. We will see. And also, if Aster is the one that can just keep swinging for the team.
Still gonna go with the Monty again. So it has been a consistent thing now that Rebels are bringing to the side, except there is a change in who's playing it. Previously it was Marto, but now it's over to Fano to have the mantle off the shield. See if he can make any difference to it. And for Fnatic, I think certainly the memo is, yeah, they're going to be running the Monty, and for Fnatic, they'll always try and bring in some form of shield counter. This time Citizen, we see him now in the Ela. Previously it was the Thorn, so they're always going to have ways to try and stop this shield. However, it doesn't look as though he has any Grismots though in his pocket, but the shield does decide to go at him. Not much he can do. Just look at this information that Feno can gain, can spot out exactly where these defenders are. One player in top fireplace all by himself. You can see that now. Not a lot of util also to keep in mind. There's a disc being tossed that from Wizard. Just now a little bit scared.
Liga goes up. Deadshot's able to knock at least one back. The C4 gets the end, but it hasn't caught out the Monty. Feno is still standing. And the alternate take, I mean, hasn't really worked so far, but as a Lems does find Citizen, and Aster gets one as well. Deepak swings right back, leaving just the Monty alone. I mean, it's all over the shop here. Everybody's trying to find a brawl somewhere else. It's this constant, you know, question, this statement, and then a rebuttal of violence. That seems to be a conversation that's leaving everybody a little bit confused and worse for wear. Slipped his way up. Now, Deepak and Smith just have to play this together and try and bait out the shield. And, well, there is the together. Swung around on the side of contact and win the site that they lost before, but also the one after their timeout.
Yeah, really good stuff from Fnatic. I think that the trades from Fnatic so far this game has been pretty on point. It's very rare that Rebels are able to kind of slip in with a kill before it gets traded back. So the rounds have been very, very heavily contested in towards that mid-round portion of the game. But yeah, as you said, Fnatic, timeout. It's worked for them. So it is 2-2. I would like to preference this as well and say that I feel as though Chalet is more along the sides of the attacker side. I expect to see 4-2 halves coming in from attackers. So Rebels at the moment are still en route for that. They've only dropped the 2. Any more, I think, will be a massive bonus here for Fnatic. If they're able to get a third defensive round, then yes, really strong. Again, see, I mean, the trade game, strong from Fnatic, not getting caught out by anything.
You do sort of look towards, obviously, how the teams have been able to shape. There is the element of when they do get to weighing their attack side, regardless of how the maps have been, and also the split of it, both of these two teams are sort of in the bottom half of the league for their attacks. Fnatic, 37%. Rebels, 25%. Not much better. Or not much... Well, not better, I think, is the way those words meant to go out of my mouth. And that sort of puts the pressure on, because Fnatic are the third best defending team at the minute, right? This half for them is that sort of decider. But again, not much worse than them. Rebels, only 3% difference between the pair of them. Both of them in the top 5 for that side. So I think it sort of shows that, yes, this is a 4-2 potential attacking map, but it's also just one where, on the other side of it, things don't go so well. Deadshot playing a operator for the gun, more so than anything else, but hey, at this point, we all know that.
I'm in no position to comment on that. No position at all.
You're telling me the Tuberal roaming in bedroom, well, not anymore, with a gadget is using... No.
Don't ask me. I will say, I haven't really seen much impact here from the shields. Like, again, shield right off the board with an opening death. Shouldn't really be happening, I think, so early on, especially whenever I think Chalet. There's some great little pocket plays you can do with the shields. I mean, whenever a lot of players will be in static positions for the defense, that's where the shields can really shine, but just kind of aimlessly running in with them, hoping that you'll find somebody, not going to work. You know, that was I think poor, the fact that you haven't droned at that guy. He's been able to pick off the blitz straight away. Yeah, not great here from Rebels. Definitely need to try and make those shields work a little bit better. I'm just barely missed the head. There we go, Smith. The re-peek doesn't work for him, however. It is going to be traded back. Post Citizen still keeps it equal. A 3v3.
I mean, you know, a couple of questions to be paid towards it, but Lems is doing all the work with the DMR to sort of drive that on the side of it. You think about what gadgetry they have left. No more Candelas. Another E1D they could pop in a single impact, but maybe the grenade won't be needed as everybody else just falls around Deepak. All that is left, but with that sort of connecting wall open on towards the stair set, the positions that have otherwise fallen apart, and with 45 seconds, yeah, there was only really one way that one was going to go. I mean, it just turned into a gun game, right? There was that sort of attempted quick breach, there was the trades back and forth, the blitz going down, pulled the first plan out of it, and then they just sort of proposed themselves in aggressive positions. They made sure they were able to catch the kill on towards the swing up the stairs. They just sort of held and expected the fight from Fnatic, and it went into their favor.
Yeah, Rebels, another attack. They can get one more. They'll be in a great position to have a really strong opening half. Where do we go, though? That's the question. Towards our bedroom. And now, look, I think Fnatic, it was obviously close. It got down to a 1v1. Could have went either way. I mean, Fnatic very easily could have won this round, but it just didn't go their favor. It has been a very back and forth round, or game, don't forget, where it's just been rounds apiece. Rebels win, Fnatic win. Fnatic win, Rebels win. It's just back and forth all the way through. So that logic, you'd expect Fnatic to win, but sometimes that's not always the case. The shield gets brought in again here. Marto back on the Monty. Now,
attacker's objective is to locate.
Is it going to be the solar sided take? I mean, he got picked off like straight away last time. Remember, he was kind of just sat droning in trophy, and Smith is able just to walk into the kitchen and see for him. Let's hope that doesn't happen again, because as we know, you need that Monty for that solar side just to get yourself in a lot easier. Last time, Rebels players just kind of had to dive in head first and hope that they win those first engagements. Thankfully, they did. That's why they won the round. And yeah, it looks to be similar again. The Rebels gonna be the solar side take.
Will they keep this as traded rounds? Will they keep this as a sort of intent back and forth? Or can they finally sort of break the mold, give themselves a little bit of safety, give themselves that little bit extra on towards their attack here at Rebels before they move on towards the half that, as I said before, statistically, not much nicer for them. Now, as the tracks sort of come together, Smith is just going to drop out of there. It feels like when you look towards how this has been taken before, and there were those sort of sneaky strike backs with the Lion, with the Deimos, they're making sure that they cannot suffer the same fate. Marto takes a chunk of damage, otherwise still standing.
Yeah, this is much better here from Rebels. I like having the Nomad now inside of Dining. They didn't have it the last time. What's one thing that Fnatic are really hell-bent on using? A lot of that C4. You stop anyone going below, you don't have to worry about the C4s, and you can start working that plant a lot easier. Wizard down. Again, not a great half for him. 1 and 6 is how he's going to finish this defensive side. And there we go. The player just sat in Dining, picks up a freebie on the Citizen as he attempts that retake below. And this is where Rebels now can just start eyeing up that plant. Great information here from the Monty. They know what they're after. They know who they're looking for. It's only Deadshot on site. Smith is attempting to try and get back in. A bit of an aggressive play here for Deadshot, but Marto just charges in with the Monty. Picks up the kill, and Smith, they know exactly where he is. Misses the C4 too. It's only going to be a matter of time before this demo gets them. Smith does jump back. There's Asa, who's having a blinder of a half. I think Asa's he finished with 10 kills. I think he has.
I mean, what a way for them to pull it apart, and we'll see what our desk want to say about breaking that one down.
Yeah, thanks, Fluke. I think big picture stuff right now, we are watching a game of quality Siege. That much is clear. Let's talk little picture stuff. The first couple of rounds, what caught your eye?
Yeah, this is just an absolute micro detail, and this is a round where it was actually in the rehost round. You can see here, Fnatic have got a pre-play C4. You can see it on the left-hand side of your screen there. Round 1 ultimately ends up getting rehosted. Then we get to round 2, and the Monty uses the MPs on the Monty to EMP the C4. He knew it would be there again, walks up the lobby stairs. And that's a nice little micro adaptation, of course. Unfortunate with the rehost for Fnatic's point of view. But then he forgets that an EMP expires at one point or the other, ends up walking back down the stairs and dies to the same C4 that he tried to make a play on, which I thought was it's a nice nuance that happened inside of that round. Very, very small detail, but an interesting one nonetheless.
And only one of the few things that went wrong for Rebels in this attack side. I just want to point out a couple of things. I think Asa really, we mentioned him, 10 kills already. He has this incredible clutch that I think really starts the engine for Rebels side. This really weird 1v1 where he's gonna face Citizen. There's the Master Door, there's the other Master Door, and there's this 1v1 where he's by the bomb chassis. He doesn't know if he's gonna be left or right or left or right. Citizen is, I feel like he's playing the football player here, just making moves. Asa wins this very important kill. You heard the comms after that. I think everyone was getting hyped. Asa dropping 10 kills. Most importantly, look at that role. He's playing Nomad. And why is that important? On Chalet, he's the flank watch. And so if you look at the playstyle from Rebels, you've got Marto on the shield, who's creating movement, gaining the initial control, very often coming through Trophy and through Solarium, pressuring everyone into Master. Asa is the one that is going to lurk downstairs on Dining, who's going to hold Snow Balcony, for example, at Bathroom Window. Sometimes he's going to be on Master Window. He's always the cutoff, and he's getting all of the important frags. Jack, I'm looking at a team that is well put together, that is coherent, and that is all following the same game plan.
And it's night and day difference from the game yesterday. You know, the game up against G2 where they were basically doing none of that. It was disjointed. It was really, really good use of the space, the cut-offs, as you say, with the Asa, the Monty as well. It was almost, by and large, pretty perfect Chalet attacking half for Rebels. And that was the big gamble that Fnatic took. They chose to start defense. They were banking on the fact that Rebels wouldn't have their attacks together, yet they did. So that's why Rebels going in 4-2 They'll be going into that second half absolutely full of confidence.
And I think for Fnatic, it's two things. It's either a lack of reactions early on, or it's an overreaction later on. They couldn't find the right moment where to get aggressive on Rebels. Rebels were spread out. There were opportunities to go and double up on some people, especially when I mentioned the Bathroom Window player, for example, the Master Window player. These guys, they're isolated. They could not find the right moment. Now, when they're in attack, they are the one in control of the pace. So this is the moment where they need to switch completely the way they've been playing so far.
All right, we'll see if Fnatic can find that rhythm, find that pace again. So we see as we go into the second half.
So, we hurtle in towards the second half of this. Rebels, they've got themselves that little bit extra pace. Fnatic, it's time to try and deploy what can be done on this map. The aggression of Chalet demo. Is there going to be something that starts to swing their tune?
Well, I think now if you kind of look at the last time Rebels played it, same defensive win rate. If they can do that, it'll be great, because they had a 66% defensive win rate against Team Secret. So, logic, they got, what, 4 against Team Secret. If they go against Fnatic, well, they'll be cruising in this game. But that was Team Secret, this is Fnatic. And again, we know that one team struggling in former Team Secret, Fnatic. Really, really good stuff from them this stage. Probably the best that I think we've seen them in quite a while. So there is that to take in consideration. And look, obviously both teams play very, very differently. I think Fnatic going to have a good grasp on the kind of takes that they want to go for. You look at the lineup, it's going to be so aggressive. What's that from Deadshot? He's tried to jump in, using the Finka boost. Not going to work, though. And they've lost the opening pick. What's going on? Fed just runs and Smith's got out. What's happened? 30 seconds in. Hello?
Wow. 2 left. Citizen's taking a lot of damage. 2 it back to the C4. And a couple of calls to come out. But I think what's happened, is the perfect surmise for the start of that. Fnatic, off the rip, wanted to try and sort of shake the tree and see what fell out. But unfortunately, the only thing that did was primarily them. At that point, 2 players being called out by Fenner on that swing sort of position. Drove the cost of all of this. And now look at where the kid is. Outside the double window, a million miles away. There's 2 players left. At least he's got a lot of time. But they just need to play this together at this point. They just need to try and lock this down. Another call will go out. He's hoping that they just sort of tick on towards the damage. But, well, no, now will be the follow through. There's the motion a bit closer, but they're not going to take the damage. They've got time to answer the phone because they're sort of saying, we know where you are, and that's 3. 3 for Citizen, all down to Asa. I mean, he's 10-2. He's an absolute storm of a first half. And now on his defense, he's got to do the biggest clutch possible. There's at least another catch. Another just slip on by. The problem is, obviously, he doesn't have the kit. He cannot put a bit of extra pressure on towards it in that manner. He's either got to be very noisy, repel out, get it, and get back in. And, you know, as soon as you're outside the building, they can reposition pretty evenly, or he has to push the fight, which is what he's going to do. Because it keeps them guessing, keeps them unaware of how everything is playing out. Now, just waiting for this, the close swing. It's a bit of a divide. He's baiting as much noise as possible. 30 seconds left. And the anticipation on the swing as they just tuck in a bit close. He's pre-firing, but Asta pulls the pin at the right point.
Oh, Citizen, it almost feels as though he second-guessed himself. He popped the fire extinguisher and he thought, oh, maybe he's going to cross into the smoke, or maybe he just heard something and he pre-fired. And then once you pre-fire and you give yourself away, really easy for Asta to go for that swing, especially whenever Citizen was on low HP to begin with, and an SMG at that distance. Yeah, they're not going to lose that. I mean, what a start off an attack. It just felt as though Fnatic tried to cap a towel off everything. So they tried to play the person in double window. You fire off piano, so it stops anyone getting into bathroom. You fire off the closet. Nobody can kind of back out of there. And you try and flood in through bathroom, flood in through solar, and then you have map control. But whenever there's a player alive in bathroom, that's, yeah, not very helpful. And obviously, you have to talk about the Denari gadgets. I mean, that slowed down that Ying. You know, those fast operators, that's who Denari's excellent against.
Well, now that divide, that risk pushes things even further away. 5-2 Rebels. And remember, Fnatic long since used their timeout as well after only the 3rd round and a 2 versus 1 against them. Since then, they've only been able to pull one more round. And that means that they've just got to try and build on what that halftime team talk was about. If they lose that site twice, they're still going to OT at the best of it. And the way that sites have sort of been rotating and flying back and forth between the two teams, you can't really get a stable guarantee, right? You can't really go, well, this is our site. This is the one that we're locking down, because as proven, anything is up for the grabs. There goes one. There goes the trade back almost immediately. But no more thermite.
Yeah, not a great operator to lose, is it? Thermite would have loved to have those extra thermites for this bomb site whenever you are dealing with 2 sets of hard breach walls, one on top of another. Yeah, not gonna be great. You only have the 2 tin openers from Deepek. Just gonna have to try and make them count and see where they want to try and work. Will it be that top floor clear? Will they try and go direct? I mean, I just think with this bomb site, you have to try and go above. You have to get a player away from that half wall. That will be the problem solving. Wizard able to get rid of the Cade Claw. No tricking available. So now Asa will play this half wall position. This is the danger man. I mean, he's been the danger man the whole game, but the position he's playing in just even adds on to that, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it just stacks on, right? It's that house of cards that's being built, and once that shot gets pulled off, Feno is happy to start blowing. They have, obviously, some of the breach done, but as you sort of commented on, imagine this with the thermite. There's so many angles that they can tuck and hide on now. There's so much extra pressure that they can do, and you've got to hop in. It's a nightmare in these sort of situations. Now is
look at this.
Just, oh, Citizen does punish, but still, it's that element.
He doesn't go for that if that's a thermite.
No.
Well, gonna be this top floor execute. You can see all players are targeting that top floor, and Benno go aggressive. Oh, Citizen just gets cleaned by that Scorpion, and now Fnatic have to try and make the plays. Wizard with a nightmare map. He's 2-8. Alams goes pretty big with that kill with the SMG. Now Deepek all by himself, and we've seen this play out before where Deepek is the last man remaining for his side, but just not going to happen. Rebels just cruising on Chalet here. I mean, Hemi, what are they supposed to do, Fnatic? Can't get themselves in.
No, and I love that from the side of Rebels. They're making sure that they can never get comfortable. They're making sure that they can never get the pace of this game back into their favor. They know, obviously, long since used the timeout, and it's everything I complimented from in the opening half, right? In the opening sort of setup is they were not scared. They knew that they've got to have this as a must-win. They knew that they've got to try and pull points on this. They know that Fnatic's coming off the back of one of their losses. Put the pressure in. Add the extra element to it. fine. They're only potentially going to win one map, and you've still got to contend with everything else and best of threes to be played. But know that you have this one map, and then you can start to build from it.
Have to be a big half here for Fnatic. But just right now for Rebels, and everyone's just playing solid. I mean, Feno has just erupted. Have you noticed as well?
Oh, yeah.
He wasn't doing too hot. Now he's doing very well for himself.
10 seconds remaining.
It's just that defense half
5 seconds.
just plays out better for him. He's 7-6 now.
Attackers are heading
Well,
out
this is
to
the first choice bomb site though for Rebels. You don't have access to the top floor or in towards kitchen and dining. It will be now the bar and games defense. Typically, we will see sides try and clear above. Doesn't really scream as though it's going to be that rush strategy that sometimes you see on this bomb site based on the operators Fnatic have. They've got some good operators for executes. You've got the Grim and you've got the Capitao. Right now for Fnatic, it's about trying to keep them alive for as long as you can because they haven't been great. I mean, this is the longest now out of these two attacks where Fnatic players stayed alive.
Still want to play that aggressive game. As you said, he stepped up on towards this latter half, and he's going to buy himself a bit of safety as the balls come out in a bit of a crossfire, but still want to step in. Still want to try and slip the way across, maybe even recollect some of the gadgetry. It's a catch game right now. Fnatic, from all the pace that they've had before, have moved to a slightly more passive mode. The timing there, back and forth. Nobody suffers on the side of it. Citizen does take a bit of damage from a Razor Bloom elsewhere. But nobody else is otherwise caught. He's about to contend with another one on this door as well. It's sort of room by room, and the C4 somehow doesn't quite get the catch, but Feno does whilst blinded. A bit of a missed time on the flash, and Rebels are able to get that opening kill. The Deimos gone. The only positive player on the side of Fnatic gone. The remaining four have to try and lock in towards an aggressive kill game that has otherwise just entirely slipped out of their fingers here. Feno's still in the bathroom. Still waiting. Yeah. One more for the trouble. On towards the window.
I mean, there's a minute remaining and they're all just outside. Like, they need to get a move on here, Fnatic, and just don't see it happening right now. There's just no bite at all with this attack. They've let Feno just run around and do his thing. Now Smith, he's going to be targeted as well for termination. Know exactly where he is, and I mean, this is just so split up now from Fnatic. They're all trying to do their own thing and make a play, but plays just aren't coming. Smith is down. Wizard. There's a 1v5 he has to deal with, and 30 seconds. It's not going to happen. Perfect information as well from the Pulse. Rebels, they know it's over. Wizard, he knows nothing's going to come of this. Who wants the kill? Who's going to get him? They all want to have a piece of him. Wizard just hoping to see if he can find a kill, but with 10 seconds, have to jump in at some point. 7 seconds. Time well and truly gone now for Fnatic, and Rebels gotta be successful on that defensive half. A clean sweep, not dropping a single defense. 7-2, they make light work of Fnatic.
A flawless way to end it all as well, right? The energy that they've had throughout this game has been everything that you want from a team that has been struggling, a team that we know can do more, and more is able to get a bit more, and they get it in very clean fashion. And you and I, we're going to make a very clean break before we're back with our desk after a break.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the go, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Give me the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
It's briefing time in the production room. Come on.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're gonna
let's-
go. We've got a big show to prepare for.
It's just over there.
I'm
Yeah.
really excited for today's show as well, because Striker was playing up against his former team.
Hey, boy!
Well, they go from a 7-0 yesterday to a 7-2 today. A massive turnaround for Rebels as they collect a big 3 points in the playoff chase. We're standing by with Kizzy ready to go after this win for the team. First of all, great to meet you, man. Jonah here. Tell me a little bit about the difference between yesterday and today. This was stark, obviously, between 0-7 and then taking down a strong opponent in Fnatic. What changed?
I mean, I don't know what happened yesterday. Like, did we play? I don't think so. The Super Week starts today, so that's all.
How do you?
Yesterday is a day to forget, and that's it. Like, we learning from, and that's it.
How do you explain that the team was able to beat Falcons, then struggle a little bit with their own loss, and then struggle against G2, but then come today and be so good? Like, how do you explain the on and off momentum from the roster? We see the potential, we see the highs, but we also see the lows, and a little bit of that consistency.
I think it's just a mental thing, and like we're learning every day about this, like with each other. We always talking about the problems and try to find solutions. And like I think for today, like we just reset. Like we know, like we're not a shit team, and we gotta show this for people every day. Like we're playing for this, like to be a really good team. Like sometimes you get struggle like with amazing teams, like the strongest team in the league, and that's it, bro. Like the most important thing is be ready, like for BO3s, because it's gonna be important games, maybe like for qualify, like, and that's it, bro. Like be your best of ones is just to learn, and like it's just about game plans,
Kizzy,
some days work, some days not. Like, that's it.
Speaking about best of threes, one of the big things in a best of three is the maps and the map pool. Were you surprised that Chalet got let through today? Because it was a map that your team looked really good on earlier on in the stage, but Fnatic was still willing to take you there.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know, like we scrim against them on this map, like was like a normal scrim, like we 6-6 against them, and they choose like to play again. I think because they lost border, maybe the plan was playing border today, but they lost yesterday, so they decided to go Chalet, and that's it. Like we love the map, and another teams in our region love too, and we're gonna play again, probably.
Sweet, Kizzy, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on the win, and like you said, hopefully we will see you guys continue to rack up the points over the next few days. Thanks, man.
See you guys.
Well, a big win for Rebels, as we said, and a massive recovery from what happened yesterday. A big 3 points against a very capable opponent.
Yeah, and as we see the highlights here, really want to point out the ability for Rebels to really pinpoint what was the win condition for them, all commit to it at the same time. The disjointed effect, as we see the one round where they're really disjointed, they almost throw it away, but
yeah.
The disjointed aspect that was prevalent yesterday, that we could see in every single round, where every single attack, they got demolished by G2 playing super aggressive. We didn't see that today, and I like when you take such a big slap in the face as a pro player that you turn up 24 hours later with a revamped idea on how to play the game, with the basic fundamentals having been reworked. That proves to me that they have the potential not only to be a team that is able to create some upset in these leagues, but really to have a stand and make it to the playoffs.
I think what they'll want to work on is their consistency. Ultimately, you ask Kizzy about it, how do they have the highs and the highs and the lows of the lows are at quite extreme ends.
It's been such a roller coaster.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you expect it of a new team, you expect it of a young team. That's exactly what we're seeing inside of stage one. But his point about the best of ones was so important. Best of ones is about the learning. It's about that experience, that match day, getting the reps under the belt. And that's exactly what Rebels have got. They really flexed themselves today, and I thought, especially their attacking half, they put on such a good showing of what they will consider to be their true selves.
You gotta highlight Asa because, I mean, he was such a stellar player here coming in. You highlighted him in the middle and continued to perform in the second half.
Yeah, honestly, really good showing from him. I mean, he had 10 kills at half of the game, and he only got 2 more. Like he was just already on top. I think one player that I want to mention just under him is Linko. When he started playing in kickoff, he was the one fragger that was not on the scoreboard, the one player that struggled really hard. And from listening to the comms, it did seem like he was a little bit on his own, that he was struggling to really live up to the expectations of his role. I think he's really found his groove. He's so much improved. Feno already showed his potential at kickoff, but having Linko with him to be able to do that, I think is a very important thing for them. On the other side, looking at Fnatic, one player that I'm really disappointed in is Wizard. Is a player that had a lot of hopes in at the end of 2025 when he joined our region as a rookie. We all felt he had so much potential. I'm still convinced he has that potential, but clearly in this new system in Fnatic, he's maybe the one player that I don't see really finding his footing. Everyone else, I think, are really thriving in that roster. I just think Wizard is still trying to find his groove here.
Hi, I'm Jum. I'm playing for Team Falcons and these are my pro tips. So one of the most overpowered parts about Solid Snake is not actually that you can scan someone and see where they are, it's that you can see kind of where they are without scanning them. So basically if you put out the scanner, you know, it shows you all clear, and then once you get in range with someone, it will show you alert, you know, that you know there's someone in range. And if you use that, you know, well, you can actually kind of find out where that person is without them knowing that you even know. So basically now I see all clear, I slowly move towards open area, and then I get alert. So I know he's around the circle in the top left. Maybe if I know archives is clear, he's either has to be in small office or hiding in the corner and open. So I know kind of that he's on the right side here. So now I could either scan or, you know, kind of push without scanning, because I know around what areas are, so I have a kind of the advantage. So I'm just gonna walk in, I know he's on the right side here somewhere. So I'm just gonna check, and then, you know, he's hiding close right, and he's gonna be dead. And he didn't even know that I knew he was hiding or playing there.
Well, for our second matchup of the day, we look at our first opportunity to see a team lock in a playoff spot. VP have the opportunity to do that here right now with a win. They've been undefeated so far, perfectly flawless, not even going to overtime. And a big reason why they haven't left any points on the table, their attacks have looked that good. We've got Jack at the Telestrator to talk us through just a bit more.
Yeah, thanks, Jonah. And I'm just going to play this clip out because it starts off with Pasha with a free K, and it's really easy to go, yeah, Pasha's just a big hard carry of VP. Look at him, finds one kill. He's going to go and find a second, and then he ends up finding a third as well, and it wins them the round. And note that this is a round where Neko is not playing the shields. It's one of the few rounds where all of the shields have been banned and VP win it. Now, here's what's important, and here's what to know. Have a team just got their stuff together like VP, because I think every single player on VP knows exactly what the plan is. Of course, you've got Pasha down here, and we've just seen him on the clip. He's going to walk in and get the free K. But Rorik and Skies on the breach playing Ace and Sense are going to enable that perfectly. This is what VP is about. It's about the team play. How do they do that? Well, they roll out, they get the breach, and then they roll out the Sense ROI projectors. What happens there is it isolates the 1-mite. It isolates that first pick for Pasha, who he can then just take out. That allows Pasha in 1v1 when you've got a player of his caliber. Then it allows him to pick off the second and pick off the third. It pushes the players back in the site, the Azami and the Ella, and even then, okay, they've got to push into site. What's happening? On the glass, at the back, Neko calling everything from the back line. He's on the glass, picks off the final player. This is a team that is completely coherent in how they play. They know what the plan is. They know what the win condition is. They assign the responsibilities to each other, and they pull it off perfectly.
There's one important thing that we can all notice there, is that if you give too much space to these guys, in a scenario where clearly all 5 players were on site and they're just waiting, and I know we only have a couple of seconds left in the round, but if you give them that space, they will use the exact 20 seconds that are left in the round to execute flawlessly. So against VP, the hard part is always, when do we fight? Because if we don't fight early enough, we're going to give them too much space and they're going to execute flawlessly. But if we fight too early, we're going to get punished because they're incredible at the room clear. And so that's the really hard gamble that you face when usually you face a phase, for example, a perfect team. Problem is, we're starting to see a phase of our own league. Virtus.pro right now are looking flawless, and it's really hard to push them to make mistakes.
Well, part of that flawless play has been Rorik contributing massively. The number 2 rated player overall in EML right now, still a rookie this year, and yet his performance is incredible.
Still a rookie? I would call him a rooking. The king of the rookies, Rorik, who's the second best rated player in EML going into this play day. I know you love the dad jokes from me, but I don't think this guy is a joke. I think he's an actual rookie.
Look at the operators as well. look at the operators that he's doing it on. As a rookie in his first year of pro play, and he's pulling out these kind of numbers. He was absolutely just on one yesterday, playing on the gridlock on Cafe. He's really coming to his own, and I think he's found his place in this team. Every single person in this team, including Rorik, who's the Rook King, I will use it for you, Leo, is really excelling at their role specifically.
Well, on the Secret side of things, very different in terms of the overall standing picture. We've got the best team right now in the standings versus the worst. But like VP, Secret are still building, and part of this stage was a big roster rebuild, adapting day to day. Fresh, we're seeing that with these 3 new players, how they're switching up their roles and staying on their toes.
And they trusted the process for 4 play days. It didn't really work well. The guy that you've just seen on your screen there, Oscar, was really, really unfortunate. He was on the shields. And then what's happened is they had a big switch. So play day 1 to 4. Now, the big stat, there's lots of stats on the screen, but the big stat that I want you to focus on is the KPR of both players. Oscar was at a 0.35 KPR. Now, that was the worst in EML in play days 1 to 4. Flexi not that much better than him. They switch Oscar onto, more flex operators. He's more known as a flex player rather than a shield player. And they put Flexi, the IGL, on the shields yesterday. Both of those KPRs rose. Specifically, Oscar's went to 0.7. He wasn't plus 12 in KD, he was plus 2. But massive improvement given his first 4 play days. So I want to say that, maybe we can discount a little bit of what Secret did in play day 1 and 4 and consider them maybe just off yesterday because it was improved, Leo.
And what happened in that play day 5? They created the upset. They beat Twisted Minds on that map of Cafe. They're starting to show us some hope. Problem is, straight after that second play day, you play the best team in EML. And so this is going to be a huge challenge. And even if they lose, I'd like to see that hope still for them, trying to make it a little bit close at least, so that we can still think that they have the potential to maybe bring some points back toward the end of Super Week and maybe even dream of making playoffs.
Well, it feels unlikely that VP will allow Secret to go back to Cafe, considering it's the only map they've found points on so far this stage. And indeed, they'll ban that out, favoring Lair as the final one today.
Now that is a tricky one, because the last time we saw this Secret played, it was only once, and it was against Team Heretics, what arguably should be the weakest team in the league alongside them, and they got battered 7-2 by Heretics. So to go back on that map, they must have thought that maybe the IGL change was enough. On the side of VP, they were super comfortable on it at Salt Lake City, played it at the Major, had a couple of convincing wins there. So obviously on paper, still David versus Goliath, and you can see it in the map pool.
Yeah, I would agree so. And I think, VP starting on defense did highlight their attacks. They're comfortable at attacks, but they're also the best defensive team in the league as well. And I think that's a real strong start in the side of Lair as well. There's a lot of different things you can do on that map.
Big question mark is when we're gonna switch sides, when VP are gonna start attack. Are we going to see Secret ban all the shields? I'm interested to see teams pushing VP a lot more, seeing what's going to be their playstyle when all 3 shields are
in
done.
A way, it doesn't make sense because you can ban 2 shields, but then Necro is going to play whichever the 3rd one is available.
They're going to play 3 rounds.
He plays a lot bit. Yeah, exactly.
They're going to play 3 rounds of attack without it.
But do you maybe look for something more impactful elsewhere?
All right, we will find out. VP have the opportunity to guarantee themselves a playoff berth with a win right now. Fluke, Demo, it's all you.
Thank you very much, our wonderful desk team, as we hurtle into our 2nd game of the day. But, well, will it be a quick one, Demo? The audience seems to think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly David v Goliath, isn't it? That's what we're dealing with. VP, who are obviously just having the most amazing, I dare say, year. I mean, even at kickoff, they were really, really good. We've seen them at Salt Lake. And this team just keeps getting better and better every time that we see them. Whereas, yeah, you kind of look at Team Secret, it's not the same side that we've seen at SI. Yeah, it seems like a year ago since that team was in the grand final. Very different now what we have. Only 2 players remaining and then coach. And yeah, they've obviously been hit pretty hard by the change that they've had to make over the past 3 months or so. Look, for Secret, win yesterday, perfect. First wins, always most difficult to come by for a new side. They were able to do that. Now it's about trying to kick on and create more upsets. Obviously, it's a really difficult week for them. They've got VP today, they've got G2 tomorrow. It's not easy for them. But hey, what have they got to lose? They're already qualified for the next event, don't forget. They're in a very different circumstance than any other team in the world.
So, we talk about how there's tough roads to walk and tough routes you've got to get through in Secret. have a pretty tough one today. Obviously, coming in towards Lair, right? It's one of those maps that, you know, takes a bit of time to cook into. It's a map that they've not had recent success on, and a lot of that was on this opening half. They were only able to find 2 of their opening attacks when they played Heretics on this map, and that was the only 2 rounds that they got. But now they've got to do it against the best defensive team in the league. Oh no, is kind of the MO right now. Double Electric's hard. Double Electric's ban. So those walls are going to be a bit stickier. And then obviously the Glaz Snake combo. Snake, I mean, still such an operator, regardless of who's handling him. I think at this point, just get yourself a little bit more. You're looking at those sort of hop-ins where you can get an idea of just where you can find a place to punch through. It gives VP that little bit more solid in their control.
Sorry, did an operator just tell you to stop yapping?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so as well.
I'm gonna never speak again.
That's it, you've been told off by the game.
Aww.
Loading new mag! Right, here we go. Team Secret on the attack. And for me, the attacking side has certainly been the weaker of the 2 for Team Secret. Yeah, they've really struggled with that. I think having convincing attacking rounds hasn't really been there for them. So I just hope that they're able to change things up. Now, I do know that they have had a bit of a role change. The glaring one, as you can see, Oscar, no longer on the shields. Yeah, he was playing shields for the first 4 play days, had a horrid time. He was rated the 50th player out of 50 in the league.
Out of 50.
I think, you know, he actually had a pretty solid game yesterday. So I think straight away, the role change should help Secret a lot.
Well, they've got to try everything right at this point. They've got to see if they can find anything to stick. And unfortunately, as we sort of commented on previously, you know, they had their first win yesterday, first points yesterday, and then they have to immediately come in towards the best team, the undefeated team in the league itself. So any momentum that they hope to get, they've got to get the best possible momentum and take out the current top contenders, or they might find themselves, unfortunately, resetting back towards square one. Mowgli slides across the divide and gets themselves ready to try and put the pressure back in. Nice little bounce, forces the player further away, but look at where the clash has gone to. Rorik gone quite deep all the way in the corner. Flexy's able to find Nako on the top, so they do lose out. On that Tachanka, as all the damage is done, they're wresting control of this. The Deimos is keeping things safe underneath. They've got themselves towards the default plant. Is there anything that can immediately stop this? No, is the answer. They're sort of crossing each other's firing lines. Skies does get one. But now they've got to try and make the collection work. Dan is obviously currently down. They have the clash. They're going to get the operator back up. The grenade caught one. The crossfire and Secret. What an explosive entrance here on towards the first round. Dan, all that's left, got back up, but not for long.
Wow, this is good from Team Secret. What a way to kick things off. I mean, we didn't see that the last time they played Lair. That was not the memo. But certainly that time, they assessed their threats. They knew what take they wanted to go for. Look, very generic, very default. We've seen that time and time again. Tables take, open up the default wall, look for a plant. They knew as soon as they eliminated that Tachanka, they could go hell for leather on getting that plant down because BP didn't have anything left. The Clash was not in a good position. I actually think it was really good decision making. Mowgli was able to take in towards Rocket Stairs. He noticed that the Clash was trying to hold in towards Bathroom. If Clash is in towards Bathroom, she's not in a position to hold that plant going down. And they react to it so well. Really impressive from Team Secret. Good start. Need to keep it up.
I mean, strong as possible, strong as you like, and everything that you want from them, right? As I said before, they've already, 50% of their success rate on the last time they were attacking on this map against Heretics. So now they're going to see if they can maybe try and push it a bit further, but taking that as the opening sight, as that opening sort of gambit, shows the confidence in a team that's building bit by bit. Obviously, VP, they're always able to wait themselves up here. They'll see if they can try and keep the site rotation go down as it's a direct entrance on towards the warehouse and eyes on towards any player that might try and put it up. But you can see that, obviously, VP, they're exploring the breadth of the map itself. They're not trying to do any sort of Scopos trickery. They're not trying to do anything too immediate. But then you look to the lineup. You've obviously got the Ela. You've got the play against potential shields. You've got something that could be a little bit mobile alongside the keepers as well. Maybe try and heads up towards the gun instead. The fight on the opposite end, bouncing the nade round to force the player into the waiting fire line of somebody else, but as the Monty drifts on by, gets caught out in a Fenrir mine, they're actually just going to keeper it and maybe try and play a bit safer here. Wants just the slight catch, but it's such a narrow framework here, Demo. Everybody's avoiding each other's sort of gun by inches.
Well, Skies is gone. It's got picked off from B-Drills inside of Garage, and oh my word, a flurry of kills come in for Team Secret and VP. Still half around the goal. Oh, Pasha! An elbow from the top rope, able to pick up Mowgli. It hits into the 3v2, but he's so separate, but doesn't matter. Pasha wins it out against Flexi on the Monty. And all of a sudden, it's now a 2v2. What has happened?
I mean, Pasha doing Pasha things. There's Drills getting 1 and 2, though. Huge little double there. Pasha's sometimes that player that makes the impossible look probable. And for but a second, I think we all believed. But 2 rounds in a row here. Now 2 rounds on their attack for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty stable. I mean, Team Secret, I think they're adapting really well to what VP are throwing at them. Obviously, this is a tough old slog, you know, trying to get your way in towards Garage, getting towards lockers, in towards missile, difficult things, as we know. But as soon as VP starts sticking their heads out and trying to challenge, and you end up winning those engagements, and you realize, hang on a minute, we've actually got the man advantage here, they can start working with it. Now, look, Pasha obviously create a bit of chaos there with killing that Monty, and you kind of were worried for Secret, but then there's Drills being able to stabilize. You know, it was a 2v2 where Drills wins his own individual engagement and immediately looks to help Oscar as he's fighting the Azami inside a missile. You know, overall, I think for Secret, they're helping each other, which is something that we did not see during the opening 2 weeks.
5 seconds left before insertion.
2 in a row. Maybe the Super Week is a description of how Secrets is going to go. Obviously, it was a 7-3 win yesterday against Twisted Minds and Cafe. But at this point, not many teams have been able to really make Virtus.pro bleed, right? The most that's been got against them is 4 rounds. Across it all, they've been so solid on their defense as well. It's really where they've sort of shined the most. In fact, 73% of their defensive rounds have gone in towards their favor. So here, already, Secret getting 2 sort of breaks a bit of a mold. Obviously cycled their way back up towards the top side. Wondering what the change will be. Obviously, we've got the blitz on the board this time. The shield, see if they can try and drive some of this pressure. All the momentum of that is in their favor, but it's a swing round either side. Can't quite net anything, and there's another 2. Oh, 3 across the Secret drive in, but they're knocked right back, and Drills is finally put to bed. 7-2 for his opening 3 rounds. There's nothing to scoff at, but now he wants to see if the work he's done can be something that they can try and push over towards a 3rd round win, a 2 versus 2 demo.
Yeah, again, Secret moving as that one unit. Everybody collapsing. They're able to take down the Tachanka. I think V-Drill's very unlucky not to be able to pick up the kill in the bomb site. Again, if he was able to get that, would have been a 1v3 for them, but not the case. And now 2v2. It's doable here for VP. We know that they can just sit now and see if they can play around the utility that they have. I mean, Dan's got plenty of Kiva still. Skies is obviously there with all of his smoke canisters. Also able to remove the phone, so he doesn't have to worry about Oscar calling him anymore. However, for Dan, he cannot afford to let that phone blow up. So Dan is always going to have to answer this call at some point.
Yep, that's the sort of pressure of it. That's the power of the new Jeopardy change. And as they recollect the kit inside the smoke, they're able to at least get themselves an option with a minute on. Keep a barricade to the smoke canisters and making sure that minute filters away. However, one more of those inside pocket and 2 impacts. Still with a lot of health to play with. A single smoke canister. If they can bait out that last toxic smoke, well, they're not going to. Instead, they throw the smoke in, the flashes. They're going to try and bait some of the swing on the back end of it. It's a bit of a gamble, a bit of a risk in the hope the utility will buy something, but the only thing it's bought is a ticket to the morgue. That leaves just Noah left here. He's made some superstar plays before. He's got 20 seconds to try and add 1 more to his impressive history. Great bit of damage done by Dan. Peels himself back. They're so experienced, VP, playing on contact. Got as soon as you swing into 1, Well, that's the end of it. 2-1. They're able to at least stop it being an absolute wash in this first 3 rounds.
Just lacking a bit of information in that 2v2 for Team Secret. You can see that Noah was holding on to the angle towards Art Door. I think that's maybe where they were expecting the smoke was going to be, but they just had no information of where Skies was. You know, it's all well and good the Dokkaebi calling the Izami. They knew exactly where she was. It was the smoke. And because Skies had let the phone blow up earlier, he had an opportunity just to let it go. They then had no more way of getting information out of him. And they just yeah, it is very difficult then to try and push in whenever you're kind of caught between, okay, is he going to be in the rotate? Is he going to be in Art Door? What do we do?
We have a timeout. It's apparently what we do. Makes sense, really. They need to make sure that they reclaim some of the momentum. This can be an aspect to slow map, right? This can be a map that takes a lot of work to go for sort of clarity on it, and they need to try and put a bit of that fear back in towards Team Secret, who are so bold and brash right now. They're more than able, more than happy to take these fights. It's not a million miles away, fine, but it shouldn't be that close, right? This, with how these two teams have been playing, with the form that they've been on, this cannot be the game for Virtus.pro that breaks their trend, because that's when you start to get a bit worried. Not for the whole picture, don't get me wrong, but we always talk about must wins, right? We talk about the games that if you're on form, you will win this.
So obviously for VP, not happy with how the game has went. I mean, obviously the start of that last round wasn't great. You know, losing 3 players right off the rip, not ideal. So for VP, just to kind of maybe calm everything down, is it a case where do VP get complacent, where they're thinking, oh, we've been great all stage, we're against this side which hasn't been, should be walking the park. We've seen that happen plenty of times, where people underestimate their opponents. See how VP want to go again on their basement defense. Now, look, last time, all of the action was actually not in the bomb site. All of it was in towards garage.
Yeah.
So I wonder maybe if VP are just gonna just take it back a little bit, maybe play the bombs, maybe play the positions that's defendable instead of just running into garage. Who knows?
We'll see if the sort of amended conversation amends results.
Scanning for electronics.
Now, as they peel themselves back down, we've only obviously seen a rotation of 2 of the sites so far, back and forth, but well, the second time they hit the first one, they pulled a win out, and here they might almost get the opening kill, something that has avoided them every single round so far. Secret have been very good at locking in that early bit of bloodshed and saying, yeah, this is how we want to sort of lead with our best foot. And if you think about how many of these rounds have ended in these sort of epic trade games and epic sort of backs and forths, that first kill could be such a big deciding factor for how things go. And it's something actually that Secret is still on top of. Mowgli finds Pasha, finds the man that almost pulled this round back into success last time. And I guess we'll see if they can try and get their clear on anyone else that might be up and about. Top floor, over the cover and the shoulder of a shield, but you can see a Secret. Maybe they anticipated something a bit more reactive and aggressive from Virtus.pro, but I do love how here, Demo, they've entirely changed their approach.
I think for Secret, it's kind of more traditional way of where we see teams attack. It's going to go for the vertical play. You have the shield, you can force your way down in towards the stairs. Oh, the Elamine. I don't think that was intended for the 2 players with the guns. That was going to be intended for Flexi, but somehow it's the shield which ends up living not for long. There was Rorik, just slips up. Bit of a disaster there for Secret on the top of the stairs. Now Rorik can just hold on to Boiler. He has the Fnat mine also to assist him. Oscar, oh no, misses the opportunity. That should have been a dead Fenrir, but Oscar has let the kill go begging. And again, similar to last time we were down here, it's up to Vidrils and Oscar.
Changing mags.
45 seconds. Only the pair of them remain. As you said, they've got a lot of work to be able to try and get done here, and Vidrils, to be fair, has been really sort of driving that kill game. Oscar needs to try and find 1 or 2 of his own, and well, now he's got to try and find 3 of his own. Has dropped the hatch. They know exactly where he is. Just going to sort of drift back and forth. Does get the down on towards Rorik. But an echo reveals the final end. Now there's 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, VP. Good for 2. And also being able to recover both times. They lost those bomb sites in the first 2 rounds. They've recovered well. So that does mean we get to see the 3rd bomb site choice now out of VP. And for Secret, able to get the opening pick. Haven't converted it now for the 2nd time. It's the exact same opening kill and opening death. Mowgli on Pasha. Both times VP coming back from that and winning out the round. Just a bit of an issue there for Secret getting down those boiler stairs. I mean, obviously it's expected to see players hold that. You know, we've got an Echo, you've got an Ella holding it with the Grismots as well. But it's more the case of why isn't the shield going first? It felt as though we've seen Oscar and Mowgli die and then Flexi was still up there. Usually it's the other way around.
Yeah. I guess it's one of the things where the way that they approach themselves on towards the map, it's they went obviously very tall for their own clear. They went in a very different approach. It was nowhere near as direct as almost the first 2 rounds were.
5 seconds to go.
The 3rd was slightly different, but it's the 2nd story site. But I think we're kind of missing that punchiness. And I guess maybe they were worried that was the discussion it was. But as you said, it leads to a different result of who is going to find those first fights, right? Who is going to be the one that ends up in contention, whether it's the battle on boiler stairs or not. And maybe they just need to try and find a way of getting their best and most violent foot forward. Finally on towards the tertiary site. But can they try and make it 3 in a row here, Virtus.pro, just to sort of stabilize the game a bit?
Bit of a slippy position here from Noah. He's just out by himself. Looking for that lurk, seeing if he can catch somebody by surprise. The rest of his team are now making their entrance in towards that top floor. Oscar able to find Passion, and that's the 5th opening kill that goes in the way of Secret. They've dominated that stat line massively. I think the worry is VP have shown us that they can still win rounds without that stat. So for Secret, it's about being able to close out with that extra man that you're able to gain every single round.
It's almost that sort of consistent problem as well as the 2 kills that Pasha got were in the same single round. Otherwise, it's been locked out of the other 4 now. Which is not really where you want that player, right? You need him operating for a Virtus.pro that likes to swing itself. But full sort of tilt and belt. Skies almost suffers next. Takes a decent chunk of damage. Nico holding firm and steady, but he's about to meet a shield. How much of this game does he really want to play whilst he can slip away? He's going to try and potentially go for a bit of a surprise strike. You can see they're a bit concerned about this chance. The smoke canister will push them a bit further away. That smoke will make things a bit trickier to go for the swing. They're waiting for the pressure on towards the shield, and they bought some time. Man, the first body, Mowgli goes. They're going to try and rip and tear their way across the back end and get somebody for the follow-through, but they've actually been able to slip their way all the way across. They're out of there. Fine, they've got the verticality at the cost of a decent amount of utility. No more smokes left. But they also found Mowgli in the mix.
Yeah, I like the fact that they've used the smokes to get them out of there. It's okay burning that. You don't really need denial at this point. As long as you can play the numbers game, it just puts the pressure on Secret because Secret know there's going to be a retake. We know the VP are going to look to try and go back above whenever players start dropping into the bomb site. So it's how well can Secret deal with this retake that Rorik is going to try and initiate now alongside Dan. You should be aware of that. You can see Oscar now slips his way towards exit door. Just to hold on to that angle. Everyone else is looking for the plant now.
Dropping a smoke on themselves to see if they can find the close corners coverage of it, and nobody's immediately able to sort of stop the plant go. They're fighting for the verticality, and they do get the player, but are they confident enough to try and put the pressure on? No, another 2 versus 2. This sort of endless spiral of these double down showdowns as another call starts to find a way. It's crossed. Rorik, I mean, can he tank this? It's going to be very close. No is the answer.
Got it.
But in the meantime, they lose the other player. And I mean, Secret on fire.
Yeah, they played that really well, Team Secret. Again, very typical top floor clear. Thought VP did well to keep themselves alive. It gave them that option of the retake, of course, which is what they've attempted. But thankfully for Team Secret, they've been able to hold it off. Plant goes down. And really for Noah, he had so much freedom upstairs. There was obviously really good drone work coming in from Team Secret. They knew where the remaining players were. Team Secret never felt as though they were in a position where, okay, we've kind of messed up here. They always had good control off that round. Again, I have to come back to that stat, the opening pick. Again, goes in favor of Team Secret. They, you know, I think for VP, you have to try and stop that from happening. I mean, Pasha has been the biggest culprit. He's died 3 rounds in a row with no impact. And typically for Pasha, I mean, he's the player that everyone has in the fantasy team for this side. Everyone loves Pasha, but he's not doing the business right now.
Bomb located by attackers.
It's the worrying point I was sort of making, right? Is that his 2 kills have come from 1 round, and they almost dictated that round. Fine, but that is otherwise 4 of this that he has just been locked out on. You know, you're missing obviously Nako as well, but he's playing sort of backline support roles. It's just seemingly turning into a bit of a sort of 5-a-side, and unfortunately, as soon as you start to find the weaknesses in that, well, then you get the results that you've got. Secret have already done better than they did the last time they were on this map, not too long ago. Virtus.pro, unfortunately, the best they can do right now, tie this up on the half, have another conversation. Remember, they've already taken their time out as well. They've already had that slowdown of the game, and it's something that hasn't really slowed down Secret. The way that they were very reactive in the previous round, the way that obviously they lost that body, but they still went, right, we need to push, push, push. And then they're able to get on towards the plant amidst the chaos. It's some of that play that is so, so good to see. And it's something that we talked about in the previous showdown as well. But here, one more swing, one more chance across the top. Looks like they've gone potentially a bit closer towards their opening push on the op side focus instead.
See Noah getting in position downstairs to try and clear away anyone who could be playing in towards Mez. Hopefully having a bit of an issue here with an FNAT that we eventually will be able to get Secret. We're now making that steady clear all the way across in towards tables. They're now looking to open up that main wall. It has been impact tricked though. Finally, VP able to get the opening pick. And Dan still playing an aggressive position now. It's just the question of, do Secret know he's there? Because if they don't, Dan could be in for a free.
I mean, it's taken this long, right? It's taken this long to break one mold, and there's the free, as you put it. And there's an aggressive pause, also getting a second, no, a third, no, it's over. Wanted to look for the fight below, but the fight below had already slipped its way outside, and we get what is the equivalent of an even half, and we get a half to talk to our studio.
Well, 3-3 at the split here. VP do a nice job of equalizing their Leo, but what we saw in those rounds where Secret were able to get the win. I mean, this team coming off a win yesterday.
Exactly.
They are looking rejuvenated. The attacks are looking good.
Yeah, we're starting to see the build-up, yeah, from yesterday, and I think that the current setup is working. Let's take a look at the first 3 rounds where we can see the adaptation from Secret in their way of being able to quickly get the zone control that they need, to have an objective-oriented mindset, to be able to set up the plant, and then set themselves up for success to defend and plant later on. Second round, they're going on basement, Jack. Look at the Monty pressuring these guys, and the trades coming straight away. It's a 4v2. They're all playing around each other. It's beautiful to see. On the back of Flexi on his shield, we're really starting to see the right ingredients in their playstyle right now.
I think if you're a Secret fan, you're thinking that Christmas and your birthdays come at once right now, because they actually are giving you a little bit of hope, you know? They beat Just Demands yesterday. They went toe-to-toe with the best team, undisputed best team in the league right now on their attacks. Arguably should have felt a little bit aggrieved that it wasn't a 4-2 attack split in the end. You know, they're managing out the late rounds so well. I think it comes off the back of the big shift that we've highlighted, with Flexi really being the one that's going to play the shields for this team. But everybody's, you know, playing much better off the back of that.
And realistically, the only rounds that VP are winning are when Secret are making a huge mistake in trying to problem solve a strong position. 2 rounds 0, do we see an Azami, at least in blue stairs on the basement bomb site. On the very last round, she's on the bomb site itself, and they're struggling to problem solve her or forget about her, and instead of having the shield come first, multiple players die before that. That is one single mistake that cost them 2 rounds, but overall, very happily surprised that Secret made it close against such a good team, And overall, a great statement, especially to do it in attack on layer.
Yeah, this is one of those games on paper that you think it's top of the league against bottom of the league. This is, going to be an easy victory. But even the rounds that Virtus.pro have won, they've really had to work hard for. Like you say, Secret have had to make the mistakes. When Secret have been playing, Virtus.pro really haven't actually had some of the answers to the shields that you would have expected. I think maybe this is the first test for them, weirdly. Sounds like, weird that it's Secret that's providing that test, but it's the first chink in their armor. In terms of the bans coming in, it is going to be the shields. It is going to be the shields. Which one do we think he's going to be the best one?
I think.
Take away.
Oh, interesting.
Wow.
So
okay.
Whatever happens, they'll have to play the shields.
They don't want the blitz in play, but they've decided to get rid of the Capito, knowing that Naqo will pick either the Blackbeard or the Monty. Bandit Cade is the defender ban that VP are going for. This is the same problem that Secret maybe had, is that the Azami will be up. The Azami's so impactful on the top floor inside of the office, on the desk.
And the Mira.
Impactful on the bottom floor. Mira is impactful across the board on this map as well. So yes, you'll get the easy breaching, but you've got so much more now to deal with on the defense.
Heavy denial setup, by the way, on the side of Secret. As you can see, this will be a top defense bomb site. They will use the gas grenade, they will use the Tachanka fire, everything to try and burn time.
2 C4s as well.
Well, it took them 5 playdays to get any points on the board right now, did Team Secret, and now going toe-to-toe with Virtus.pro. See if they can keep it up on the second half.
That is the sort of question of pace, right? That is the question of can they keep it up, because at some point there's always the possibility of tiring out. There's always the possibility that the sprint starts to falter and the 2 minutes in the middle, well, that is all. VP get left as a conversation. But if they can try and find a way to step up the pace, maybe Secret's extensions, maybe their confidence, maybe the great play that we've seen has start to fade away. The entry statistic, drills popping off. Everything can go in but a moment, unless they can find that extra secret 7th gear.
Yeah, just talking about the bans too. Obviously with the double electrification ban, you think, okay, should be pretty easy for VP to open up a lot of these walls. You still have to go through that mini game of the impact tricking. And with Mira still on the board, we've seen Flexi place his second Mira window straight on the exterior breach, trying to open that up now. It'll be pretty difficult whenever impact tricking is going to be there. Good news though for Rorik. Everyone's been scanned, so he can really have his pick of the litter in terms of who he wants to track and have a go at hunting down. See Mowgli again on that main breach, the only player with the impact grenade, so just keep in mind that he will be under a lot of pressure to deny these Selmas as they come in. There is also a little bit of extra hard breach being brought in. Naqo has the hard breach gadget. Rorik, there he is. Says hello to V-Drills. Smoke gone, so that's wasted denial from Team Secret.
Cacophony of explosions all around Mowgli, trying to hold on towards his aggressive position here. He's actually going to slip his way around with the impact. They're able to destroy some of the utility, but obviously, without the sort of smoke as the backline, anything they can take out of this approach, the better. Virtus.pro, full stacked, full sent on towards Ops with Flexi underneath. That could be the moment that catches them, but with Mowgli actually getting the deep shot on towards Dan, well, piece by piece, they're slowly pulling more and more players out. How aware are they of any pressure that might be otherwise bouncing around? The Tachanka is still in full place, in full sort of splendor. To pop this fire across, guys, is the next to suffer a scratch of damage. Can't quite net it in. You can see Flexi's on the move as well underneath. Trying to just close down, keep biting, keep applying pressure. Less than a minute on. And they don't want to be the next to fall. It's sort of a tentative hold, but everybody's kind of holding on to each other. Mowgli, though, keeps it locked down. A bit of fire forces the attackers further around, and they just cannot find a single safe bit of passage here, Demo.
Yeah, Mowgli playing big on the Azami. It's a nod that the desk had, where having the Azami up very difficult behind that table. Flexi was just ambling around downstairs. Finally, springs his trap, finds a pick. Mowgli on a tear, and Oscar able to clean it up. Team Secret weren't in the greatest of shapes in that round, but a little bit of brilliance from that man on your screen, who we know is always going to show up if he chooses to. Mowgli, one of the best players that we've had in Europe since he made his debut in this region, and he's shown it once again.
Well, they're off to the way that they want to continue. It's the easiest way of sort of putting it and placing it there. Just, I mean, there, the swing back up, the taking. You could see that Secret were being very sort of almost like deep breaths with their hold, right? They would breathe in, they would pull back, and then they would push out. They would try and take a bit more, try and just bite, and then breathe in again, pull back, retract. It was the same passage that was happening on the back of the site where the Tachanka was as it was below as well, and just keeping them moving, keeping them guessing, and keeping statistics still in towards their favor. Oh, another opening kill does not go their way. It doesn't really seem to be the dictator I thought it would be.
10 seconds left before insertion.
But at this point, that was their first defense, their first hold. Virtus.pro still have to play ahead. Still have to sort of play themselves around. They'll have another swing at that site in just a bit, but here first, double soft means that we can sort of probably expect this is going to be an attempt to close down those roaming players and that verticality first.
VP. Maybe your generic top-down clear, plenty of soft destruction. You've got the shield as well to give yourself that little bit of calmness in the clear. Have the shield, just walk at people, spot out when needed. Obviously for Team Secret, they're not going to give away that mid floor too easily. We have got a decent amount of players upstairs, 3 of them to be exact. I think really for VP, it's all about time here, isn't it? If you're dealing with the Goyo, the Smoke, and the Tachanka, you're always going to be up against that. Essentially, just pretend you're playing with 1 less minute. You've got 2 minutes to clear the map and get yourself in. Well, they're doing a pretty good job at it so far. A minute gone, they're in towards that top floor. Going to start pressure now in towards the mid floor. Having the sledge upstairs, and then keeping the Rams for the majority of the actual site clear. It's a pretty smart way of doing that, as the sledge can obviously help scare away those roamers. So I do like this setup here from VP, and as I said, here comes the Ram, making the majority of that destruction upstairs.
At this though, Secret, breathe in, breathe out. Be troublesome, be irksome, be problematic for those defenders. Make sure that they still have a lot of work to do, and you know, as soon as they're trying to put the pressure on towards the attack, and as soon as they're trying, then you can breathe out, then you can put the pressure back in. Now more of the stuff being done, and they're even recruiting the charges to go in. Mowgli is almost the first to suffer, but does slip his way back in via Boiler. Kiva's obviously massively important and just buying some protection, but it's actually Rorik that gets caught out first. The IQ found by Drills, the swing round, and now again with a minute left, they're still getting their verticality done. Mowgli does get found. That's the Kiva's gone.
Stay close to me.
They have to try and find their way in towards the site. Tachanka, how's he escaped?
My oh my. Oscar just about gets out of there, and that's the player that they really need to target, that hard denial. I mean, I think for VP, I think they've realized they can't go on plant default. There's just too much on the board here for Secret, so they're going to have to try and get creative and maybe plant in a bit of a off position. Flexi, the smoke, he should be in the site, has went upstairs to retake the hatch, and he's been successful. And goes Skies. However, Patch is there with the trade. 20 seconds to go. VP need to look again, the plant down. Patch, an incredible kill onto Noah.
Oh, one more for Drills. Buried deep. He was explosive in the first 3, a bit quiet, but as he might be able to find some impact here. On towards the final throws. It's Virtus.pro though. Let's just get the tail end of that round. Back and forth. Trades.
I mean, we kind of said he's not playing great, and that was Pasha. I think he shut us both up, hasn't he? What he's just been able to do. My oh my, a free piece for Pasha to really save his team. Because VP looked a little bit shaky. They didn't really know where they wanted to go. They realized, okay, we can't go generic with a plant. They've got too much on the board. We have to run deep. We have to play kill. We have to take these fights. I mean, this kill here, that was a great shot onto Noah. And Drills was, I think, trying to come over and help Oscar, but gets caught out. And Pasha needed that. And actually quite a scary thing now, I think, for Secret. You've got Pasha now positive. He's going to be amped up. And we know what that guy can do.
I think it's always the split, though, where we've talked about what he can do, right? We've talked about how important he could be, and we've said it multiple times because we were missing him. We were missing him quite a lot, probably not as much as Virtus.pro fans were, but him being able to step in at the same time, obviously, you know, Rorik's had a belter of a season so far. Danon isn't that much further away, but it was usually the kill game of Pasha was what I'm not going to say they had a reliance on, but a sort of expectation that it would be there consistently. And a great roster. That was how he filled in. But if he does start to show up, if he does start to be that extra element, well, that's when you need more of that play from obviously Mowgli, Drills. You need these players that have been having a great game so far to get in. Snake, obviously banned and removed previously. It just allows you to get in, get a quick bit of clear here. Rorik just sort of slinking his way across.
Watch yourselves. Hostile inbound.
And he knows he's been able to get his way all the way up towards the green swing here, and that's a pretty aggressive position that we're found in on this side already within the opening minute, unchallenged, but it's also a risk. If you haven't got any of the control of the stairs, if you haven't got the worry behind and nobody keeping a clean eye, well, you can't really just sit there. You're not contributing anything other than the chance at being a sort of net. He just wants a gift, and as Flexi gets one, well, he's not going to find it there.
Yeah, I mean, Flexi is kind of been running around, it feels like, a lot of the time in this map, and he usually picks up at least a kill. So for VP, again, losing that opening pick. See if they can recover from it. There's that smoke upstairs that the shield needs to be careful of. Really, the only way that Secret are dealing with that shield is via the smoke. Now for VP, these mirror windows to deal with and are now being dealt with by the Selma. But look at the time. I mean, Secret have been able to burn down a good 2 minutes here. And don't forget they also have the opening pick. Say that though, there's Pasha, takes down Mowgli. Now it is going to be a 4v4. Not a whole lot of util coming in from VP. They've only got the Grim and the 2 smokes here from Naquo. Rorik though, on that big bad snake, able to pick up a kill, and now that swings it over to VP's favor. And now Secret, oh no, they're in a corner, they're on the back ropes.
Oh, the 1 versus 3 Flexi. Tries to get the C4 to connect with the back end, but not quite a catch, and now has to hop in and contend with the shield themselves. It's being watched vertically, though, and he gets 1 clean, and the shield stops planting. You got 25 seconds, relocate, force yourself to have a little bit of better cover. Now they have the player flat on the fight, but Flexi gets a quad! Nako doesn't stick it! Goes for the engagement, back and forth, Flexi over the top and back in. They're baiting the plant. Nako's on and off again. They seem to have the perfect read on the play. They go for it again, but he pulls back again.
Has to stick it.
Oh, it's cat and mouse, and at this point, doesn't stick it. What a clutch!
Oh, Flexi, that's the reaction we're all having. How have you pulled that off? And yeah, that sums it up. Mowgli can't believe it either. In VP, it looked as though they had everything going for them. They took a slow and steady approach. The whole idea, I think, there for VP was to play it kind of traditional, take above, use the shield. Yep, that's all generic. But then have the addition of Rorik on the snake, lingering in that mid 4, looking to catch somebody out by surprise, which he was successful to do. They kind of swung the advantage in favor of VP. Secret got a little bit desperate. They think, okay, we need to try and get in there, try and get some kills back. That didn't work. And you're sat there in the 1v3. You've got a Monty on board, and all he has to do is plant. And that was the issue. How many times did Nako go for a plant, come off it, go for a plant, come off it? He had so many opportunities just to stick that diffuser, and that really would have put the pressure on the Flexi. You know, this kill here, obviously, I think he gets off, but he could have planted again. He definitely could have. Pasha overswings rather than just holding. Look, obviously, not great from VP. Yeah, I mean, they're ecstatic about that. But what can you say, though? It's certainly a round which VP should forget.
Oh, yeah, I mean, just an exceptional. And he played it perfectly as well, right? He knew where he needed to be, knew when he needed to be there. I'm not entirely sure what the full read was coming from, whether they had the intel and obviously when they were planning, when they were pulling back, or if he just had the gambit of luck.
Like a fox.
It was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. And it might even be a thing when he does, you know, he didn't know how perfect it was all timed out. And that's just the balance of Siege, right? For one team's perfect, the other team's problem. And 4K, clutch it out. Huge round there from Flexi to keep Secret going. They obviously took their time out after that as well.
10 seconds to go.
Wanted to make sure that they could talk about it and sort of reevaluate how things were going. Now we just have the rest of the game ahead of us here. It is worth that sort of cheeky reminder. This is the first place undefeated Virtus.pro team. This is the first time they have lost at least 5 rounds in a game. This split so far, including against obviously Fnatic, Rebels, Geekay, Twisted Minds, and Heretics, versus the 10th placed Secret, who only pulled their first points yesterday, who only got their first more than 4 rounds yesterday. And here they are, 1 round up against Virtus.pro.
It's not about how you start, it's how you finish. Reloading for Secret. They know they've got plenty of play days to try and grab points back in their favor. And I mean, if you're able to knock off the top team, that's going to give you a lot of morale going into that second half.
Drone activated.
And Secret, no brainer. I think, yeah, get rid of the Monty. It's been a consistent pick, of course, from Nako, but as the Death said, there's always going to be free shields available to him. Yeah. Blackbeard now gets brought in. And they're still going to have the same kind of issue, Secret. You're still dealing with a shield. This one, I think, is a little bit easier to kill compared to the Monty, no doubt about it. But again, the Blackbeard then has his own pros compared to the Monty. You obviously bring nades into the lineup as well. Gives you a lot more kill potential. We'll see how this top floor plays out. I mean, for Secret, the danger man that they've kind of had poised was, of course, Mowgli in behind the table.
Well, they're going to see if they can just try and force him out. There's all the utility in the kitchen sink. There's a couple of smokes that go their way around, and they're going to go for the plant itself. Pasha, he's down to half health, but if he can hold this towards the end, it's going to be the decider, but his health ticks away! They can't quite connect it. Nowhere it is found. He dove in to try and mop up the pieces, but unfortunately couldn't get it in the fire of his own teammate. But now, look at the utility that's been sent. Look at the cost. Look at the kit. Look at the locations. Look at what they still have to work with. There's a Chanka, 10 Shimikers, 2 smokes demo. Make that one as they throw out the next and get Dan. They tried to capitalize on chaos, but the only capital letter here seems to be all of Secrets. As they scream their hold out over the top floor. It's all well and good about knowing where they are, but what do you have to force the players out other than just trying to take engagement? Skies does get one. But the Shanka's going to force Nako back further and further, 30 seconds. And they're going to see if they can try and secure the plant, covering and baiting, getting the motion in. The Janka fire is not quite leaning up. Instead, actually, swap it over. Nako might go for the plant instead, but they've sort of played a bit of a gambit. They're baiting out the utility. There's more fire. Maybe they don't know that it's connecting. That one sure does. 10 seconds. They've got to try and send it in. They're trying to close down upon it. Look at the motion they've made. Secret step into the fire. The 2 versus 2, both of them double stacked. They pop up for them. Skies! How have they done that? I don't know. But I know they shouldn't have been able to.
Oh my god. I have so much to talk about in that round. My goodness. Everyone, take a deep breath. I think we need it. Breathing exercise is very, very important in a game like this. Right, where do we start? Well, I suppose the initial idea from VP. They knew that Mowgli's the danger man. It all started with this. The idea was to flood with smokes, flood with Ying, and they were just going to try and shotgun out Mowgli in behind the table. However, we've seen there was a moment where Rorik actually swung, and he's seen the ward, and he thought, hang on a minute, I can't go for that anymore. And it was a complete disaster. You think, okay, VP up against it now. Push hasn't worked. And you think Secret are in a really good position. You said as well, the movement, all 3 of them move together to get closer. And then they just stand up and Skies hits 3 crazy shots. That was aim practice for Skies. Just 1, 2, 3, bang, bang, bang.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Secret will be kicking themselves because VP probably should not have won that round. That's been a robbery.
VP took a risk, right? They took a risk in that strategy. They tried to change the pace of it, especially after the timeout. It's a great time to do it. We often talk about how if you want to shake things up, if you want to scare an opponent, take everything they've talked about for their expectations of the game and just change it.
Keep our barrier up.
They changed it. It should have failed. It didn't. And instead of us being on map point with 2 attempts, we are now guaranteed to see all of the regulation rounds. And to be fair, with how little give there's been between these two teams, probably overtime as well. Now, Virtus.pro, what can they make on the back ends of that? They know they shouldn't have won that as well. If but a gift from Skies.
Tracker on us. Going fragment.
I'll see if they can see just a bit more confidence on it. Back towards the same sort of site, back towards the same place. And a similar lineup from the defenders, just a sort of Valkyrie on the board instead of the Thorn. But at the same time, pretty much entirely different from the sides of VP. Still with the Glaz, still with the Ace. But otherwise, no shield, none of that play against it. Instead, smokes in a Glaz.
I think there's an element where probably Shield felt as though not getting much value, considering that Secret are always bringing in either the Tachanka or a smoke in every single round, if not both. So it is very difficult, I think, for Shields to kind of break through that. Speaking of Tachanka, Oscar leashes quite a few Molotovs in towards green, just to try and stop that approach. And they won't know that it is Nako on the Glaz, so if they see the smoke, they don't really know what's going to be in there. Noah, though, has got the goggles on looking through. Flashes won't affect him either, and see who wins this engagement. And, oh, Noah. Just seen the shoulder, but not finish it off. For VP, have been able to make their headway now in towards storage, so they have got a bit of a beachhead here, and they can start formulating their plant approach. And, oh, great pick there from Pasha. That's the power of Deimos on that soft floor.
Well, Skies is also able to find the split as well. That's 2 bodies gone. Make that 3-ish as Oscar goes down in the mix as well. They find at least one back, but round the back door leaves just Flexi alone. No C4 to play with. Sat waiting in a smoke for it to dissipate before shyly making their way up, but they're otherwise securing the plant. They have the cross. Virtus.pro now have, after all of this, the first map point. Secret could leave this last hour of play, for all their brilliance, with nothing.
That's not nice. Yeah, that's evil. You can't do that.
Listen, I'm not doing anything. I'm just
reloading.
Why could you not change the rules?
Well, I think if there was a list of casters that they would give power of changing the rules, I would probably be near the bottom, because I would just start implementing some crazy stuff.
I mean, it looks solid round from VP. I think that the main thing is that opening pick. Pasha being able to go below, find the Deimos. Don't know what Drills was doing. Drills was actually, I think, shotgunning the floor, trying to find Pasha. But because of that, he exposed themselves to the storage wall, and he got picked off. And then it's a 3v5. You don't have the smoke anymore. And then it's kind of free real estate for VP just to walk in. And that's what they did. They walked in, got the kills, got the plant. Pretty simple for VP. Probably, I would say, the easiest round that VP have had.
Well, this is sort of the worry, right? Is now that's 2 Master Officers in a row. Do they go Bunks briefing, where they made that big clutch and stole around? They probably shouldn't have. Or did they go Lab, where they didn't win it out? Oh, no. That is not how they want to start. That is not the means they want to continue with. And I think both of us felt that collective bit of pain. A trade out. Oscar's able to find one, but Rorik is there immediately. So his risk on a Tachanka gone.
Yeah.
No his army either.
Not the Ram, though. So it's, I suppose, a bit of a... I don't know, what do we think? Is losing to the Tachanka there worse or losing the Ram? I mean, you still got the Sledge, of course, but I think Ram just makes things a lot easier for that vertical play to happen. So Dan's going to have to get pretty busy with that Sledgehammer. Is it hammer time? Can I make that joke, or is that a
yeah, I think you can make that joke.
Is that a boo? I'd boo that. That was me.
Okay. You can boo it.
Yep.
I think it can be celebrated. I guess no. Okay, it's only allowed to say it if he kills someone with the sledgehammer. And he might be about to get at least an engagement here. Dan, how aware is he? I mean, it's the risk they got to take, right? See if they can try and catch the drone. More calls come out. He's missed the man who slipped their way over. See, Virtus.pro are not really trying to risk giving a body over. There's a narrow fight here happening on a narrow angle, but it's just to make sure that there's a catch, right? You can see Nako's position, push the boiler stairs, force this player out. This is the time juggle in the hope that they hit Rorik. And Rorik, they're trying to get rid of him by someone else swinging in. But, I mean, if they get Flexi without the follow-through, he suffers a bit of fire damage. Well, they're also swinging out from the side as well. Everybody's trying to get rid of this Rorik position because of how important it is. They've done enough to distract him as he slips his way back in.
Nice.
Great move by Flexi.
Very, very good from Team Secret, being able to assess the threat that, yeah, they're going to try and go for the player on Boiler Stairs, but you still lose Boiler Stairs. I think that was the main worry. VP didn't need to get that pick. They still got that man advantage, and now they have two, and yeah, the vertical play going to be an abundance from Dan, and V drills all by himself. No hope. And somehow, Team Secret have walked away with no points as VP get pushed all the way, 7-5, but they're still undefeated. They still haven't dropped any points.
I feel so bad for Secret. So bad. You look towards round 10, obviously, when they had the sort of, you know, 3 versus 2 position, 4 versus 2 position that didn't go their way. Skies clutched it out, and I think all of us need a break of cold air after that before we're back with the desk.
Like this, only because they're 2 life rounds. With Flexi one tapping to the floor, they need to...
Oh, there's cake?
Yeah, it's in the kitchen. It's yours birthday, so we have cake.
Oh my god, I love cake. I need to get some. Oh man, I love when the studio get us cake. I can't wait for this. Leo, I heard there's some cake.
There was cake.
Well, maybe a little scare for Virtus.pro, but they get the win, 3 points, and are the first team to secure a playoff berth. It's official now, they cannot miss the top 6. We've got Rorik, the king of the rookies, standing by after this victory. Rorik, congratulations on the win. It's good to see you again. Tell me a little bit about this game. I mean, did Secret put up more of a fight than you guys were expecting?
I think first few rounds Secret played really good. Honestly, I think the reason because they play like this is just because they have EWC spot, so they don't have any fear and they don't have nothing to lose, right? So yeah, they played good. We played not that confident at the start, and it just could cost us game.
Rorik, I've got a round to show you because round 10, it looked like Secret were going to be the first team to take points off you guys. And in the end, you managed to find a way. But what was going on here? Because the problem solving didn't look amazing. They dealt with the plant. But in the end, one guy steps up. Skies is crazy with it, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, incredible. Our magician, guys. Skies is our magician.
What were the team comps
really
like?
crazy round, but I can explain what was the idea. You hear it, no? You hear the team comps. It was like 2 versus 3, 15 seconds left, and CJ just did what he always does. One top people, destroy everyone without any chance. And he did it and won us a round. But honestly, I think we just played a bad round. It was just a bad idea from the start to do it because they played Warden 3 times. But how much they played top floor? 4 times or 3, and they played 4 times Warden, so it just was a bad idea to do this. It was kind of rush.
Yeah, and Rorik, speaking about the early part of this match, you mentioned it, right? You said it was mostly the lack of confidence on your side. Do you think it was also the struggle on your side dealing with the shields and the pressure that Flexi was putting on the shields on your side? Because it felt like he was really abusing it initially, and that's what got them the first few rounds in attack.
I mean, Monty guys really strong on layer, and that's why I think the most banned operator on this map is Monty, because he gives you space. You can just take space on this map. You can walk upstairs, like for example lobby stairs. You can go up kind of free, and no one can stop you. Like only just time stopping you. That's why we banned it in 3rd round. I mean, after 3. You understood what I say.
Yeah. That's why. That's why I was surprised that you didn't ban it initially. Was it because you guys didn't expect them to play it so well, or why didn't you ban it straight away?
I mean, we watched Rebels game. Or it was not Rebels. So they played on layer against someone.
Heretics,
I think it was Heretics, yes. Heretics, and they destroyed them 7-2, and they didn't ban shield. I think maybe because Oscar not playing shields and playing Flexi shields, they started playing better. Because Oscar was doing awful job on shields, not gonna lie.
Well, Rorik, thank you so much. Good seeing you. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you down the road, all right?
Thank you very much, guys, team.
All right, well, what a win from VP. Not what it looked like it was going to be all of a sudden. As VP were struggling, Secret were competing, but then, in the very end, it was VP to take the lead and take the win. Momentum was shifting there back and forth, Leo, but a strong clutch, as we pointed out from Skies, that shifted the momentum and allowed VP to take it.
Yeah, initially, when Secret switches to the defense, we see something interesting. We see this clutch from Flexi, completely crazy. What should have been an ace that in the end ends up in a 4K and a clutch. And at that point, we think that's it, the mental game is gone. And no, after this, VP, they get their own clutch, and then they just fully transform into the VP that we know, step by step, the right map control, Pasha, who's expressing more emotions than I've ever seen in my life. And actually, the team that we waited and expected to see, I'm a bit sad for Team Secret. What was the main question that we asked just before the match? It was Secret, they're on a bounce back story. They're in a comeback story. They're finally figuring things out. And then the first game they get after their first win is Virtus.pro. Do we see some glimpses of hope? Today I saw more than that. I saw a team that could have won the game if it wasn't for that clutch, that maybe we could have went to overtime at least.
Yep.
And that is, to me, already success, although it's 0 points.
They'd have been the first team to take points off Virtus.pro, which would have been unfathomable, literally unfathomable. And I think for Secret, they're going to look back at this and think, this could be in the stage of what could have been, right? They've played so well this week. You know, they won yesterday. They could have got a point / even won today. Lost the mental a little bit, I think, after that clutch ultimately for VP to get it over the line. But yeah, they're looking a lot better, but is it a little bit too much too late, you know?
And that's the question, and it feels like it, especially right bottom of the table, top of the table, just so much room between the teams. A match that could have narrowed the gap. Did not. But we move on now to our next match of the day, the one that we build as the cinema. The story carrying over from Salt Lake City, G2 and Twisted Minds. The standoff that we saw in Salt Lake City, Leo, was a back and forth because this one went all the way to Cafe, trading rounds, a war between these teams that Twisted Minds ended up winning.
Yeah, this was the third game of Swiss stage, a very important one. And if you actually pay attention to how the last map ended for G2 and Twisted Minds, it was on Cafe. And if you take a look at that round, it's all the way for G2 at round 10 here. They're aggressive, they're fast-paced, they're in defense. There's no chance for Twisted Minds. It's almost a flawless round, and they're on match point. And everybody thinks, okay, G2 are going to go flawless in Switch stage. They're going to make it to main stage. However, Twisted Minds, they come back. They have the right mental. They have the ability to climb it back all the way to that 15 rounds and steal the victory away from G2 in what seemed like a barn burner of a game. You can see the emotion on their side. And here, Twisted Minds, they achieved something unfathomable. It was the first time that a meta team like this would go in a major, in Swiss stage, be undefeated, enjoy phase. They were the only two teams that were undefeated in this stage. And to do so against G2, that was absolutely massive. And we're getting the first rematch since that moment. That's a huge one.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. I think, you know, both of these teams, they're big, aggressive teams. They'll get into it. It's gunfight heavy. It is literally just cinema. The rounds, every single round inside this game could be absolutely crazy.
Well, the fun part about this one here is that G2 have only played 2 maps all stage long, and that is not going to change today. It's been Fortress and Consulate, and Fortress is where they will go against Twisted Minds. This team has a lot of experience here. Jack, they've had a lot of success here, and I know you've got to dig in on the telestrator, something a little special for us.
Yeah, well, we saw Fortress came up in the veto, and I thought, hey, we've seen a Fortress clip. Now, why are G2 so good at Fortress? And I think the reality is they know that both of the top floor primary sites, the attack win or lose this site on their ability to take control of Horse and Bathroom. Because if you can take control of that, you can win the round because you have so much map control. Here's what G2 are doing about that. They've got Doki in an extension to play onto the rotate with Benja in a crossfire. He then also has a crossfire naturally with Shaiko onto the horse store with Alamau holding the far side of the site. As it is, they spot the Blackbeard, and what does Doki do? He makes a beeline for the bathroom. He wants to get out. But this is what makes G2 so good at Fortress. He doesn't get out and go back to site. No, he actually gets out, pushes his way back onto basically the same line of sight, and creates a separate crossfire with Benja onto the doorway. As soon as he gets seen, it's perfect. Because what Benja can do, he can peek the Blackbeard. When he peeks the Blackbeard, that provides the room for Doki to push up. And this isn't G2. They will hold their ground, they will fight, and that's exactly what Benja does on the Aruni DMR as well. So you've got really, really nice crossplay, and then you've got that individual talent on show that we know G2 have.
And honestly, it's one of the showcase of why G2 is so strong on Fortress. It's a 7-0 yesterday, but honestly before that, they showed it a lot, and it's always a win on their side. For Twisted Minds, they're also really happy to play the map. They were one of the early adopters already, so it is a map that is a fan favorite for the two of them. It is a map where I didn't expect to go to a banger of a game on a rematch on a map that was not comfortable for both of them, so it gets me really excited about it.
Well, here's the thing. There were high stakes last time these two teams played. The stakes here for Twisted Minds, they're high as well. They've been knocked out of the top 6 by Rebels for the moment, looking for some points against G2 to get themselves back to playoff position.
So, we filter our way back in for another Fortress. No, do not adjust your sets. This isn't a repeat of the fact that both G2 and Twisted Minds have played this map twice, each over the split so far. And mixed results between the pair of them. G2, obviously, they've been able to take both, though It's been a little bit of a back and forth. In fact, no, 5 times, sorry. She can count in this heat. But Twisted Minds, they've got 2 of their own under their belt, a win against Shifters and a loss against VP, who will be the outstanding one today, Demo.
Oh, the map worries me.
Yeah.
I don't know about taking G2 here. I think G2 had a really good track record on Fortress. Obviously, look at what they did yesterday. And I don't know, I just think the matchup is also really good, actually, I think, for both teams. I think both teams are just going to be really aggressive. You're going to see the heavy hitters go against each other. I also want to mention as well how impressive Alamau has been. I think we have to give him his flowers because usually he is kind of the brunt of the jokes, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, okay.
For a lot that happens in G2.
You're a G2 fan, right? I know that's a known thing. He does invite the jokes. It's not...
I think Doki spreads a lot of propaganda.
You think people are buying into the Doki propaganda?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that's Doki trying to just, you know, have a good time with his friend or hide his own? If that's too deep. All right, you were saying.
I was saying just how well Carlos played, yeah, and I think you have to give credit to him. He currently is sitting 4th in the leaderboards. His other friend, Benja, 1st currently. So Benja is the best player in the league.
His other friend.
Yes. Well, they're all friends. It's the power of friendship, isn't it? That's how they're winning
games. Power of
games.
friendship. They've often sort of said this about G2.
5 seconds to go.
That they're a power of friendship team. Anyway, here we are, back onto Fortress, back onto the map that's obviously had a decent innings pretty continually. And back where, well, but the other day it went in a very strong way, right? Obviously we had G2 7-0, the only 7-0 of EML this split so far. What lessons have been learned throughout that showdown? Obviously it was against Rebels, who bounced back very well today, spoiler alert for an earlier game. But it was a flawless defensive win out for G2. They got the entire half, and then got 1 attack, and here they are back on their defense. Lessons to be learnt or lessons to be proven? Twisted Minds. They're more than happy to sort of show a depth and a breadth of their skill on attack. One of the big highlights that we sort of talked about when they joined the league for kickoff. Let's see if they can start as they mean to continue here.
Minute gone. Nobody's dead, which I'm very surprised at. I thought this would have been the most explosive game of the evening, but Twisted happy enough to take it slow for the start of this anyway. And key position we're looking at is Horse, Shaiko. Locking it down, the Azami. Nice little drone as well that was able to spot him out, but has since then been dealt with. Now, you see Stomp and he can hear that shield, so G2 should be aware that Trix is going to try and do something a little bit fast and aggressive with that shield, but at the moment still not a lot happening here for Twisted Minds. Only 1 player is currently in the building, and that is Galad over towards Games. Everyone else still just lingering outside of Horse.
They're going to see if they can try and get their way around Horse. Obviously watching it with the mirror windows, it gives them a bit of a stretch, it gives them a bit of an extension. They can sort of play with the keepers as well and just keep that wide and aggressive. You can see, as you said, that slip around Jalad from Games on towards the corridor, get the pinch on 90 down towards the Horse position. But otherwise, they're sort of just trying to surround bit by bit. P9 gets bit. He's going to try and throw the flashes. You can see the motion all the way up towards the door of the site itself. The Azami looking the wrong way. Shaiko caught out by the shield on the door itself, and that mirror will get popped open. It buys them all this pressure. Suddenly, G2, what do? You sort of fold and fall back as P9 gets a second, but Doki popped up and holding on is able to get 2 more. It's suddenly all balanced back. You cited his heroics before in Alamau. Puts the balance back in, just down to mad skills left in the 3 versus 1. The close right fight does all the damage in the world, but the last bit now caught on the rotate. Alamau. Somehow they salvaged that round, Demo.
Yeah, I think the intention there from Twisted Minds was a pretty minimalistic take. They obviously wanted the target Horse pretty heavy. And I mean, for G2, they had like layers upon layers. They had the Azami, who was setting up the Kiba barriers. Then you also had the mirror window, which Shaiko could fall back into. And then Twisted Minds, they add in that blitz, hopping in through the long window. You had the player pushing up in towards Eagle Stairs. It allowed that blitz to kind of gain that traction, go uncontested. Shaik was just none the wiser here, so nobody's told him that blitz has jumped in on him. But this here from Doki was really nice. And obviously Alamar, what I did say, you know, he's had a great old stage, and yeah, he's doing it again.
That is now, technically, over the course of, this is 4 plays of this, 12 defenses in a row for G2. Obviously, they had the flawless run yesterday when they were up against Heretics not too long ago. It was 4 defenses in the latter half in a row to get that, and then the final one in the OT. So, you know, it's really their cemented side. If we talk about the sort of preference of side and the preference of power, the longer and wider that statistic gets, really shows that they've sort of found their meter on this map. A map that often does rear its head in best of 3s as well. We sort of see it finding its way in towards contention. Twisted Minds, they're able to get that opening kill. They're able to then drive the sort of stake in, but as you said, it took a bit of heroics to stop it becoming worse and worse. Now, as there's a little bit of a crossfight and a fallback, the sort of doubling down on the tracking. You've got obviously the snake to roll in. Lad with the cross on the courtyard. But otherwise, G2, they're not immediately going into the fire and flame.
Yeah, again, pretty slow from Twisted here. Nobody really looking to make a big splash in the opening minute.
Reloading ammo.
Just trying to get the basics done right. I've got the only form of hard breach on their lineup, that being the Maverick, but as we know, it's not always the safest of operators to go for. But still, something that Shaiko needs to be aware of, is he's going to be main man targeted if Maverick does make his way towards that DMZ zone off the map and towards the exterior wall.
No enemies detected.
Still all quiet, nobody dead again. It wasn't until 52 seconds where we seen the opening pick actually apply in the first round. They're still steady as she goes.
Catch, just not quite ready and able for it. Instead, the slip around and the pressure on towards. Let's see if they can try and pull on the back of that kill on towards Benja. They've got one, but they got the entrance last time here, prepped up towards the long meeting desk. It's smoked off from the other side. Fine, you can know how many people are inside, but the worry is that Doki position, right? The Bandit can just keep that wall problematic, make sure that they can't quite get in as cleanly, and well, in cleanly here is Alamar. Might be about to make some friends either side. They're trying to roll the pressure, and we heard the rip of a C4.
Oh
but
dear.
if Shaiko gets tricked on the far side, well, now they're just stuck here on this side of the wall.
Yeah, this is a calamity right now for Twisted Minds. They are going to be forced into just walking through door frames, and that is not ideal. Alamar is close with a shotgun, does take a DMR bullet, but still alive, and there just isn't a lot of time here, and Twisted just have to try and flood in through the breach, I feel.
At this point, there's Shalad, at least getting the bounce back, and Hasham finds one. It leaves just Doki alone. He activates for a solo. Whoa, he somehow gets the second as well. Just down to P9 and mad skills on the coach replacement role, but they are able to find the end of the kill. And that is a round battled back towards them. Wow, and that is us all tied up somehow, with everything slipping away. Too much focus elsewhere.
Yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher there from G2. I mean, Twisted Minds didn't really formulate a great attack. Everything they did was very, very rushed within the last 30 seconds. Obviously, they have the opening pick, but it was very swiftly traded back, though. And then this right here, I don't know, is it a case where you had too many people in meeting and you just kind of got tunnel visioned in? I don't know. But you can see that how quickly Twisted Minds kind of realized, oh dear, we're in a bit of a situation. We can't get the walls open. We're all just going to flood in through meeting. We have to kind of, you know, split up and look for clues almost. Dropped in towards Old Tower, push the exterior breach, win their engagements. But again, it's very risky though. All it really takes is like a missed drones, you know, somebody sat around in the corner you're not expecting, but Hey, they've kind of toiled with the idea of just playing fast in the final 30 seconds, and it's worked for them.
Is to defuse a bomb.
There is obviously, I made a brief sort of mention to it there before, but Mad Skills being on the roster, not Dov this time. Dov's been in and out. I think missed the game against Virtus.pro as well. So they're really trying different things with the roster, right? Seeing if they can try and find a spark elsewhere. Maybe they thought Mad Skills would be the one to deliver the Mad Skills needed to take on the side of G2. I'm not too sure. Hopefully our analysts can potentially find out why there was the swap round.
Good for strength and cardio.
For now, good for strength and cardio. Rappelling up the side of a building. Don't do that in your local gym. So I don't think it's well looked on.
Tricks on the blitz. Gonna try and hide it, so is it gonna get spotted out by the Solus on the scanner again? You have the shield in your back. Solus will not be able to see Flash at the front. If you do have it out, then Solus, yeah, can see you just like any other gadget. So one thing to keep in mind, and here we go, Tricks straight in through Courtyard. Will actually use the Kiba to his advantage. You got stunned there by the Elamine, but because he did have a bit of cover, he's never going to be in a position to die. He has been stalled out, though, as the smokes, in response to that quick push, have been sent out by Alamau. Minute 30. There's a little bit of map control coming in now from Twisted Minds, but they need some kills to back it up.
That's it, right? They're able to get themselves in, but G2 have otherwise been playing a little bit of keep away with their bodies. They've got long utility usage inside the site itself. Obviously, they played the mirror. They've got all the keepers to keep deploying, keep stepping themselves back in, and there it is. Benja swings around for one, almost doubles down onto the second, but do they try and move in on the back of that? They've got to keep sending. They've also got no more smoke canisters in pocket, a couple of flashes and a grenade, but they don't have the confidence as Doki gets the drop from the second story. And Bench is just found against the smoke, moved into it, but not enough to stop Hasham getting the body. 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 2, Shalad! In the midst of that, gets a double through the core of the site. And now you've got Doki trying to find his way back in and stop him. Trying to find his way to a kill, but he can't. Bit windy.
Oh, not often you see that from Stompin. That Scorpion. Not great for him. And yeah, that should have been a kill that Stompin had, and it should have been squared up into a 2v2, but not the case. G2 not looking totally comfortable in these past 2 rounds. Kind of felt as though they had the right idea. It started off well for them. And then there's a kind of lull moment where not a lot's happening. You think, okay, Twisted Minds are really pushed for time. They don't really have anything going for them. And then G2 just sacrificed 2 people out of nowhere. Very strange. And well, Twisted Minds, they're not going to be complaining if G2 want to keep giving up picks. Well, G2 looking a little bit puzzled.
It's great sort of work there done, and you know, you do kind of wonder about the 2 kills that suddenly came back in towards the favor of Twisted Minds, right? Through the core of the site. How much of it is this sort of read? How much of it is the prep work against the defenses that they've had so much data on, and how much of it is just, oh no, this is a mistake and they've capitalized upon it? We know that is a great skill of Twisted Minds. To see an opportunity live in the game and cool their way through it, it's always been a big boon for them, and there, it's been the twist of the round. Snake gone,
5 seconds left.
Army gone, makes sense. How prevalent both are and were. Just sort of limits exactly that game that I was talking about. But then you look at the 3 bans there coming for the side of Twisted Minds. No Thorn, no Goyo, no Azami. None of those sort of control of active open spaces. Right, a lot of the limitations on active defenses responding towards what is going to hit you. It means that, you know, they've got to be in some ways a bit more static. You've obviously got the Fenrir to control some of those open avenues and smoke, but otherwise, it turns into a little bit of a gun game more than anything.
Head back over to the site that G2 did look pretty good on. It's only round that we have won. Wonder what Twisted Minds are going to be doing differently, though, this time around. And no shield, so be focusing more on the utility dump. You can see the Grim is in and ready to be utilized. First time they've brought it inside this half. Ashom, just the Bravo camera, getting a bit of information of where some of these G2 players are, but very similar to how the rest of the rounds have went. A very slow opening. I mean, this is just not what I was expecting between both of these teams. I mean, Twisted Minds have really come in here with a very regimental approach, where they're not trying to put any foot out of place.
It's worked very well for them in those sort of avenues. As I said, it's, you know, the way they've dictated the control of the bands of what can be brought for the malleability of a defense means that they can be a bit more regimented, right? They can be a bit more structured because it means it's harder for G2 to adapt and change here. Being that mine, they'll clear their way around on towards the top of the main stairs. They're looking for anybody on the fast dive. The C4 doesn't quite catch anybody, but the second sure does. But at the same time, Shaiko gets caught out. Hashom pushes down on towards Horse. Gets one, so it stays even. But look at that, the loose player at the bottom of the tower as Benja gets one more. How confident are they to sit and watch the long corridor? They're almost caught out, but it's Alamau that locks it and wins it down. He was the savior of this round last time. And here he probably won't have to be. The 4 versus 2. They've aggressively retaken Horse. Or at least trying to. Stompin gets himself a second and Doki gets the end.
Yeah, pretty much the same take, isn't it? All of it stemming from that Eagle Stairs trying to target Horse in through the long window. Didn't have the shield this time. So really the impact that you kind of have pushing down long, pushing in towards Horse, it's not really felt. And yeah, same issues. I mean, mostly they can't really shift Alamau from that position. Nobody thought, okay, if we know that Alamau, the smoke, is just constantly playing inside a construction tower, maybe we should go and try and deal with that, but you just never did. I mean, Alamau's just able to hold down that staircase, hold the cross, it doesn't let them get in towards Coffin. Yeah, it's good from G2 again, but I just think Twisted Minds, you've just tried to do the same thing again, and shocker, the same result has happened.
At this, all tied up, but at this, it's only on one site, right? G2, they need to see if they can try and make some magic happen elsewhere. Because currently, it's a Dorms and Games that was really well put together, but think about how long the fight was over that sort of meeting table and how long it took them to just realize and slip their way around elsewhere. Are G2 going to try and be a bit more attentive, or are Twisted Minds going to sort of play the same game? Maybe draw the focus elsewhere, not exactly play towards the vending side and get what they need to, but then focus elsewhere.
It's nice to see a little bit more hard breach also coming into play here for Twisted Minds. It was something that they were certainly lacking. They only had a Maverick who didn't really get an opportunity to open up any walls, but now you've got an ace. You've also got the backup from Sophia with the openers too. Just curious to see again how they're going to kind of formulate these attacks using the Blitz. We've seen the Blitz now 3 times, and wouldn't really say it's had too much of an impact, maybe bar the first round where Trix was able to jump in through the window and find Shaiko, but other than that, it's not the kind of same powerhouse and operate where you're pushing for a lot of utility, you're clearing out difficult positions that you can't really challenge unless you have the shield. So I would like to see Trix really come into the way of things on this operator. That skills is being held by EMR from Benja. Just rotate it back, and one thing as well from G2, very good at just kind of always being together. They're always in a position where if somebody does die, a teammate will be there to have a trade.
There's the push, the pressure on towards that double wall, and they're inside the site itself, looking for the fight on towards the Janka, but Stompin gets the kill over the shoulder, and then the follow through. Alamau gets one. Stompin might have been a bit windy the other day, but everything has been laser locked for him since. 3 on this round, finally put down, but mad skills. Nowhere else to turn, and that is 2 rounds in a row for G2.
Well, I said I wanted to see the Blitz have a little bit more to say in the round, and well, certainly a good way to do it. Go for the quick rush. You know that there's a hefty amount of G2 players over towards bedroom and bathroom, would probably be pretty light on sight. And to be honest, they were. I mean, Stompin just had to hold it himself, and he just didn't let go of M1. That LMG was just set up, mowing them down. But yeah, I mean, it's right here. You needed to eliminate him, but I mean, even the ADS was very risky and does get punished, and Stompin just doesn't miss a beat at all.
Come on, bro.
Go, boy.
But yeah, it was all on Stompin. I mean, if he dies, the bomb site is just totally open there for Twisted Minds.
He had to do everything, right? Obviously, we didn't see how he got the man on the shoulder, but there's obviously somebody behind on the door itself. The shield got that first. It's a narrow dance for a shield operator to make sure that you can buy the opportunity for your person and also be enough of a problem to give the benefit to the person against the defender you're holding against. But 3-2 G2, 2 rounds in a row.
For the worst, hope for the best. Don't want to talk about it.
And I don't want to talk about it, but I kind of want to. We go back down to waiting room and cafe, and remember how this one sort of flip-flopped between control, right? You had that early bit of pressure. There was a good bit of motion from G2 to steal it back. They had the verticality, and then suddenly, inside the core of the site, people just died.
It's very important that Twisted Minds are able to walk away with at least an even half, because you don't want to give G2 that bit of breathing room where they know they have that 2-round buffer zone. Very important here for Twisted Minds to themselves this round under their belt. See how they want to try and approach things. They've got that Blitz again, who may be looking to try and go fast. And there is a lot of things that are a bit of a nightmare for the Blitz to deal with. We've got the Ela Legion as well, pretty annoying, and even to an extent, the Fnats being able to use that trap and block the vision of the Blitz is also an important thing to add, so plenty of traps that G2 can utilize. So for Twisted Minds, it's all about picking off those little bits of util, trying to clear a path for that shield. P9 has been able to enter in towards the showers downstairs and can also make an opening. It connects. Hammam, so I'm gonna just take our time now again for Twisted Minds. We can see exactly what they want. We know where their kind of entrance way in. It's going to be this horizontal take. There we go. The Ace is going to use the final Selmet, so it will give a way into the Blitz, but instead, Drix is going to jump in through the window. It's hit by the Elamine, but it's going to be covered off. Safe position, minute 10, still no pick though, and this is where the traps are a bit tricky now, with the way Twisted Minds are looking to collapse. G2 happy enough to fall back to the safety of the bomb site, but Jalad just knocks on the door and says hello to Stompin.
Spraying through, hitting the solid of the steel, but nothing's quite going to bend that easily. 50 seconds, though, and it could be the delayed response, the pop for the pressure. Benja, he's about to find a fight on his left as Dokisoff is inside, and that sort of like a warning, like, don't go through. The pre-fire does almost catch him. Great read on intel and sound, but otherwise 30 seconds, and now, with Trix gone, the Blitz gone, they've got to focus on the site itself, as I said. The balance of control flip-flopped, and Alabao flops his way out, and 2 more smoke canisters for the final 20 seconds. He's more than able to hold on to this door. You've got the Legion as well to try and catch the remaining 2 players. Jalad and Mad Skills, the coach doing his best to fill in, does find his second kill of the game on towards Doki, but otherwise just driving in towards a bit of a wall. At one point, a 2-1 to Twisted Minds' favor.
Wow.
At the half, yeah, we have G2 sort of stepping themselves back up and reasserting their skill on towards this map, on towards this site, and on towards the defensive half to get themselves that 4-2. So, let's go to our studio.
4-2 G2 right now, really holding their own. It's no surprise, right? Fortress, after all, is a map that they are clearly dominant on, and against Twisted Minds with a coach in this TDM game, they are winning it at the moment.
Yeah, they are just about. I will say, I think the rounds that they got wrong, the 2 rounds they lost, they really got their aggression wrong between each other. Did they fight? Did they fall back? They didn't get it too well in those 2 rounds, but the rounds that they did get it right, it looks really well. If we take a look at round 5, for example, now, Stompin's really not had a good stage for G2 this stage so far. We know of his quality, but look at this. Manages to get a big double kill, but it's not just that. As he's getting pushed, as the excuse coming in the mid-round, it was an adaptation by Twisted Minds to hit site in the mid-round. everybody from G2 was ready for it.
Alemo
They played off the
especially.
back of it. Alamar was ready for it. He's been having a truly amazing stage as well. And that's an example of when they get it right, it just looks so clean.
It's like deciding what to fight for, exactly what you mentioned. And the one round where they try to defend this area with a meeting room, where you can see that Doki and LMAO, they're trying to maybe play aggressive towards that one player on the meeting door. Effectively, the player is just a bait. All three of his teammates have went and backstabbed the site, and it's too late. The G2 players were unaware. That's one example of them like trying to find that win condition, not committing to it. I think throughout the rest of the round, it was clear. Okay, we fight here, we stop the room here, we're gonna fight here or go back together. And that one round, it was Stompin saying, I'm gonna get pushed now, I'm getting pushed now, come help me. Alemo gets close to him. Of course, it's on the back of Stompin getting crazy. But Alemo is there to get a double kill on the side. And that's what we need to see from G2 is, yes, individual prize, but as a team, committing to right play together.
And that's the sign of the top teams. One player's getting pushed, 2, 3, instantaneous reaction without hesitation. Drop what they're doing, just go and help him because he's calling, hey, this is going to be the round win condition. This is going to be the big thing. Their urgency has been good in their comps. Everything's been great so far. They'll be happy with that. I will say for Twisted Minds, they are playing with a coach.
Right,
and I don't
worth
see,
mentioning that.
I don't see the drop in level from Twisted Minds whatsoever.
I don't, but this happened a week ago where Key filled in. Now we're a week on where Mad Skills is filling in. Obviously, Dov unavailable for whatever reason. The level hasn't dropped off, but it will affect them all the same.
Right, you don't have that time to develop and work as a team growing forward. As we said, Twisted Minds right now are on the bubble in terms of playoffs. They are tied with 6 points with Geekay, who are in that 6th spot right now. They cannot just phone it in right now. They need to stay on the gas.
Yeah, I don't think there's the overconfidence of thinking we were the best teams of EML at the Salt Lake City Majors, so we deserve to be in playoff, and you know what, we'll find a way, the stage is long. I don't think that's the case. I think that we're at a step where everyone is competitive in this league, and of course, losing your primary lineup when you're going to play G2 is never a good thing. But realistically, there is only 3 play days left after this one. Yes, 9 points, but they are critical, and they absolutely need to get back at it because when they were a full team yesterday, they still lost. So realistically, they need to get together and start playing as a team.
Just very quickly, big fan of these bans from Twisted Minds. The Solid Snake and the Monty. I think we've seen how good Alamo has been playing this stage, even on the Monty as well. Monty's so good on this map for clearing your way through the horse, through the bathroom area.
Solid Snake.
Yeah, and Solid Snake. Benja's been playing it so much, he will jump onto the Twitch instead. But it's so good for the information with how dense some of the rooms are inside of this map.
All right, 4-2 on Fortress right now. Fluke and Demo, back to you.
Thank you very much, Josie Wills and Da Boys. What's their name? You know how duos have like names? Do they have one?
Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Fresh and Friend.
Fresh and Work Collie.
Or enemies to lovers? No, I'm not going to make fan fiction jokes about my friends. Leo and the Brit. I was just trying to think of one that works for Leo's favor as well, but I don't want him to feel left out. They can workshop it. It's not my job. My job is to talk about the fact that G2 have got themselves that 4-2 half, and complementary of the bans are, I guess we'll see if it's something that can sort of net its way through here. On towards this site as their opener, the Dorms Games. The flip of a second story, you're going to pick one of them. They're going to see if they can try and drive the heart of this one first. They're obviously not going to lean in with the shield, as we've seen been used against them for most of the first half itself. Instead, it seems like Alamau and Stompin want to try and just slowly drop their way on the other side of the tower and pinch out those players inside.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious what G2 are going to go for based on what they're kind of gearing up. Got the exterior wall open. Also got that Ying that Alamau can use to get himself in towards Old Tower. Shaco, though, has been eliminated first by Jalad. No movement, though, here from Alamau. Oh, nice little pick, though. Doku with that long angle opens up the breach perfectly onto the other rotate that leads out beside the staircase in through games. Chanka, though, causing quite a few issues here for Alamau as that Candela is once again going to be wasted with nobody pushing off the back of it. Gonna throw both of them, and now he has to make a move, and he will go for it. Gets stuck in the barbed wire, but doesn't phase him at all. Able to push up. Oh, Alamau! Oh, almost found a second off to Jalad, but that DMR will win out against the machine pistol.
Keeps things level. 3 apiece there. He's able to take one of his ones, and that's obviously the loss of that Chanka, the loss of that gadget as things go deeper, but with a minute on. 2 smokes and 1 flash left in pocket. see if they can try and make something happen. The worry is that kit still in a bit of a sticky situation. Slips their way past the camera that's otherwise reading every single bit of motion. They want to go for it, but as soon as they do, it's probably going to get called out. They're expecting a pre-firing towards it, though. Stomping. Big work done, and still a bulletproof that's just sort of reading the post-mortem, and Stomping now in the position to go for the plant. They'll know where the cover is, they'll know where the plant is going down, but getting rid of it is that sticky problem. 3 versus 2, post-plant. And now that sort of no man's land, well, proving its name. There's 3 for Gelad, but he needs the ace. Yep, pull this round back into the favor of Twisted Minds. Keep the gap of rounds within just 1. There's 4 though. And with a decent chunk of time to watch. Now this is an awkward retake here from Benja. He's got a bit of a distance and drive to get to the player. He wants to bait it. He's gonna swing and pre-fire. Gelad is off, and he can't quite make the connection.
Oh, there was a moment there where I think Benja was hoping that Gelad would come off. Obviously, bait the plant can go back. But then there was a split second, I thought it as well, where Gelad could have maybe stuck that. And Benja thought the same, and there was almost a bit of a disaster as Benja vaults through. Then Gelad comes off at the perfect time. But that F2 shoots a lot quicker than that DMR. And Benja just about saves that round from G2, who... really solid round from G2. You can see the idea. They've used the Ying well. They've got that foothold. Getting into all towers, we know, was very, very difficult against the Tachanka. And then Stompin made the great decision. Okay, I know where player A is. I know where player B is. I could just walk in now and go for that plant. And as we know, once that plant goes down, very difficult then for a retake. Twisted Minds actually did a pretty good job at it. Just unfortunate to win, or to lose out that last 1v1. Had the bait you see, and then came off, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I was worried.
Good job, bro. Good job, Zach. Good kills, bro.
Nice, bro.
Nice, bro. Good job, bro. All right. At this point, 4 of those rounds now in a row for the side of G2. Twisted Minds 2 is further and further away in towards the distance. Got themselves here a great potential start. They can just cycle on towards that site. You've still got potentially the tertiary to end up at as well anyway. So then being able to do an early strike. Oh, it's a big risk from P9 that is almost entirely punished. It would have been a great operator to remove as well. Get rid of the hard breach. You could see why he took the chance, but unfortunately, House often wins. Now they'll peel their way back and just sort of reconvene, but it puts a bit of fear in towards G2's approach.
Shock drone.
If Twisted Minds can get themselves back on track, because G2 have been able to ramp up quite a few rounds. Whenever G2 they get going, it's very difficult to stop them. And we are dealing with the other bomb site now, towards that top floor. Doki on that Thermite. Will slip his way in, almost playing as an entry here as he's looking for these early engagements. There are players, of course, inside of meeting. Nobody though inside a game, so this little inch that they're trying to do isn't gonna really pay off. And Gelad almost catches one, almost gets taken out himself, and oh no, Alamau thinking, oh, I'll just jump in, but no, Gelad punishes that play from Alamau. And the first pick is not gonna go in G2's favor.
Listen, dedication towards the cause, right? It sort of slips your way in. They can finally get rid of it. That explosion doesn't quite net anybody as well as the breach comes across. But they don't have that man advantage. That's the sort of cost. Mad Skills has propped up aggressively and gets the reward for it. Buys himself a second and oh no! Make that a third. And not too far away, but now that just leaves the 2 versus 3. Stompin puts the pressure back in. Stompin in a similar situation as the round before. It would need to be an ace to clutch it out, and well, he was the man who stopped that come together. But 30 seconds, the pressure of the plant is on him. You can see the sort of spread of Trixton Hasham. He's Got one of them watching from behind and one of them dead ahead with 20 seconds. They've still got eyes on towards the kit. They're trying to bait out the fight on contact, but otherwise, Hasham has the preparedness and Twisted Minds have the round.
Yeah, difficult one there for Stompin. Just didn't have the information to back up a round win out of that 1v2. Just there's a little bit elements there, I think, where Twisted Minds are getting into their style of game. I mean, you kind of look at Mad Skills, just sat in the middle of meeting and just Doki swings, not expecting that. I can imagine what Doki would have said, thinking, what a bot, what's he doing? That's the words of Doki, I'm sure. Because, I mean, like, Mad Skills just sat in meeting. And the thing is, that's the kind of playstyle that will win some rounds. It'll be the one-off, that'll probably not work again. But it's good for one. Just sat there inside a meeting, no problems at all. And yeah, Twisted Minds, that's more like it. Being able to fight back against G2, win those engagements. Obviously, don't forget Mad Skills, kind of emergency stand-in here for his side. He's doing not too bad. I mean, we've seen worse performances out of some kind of stands in, so he's doing all right, 4 and 6.
I mean, it's always this sort of thing, right? We don't know the reason for it. I think we've reached out and one wasn't provided. I'm sure if we get on towards an interview, it'll be one of the first questions. But Twisted Minds trying different things with the roster, bring in people that are unmarked, you know, the sort of coach, the sort of position, how those decisions are made. It sort of says a couple of things. One, about the length and breadth of the region. It's obviously in terms of MENA teams and MENA Siege, you sort of have a best of the best roster, right? For the side of Twisted Minds. They'll always try and shape things up, and, you know, it's not that they're averse to playing inside the games itself. Had a bit of a slower time on the attack, obviously, but since if you're taking those moments, sometimes the surprise places, or as Doki would describe them, slightly less favorable, are the ones that get you into those surprise wins here. Hoping the surprise comes from Vending Window, and it finally does. As Stompin gets one for all the utility dedicated. There goes the mirror. There goes Trix. There goes a C4 that won't ever pop off. That was a lot of utility dumped there. They still have 2 smoke canisters, obviously. They still have Capital. They no longer have Doki. And that's going to mean that that mirror window is a bit trickier to get rid of.
I think they need to go anywhere near the mirror windows, to be fair. I think they can just try and work kind of traditional plant again as what they did last time. I think the important thing to note is that Shaiko was actually alive with utility, where they didn't have it the last time they were here. Benja does go down, and Hasham, yeah, I was thinking you can easily jump over and take down Shaiko, and once more, just mention Shaiko this time, stay alive, you can use the utility. Nope. I think I've cursed them. And now it's down to the 2 top performers for G2 in this game, Stompin and Alamau. They really are up against it, though. Not a massive amount of information to play off. Just going to have to be down to the util, and they've still got smokes. Alamau's still got the Candelas. But for Twisted Minds, as long as they can just sit in their hands, don't move, and play the trade game, they should be fine.
Aerial from the top rope moment, and now towards the bottom as we taper towards the end of the round. It's the 4 versus 2, as you said. They just need to sort of lock it down. It should be fine. Obviously, being able to retake this side is Alamau. Dreads a delicate fight against Jaladu. Oh! Almost got a second! Didn't quite. Took a decent chunk of damage, and well, the C4 will be the finish. They've got him on Cam, they've got him on Fenrir. They know exactly where Stompin is. He's expecting the swing. P9 actually outside the building. That'll be an easy club. Close left will probably be the end. There it is. And that is. That's torn back on a site that they obviously lost before. And that divide now but a single round. But that tertiary demo, that's now what they have to contend with.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds are getting back to what we expect from this side. A little bit more cohesion. Not sitting back as well. I think that's one thing that they kind of did wrong in that first defense. They allowed G2 to set up with all that utility. They've completely locked Alama out. They didn't allow Shaiko to set up in the staircase with the flame arrows. Hasham took the initiative. very on brand for what he can deliver. And we know the playstyle that he likes to provide for his side, which is just so troublesome if you're not ready for it. And yeah, worked out well. Twisted Minds, they're certainly back in the game, but quite right, as you've mentioned, it's all about the third bomb site and Fortress. We know that the two top floors, yeah, can be defended pretty well. It's usually whenever we head into that third bomb site, where things get a little bit more tricky. So we'll see what approach Twisted Minds are going to want to go for.
It becomes that sort of element, right, of you can see how fired up they are, but it's the element of today. It's a very surprising results day so far. I know you and I sort of discussed, obviously, the games before, and sort of, oh, there's expected results, right? You've got, you know, Rebels against Fnatic. Fnatic's been on good form. Oh, this game has gone this way. You've got first place against 10th place. Oh, it almost went entirely the other way. It didn't, but it almost did. And here again, Twisted Minds, who have other, you know, 2 losses back-to-back, including top of the board and bottom of the board teams, and sort of VP and Secret. They handed Secret's first points. And then here, the pressure against G2, who have been on such a decent run so far and gone for the back of a 7-0. Every round is being fought for. So you sort of paint in towards the contention of they're on towards the tertiary site. They're on towards this engagement. Generally, everybody has been able to step their way in. Quite a day from Shaiko and Trix outside of that. There are big moments happening across the board. Now, will the verticality be where they get themselves stuck up a bit? You can see that otherwise they've peeled themselves generically around the site. The castle extensions. Let's not really play this vertically. Seems to be the MO, but Hashom loves a retake. Loves to swing his way up the stairs.
He'll do anything that can snag him a few kills. At the moment, he's got 10 of them. So he has played pretty well so far. And on that Solus, great as well for Horde's going for the retake. You can spot out if there's any claymores, any air jabs too. Just anything that can slow down that retake. He will have eyes on it. G2, slow and steady is the pace right now. Still sniffing out for the opening pick. I mean, Shaiko has been pretty quiet for his standards. 2 and 8 is where he sits. He does have that Deimos now in his hands. This is where he can be very devastating on that operator. Minute 20. G2 now looking to see if they can rotate around. You can start eyeing up where they're going to push from. How are they going to get into the bomb site and look for that plant? But look at this from Twisted Minds. We're all starting to get a little bit antsy and looking for that retake.
There's a spray on through. But as we said, the angst and the retake is something where they suffer it just as much. And as Alamal finds one, the pressure in towards the medical room. It's across the side of Benja. Brushes them away. Leaves just Hashom and Mad Skills. Oh, no, it leaves just Mad Skills left alone. Finds one. Won't be a flawless. But it's another situation where it's an ace clutch needed. And then they'll only get the one. That is G2 guaranteeing themselves a point. And they have a decent swing left to try and push this one over the edge. 6-4, they sit. But can they convert one of the 2 sites on the top floor?
Yeah, that's the worry. It's the tertiary bomb site. This is what happens. And yeah, Twisted Minds now gonna take the timeout. Really talk about, okay, how do we lock in these next 2 rounds? I mean, I think the worry is, yes, you've been able to win Storms, but so have G2 in their attack. I'm no doubt that obviously Command and Office will be really good for Twisted Minds. I think they'll be fine with that. It's just that worry of, okay, you defend that, you still need to go again. And again, G2, you know what they're gonna go for? They're bringing a lot of Ying, a lot of Glaz, of course, for that site. But who knows, maybe, again, for G2, this gives them a chance to talk about, okay, we know it's gonna be our kind of bedroom attack. What can we do differently, what we did last time? So, we'll see how it goes.
I think that's always the sort of, you know, conversation at this point, right? Is When else can you have it? Is it going to be something a bit more direct? Is it going to be a bit more of the... I guess, do we have to change anything? Do we trust the run through?
Reinforcing wall. Camera feed up and
At this point, 6-4, only 2 rounds of a deficit. You've obviously got, you know, big performances coming through, but I wonder how sort of integral some of this opening bodies has been, especially on towards this side. It's been traded pretty continually between these two teams, but if anything, it's been a game where, you know, you look through the multi-kills, and that's kind of been the deciding factor. G2, and Stompin's been able to get 2 3Ks. Alamau, Benja, Alamau, they're all just stepping in and almost being knocked out. Mad Skills trying something a bit fun.
Okay, able to get the opening pick. However, Stompin goes down. That's one of the 2 shields that's being dealt with by Tricks. You've lost the Fenrir. I think it's a pretty good trade because you remove that Blackbeard. So now let's see how G2 want to deal. Not having that operator. Again, they still got Alamab, of course, on the blitz. He's ready to see if he can spring into action here. Actually, it's a C4 being baited out. Here comes the second C4. It's a little bit of damage from that. I'm also going to try and stave him off and use the canister to slow him down, help him to approach that door. However, that is all of the C4s gone, so there's not much that Alamar has to fear.
Second floor.
Whenever it comes to smoke canisters, Blitz, you're a little bit quicker than what Monty and Blackbeard is, so you can get out of the way of the canister radius a lot quicker. So G2 have made a really early entrance into the map.
And then
Minute 40 remaining. They're now knocking on the door, getting themselves in towards the meeting, which is going to be held pretty heavy again by Twisted Minds. This was the room that they dealt with really well. They were able to stick it out here. Also going to be a Goyo canister on the door, and Mad Skills just lines up Shaiko. Here comes Alamau as well. Going to try and get himself out of there, and he does. Twisted Minds. Really good work from, once again, holding on to that meeting.
Well, at this point, the 4 versus 3, and Shaiko's have a bad day at the office here. The breach will come through on the opposite side, and well, they'll get themselves some of the space. They took out P9, fine. But you look at what they've still got to contend with. The crossfight, the angles, 3 of the smoke canisters. And this. An awkward hop in. Jalad. Well, he'll get spotted out, and he'll still win the kill. Penetrated importantly, but now they've lost the blitz. Now they've lost that shield, that one bit of safety. And they don't have anything else to offer to that breach. This is going to be a very tricky one to land. Looking for fights and caught reloading. Hashom. We said it before, they're so confident, Twisted Minds. They'll swing, they'll peek, they don't care. This is their game. Now retaking this close position, caught out in the smoke, can't connect, and Mad Skills ends the round as they mean to continue. Just 1 between them. Will they be able to pull points from this?
Again, Twisted Minds really comfortable on that site. That meet and hold again works out for them. Able to hold it down using the tub, blocks that wall from being opened up. Able to snag a kill again. The master of meeting is Mad Skills. Eliminates Shaiko, uses the freeze canisters, they get himself out of there into the 4v3. G2 were always fighting against the grain at that point. And yeah, make it work out really well. Wow, I did not know that's how Stompin died. Jumped out the window on long, eliminated him as he walked up the stairs, my word. However, the issue now for Twisted Minds, they can no longer go to this site. They have to go. They have to go to a bomb site where they have let it slip. So that's the struggle. You go back over to dorms. They've won it once, but they've lost it once.
This is sort of that thread of it all, right? Is this going to turn into more of the story of the day? Is it going to be a bit of bitter disappointment? Twisted Minds, who haven't been able to have the decent run, have gone off the back of 2 losses in a row to get themselves that win, clutch themselves a bit further up the board, especially with how close points were before. You look at sort of the spread of everything. And it's still relatively within touch distance. Outside of VP or the team that have secured playoffs at this point. With the chance that Rebels gaining points, with Fnatic dropping points. It's such a good opportunity here. Let's put the distance in. At the same time, G2, they want to keep pace. They want the full 3. They want to make sure that if they're fighting, well, someone's already confirmed. We want top 4. We'll probably still get it, but let's make sure we do it off of our own backs.
I'm reloading!
All down to this. Now, as Benja looks towards the first engagement, finds Trickst. And an unpunished swing with a gun that he's been very good with on this half. Look at the impact that'll start to drive the demo.
He loves an F2. He loves a DMR. That's our Benja. And skills! Sit down! Oh, another one comes at him. Hatchom! Sit beside him! Benja on an absolute rampage, and Twisted Minds are left dazed by the Benja stunner. A 2v4 that G2 just have to play default, see it out. As Twisted Minds are up against it now.
Really, it's a fortress, but it's his. As he puts his name on the top. We talked about many near aces throughout this, and he doesn't have much health, but he's not going to get this one as P9! Oh, puts him in a spin cycle. Can't find the third, though, Doki. And Doki doubles down for G2, 3 points, and you can see the stress on all their faces. Well earned in the heat wave. But unfortunately, the wave washes past Twisted Minds, who collect. And it's a sorry thing to say, twice in a row, nothing for it, nothing for the troubles. G2 a 7-0 to a 7-5 as a pair of days, and exhale as we head to our break.
Well, it is a 7-5 win for G2 as they build off of yesterday's 7-0 success, but this time they take down Twisted Minds. As always, we've got Doki standing by after this one. Doki, hello there, my friend. The last time... What was it? The last time we spoke, it was Salt Lake City. You're on the major stage, battling out with Shopify Rebellion. This time, obviously, the stakes are a little different, but you guys look like a team that is continuing to just improve. I mean, day in and day out. Does it feel like that for you guys as well?
Yeah, I mean, hello, first of all. Nice to talk to you guys again. But yeah, like, definitely, like, it's another flawless stage so far. We've played a lot of good teams, so happy, especially against Twisted Minds and Falcons. So yeah, that's good, but I think today was a little bit sloppy. We weren't playing to our best, to be honest. So me personally, I was insanely frustrated the whole game. Like, I'd never been like this before in unofficial, but yeah, shit happens, I guess. You live and you learn.
Hi, Jack.
Yeah, right, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know if you know this, but we get to listen to the team comms from time to time, and you said you was quite tilted at the end, and you just said you was frustrated. What was the reason for that? Was it because maybe that they changed their playstyle, you know, when they were on the defense? They started getting aggressive on you when you was maybe not expecting it so much?
Bro, they are all great players, but like they are just changing their roster all the time, and they are just peaking everything. Like, Mad Skills is just mad. He's insane. He's running. He's just doing things you don't do. Like, I thermite open a wall. What do you do when you thermite a wall? You run away, or you take an angle, right? No, he's standing in the middle of the breach. Just like this, like a fucking statue. Like, oh my god, I'm so tilted. My bad. Sorry for swearing. Had to vent a little bit. Even the toppest of professional athletes like myself get extremely tilted sometimes.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because everybody kind of knows they do all of this stuff and their playstyle. It's very unique and it's very known about. But in the server, you still must not expect it from time to time.
Yeah, like as I say, like I'm not flaming them. They are fantastic players. They got top 4 at the major, did way better than us. So it's like it's not that. It's just like such a frustrating playstyle to play against.
Yeah.
And they are all hitting their shots. Like it's not just like one guy carrying. It's like the whole team are just like doing crazy things and killing you. Like it's just frustrating to play against. But like I honestly let the team down today. It was my bad. But everyone else was on fire. So yeah.
Don't you feel it was really tested the team testing the team chemistry here a little bit? Because like how many rushes have we seen from them, or like moments where they just activate at some random moment in the round? Can be early, can be late. Suddenly, boom, 2-3 guys will go crazy on you guys. That's a real test for me of your team's chemistry.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's like the rounds are a lot more complicated than it seems. Even if like we don't die, like it's a flawless round. Like we have to communicate so well about backstabs, about flanks and things, because one guy backstabbing on this team can just explode the whole round. So it's like you really have to be careful, which is props to them. Like they have improved so much in the last year. Twisted Minds, especially since they joined the org, I think a year and a half ago. Can't quite remember. But yeah, like they're definitely one of the top teams in Europe, in my opinion.
Yeah, and just one quick question about your stage so far. Obviously, you guys are still flawless and beat Falcons, beat Twisted Minds, like honestly looking really good. One question I have is it seems like overall the entries, or at least the fraggers on the team, don't have the best stats, and the backline of Alemao, for example, are really stepping up in terms of statistics. How comes there's this imbalance where we used to know your fraggers to be so strong, Shaiko especially? But how do you explain that?
It's pretty simple. Like for the last like 4.5 years, I've been carrying Alemao like every tournament, like extremely hard, and Shaiko has been carrying Falcons for like 25 years. So it's about time we guys can sit back. We play some DayZ instead of scrimming, some Rocket League. Maybe we go to Disneyland, especially like Ramayo,
we can
our
start
coach.
to
He
see
goes
the
to
results.
Disneyland a lot.
We see
and
that
we
with the
let
stats.
we let our leader Alemao. There he is. Yep. And we let our Alemao leader grind the game. He streams every day. Like that's what we need. Finally, wait, he's 60 and 37.
Like that's what I meant when I start to see the
It's
results
so
of you guys slacking. So like you're playing DayZ. I don't know what Shaiko is doing, probably on his motorbike most of the time. And
I'm not even kidding. That genuinely annoys me. Like it's great to see your teammate performing, but like 60 and 37, like it's ridiculous.
we should have checked the difference of statistics. I would actually be curious to check between Alemao and you. Just looking at the rest of the stage. How do you think you would fare?
Okay, he is gonna carry.
I mean, it's not bad.
Negative KD, Ducky.
-1. As I said, guys, it's like these games aren't really important. When it comes to the playoffs, it's what matters. So then I'll turn up. I'm pretty sure we're locked for playoffs anyway. So I'm just gonna step back, enjoy the ride, play some DayZ, have a beer. There it is.
Top
esports athlete.
Oh yeah, sounds like the dream. And like you said, even the top esports athletes with routines like that can get frustrated sometimes. So we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us as always, Doki.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll see you later, man.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. See you later.
Thank you, Jack.
Well, always good to talk with Doki after the win. G2 take it over Twisted Minds. It really did become that kind of swing everything frag fest at the end there, Jack, like Doki was saying. But G2, it took them a second, but they held their cool.
I think so. I think that was actually a really, really big win. Like Doki said, you know what's coming, but at the same time, you can never expect what's coming. Like, you must have to feel on it all of the time. If you think about most normal teams, most rounds of Siege, they have a certain flow to them. The kind of drone and information phase, then the kind of mid-round, the initial area taking, and then the execute. With Twisted Minds, that can just happen in the middle of a round. So, yeah, and I think for G2 to come through with a clean 3-0, or a clean 3-point victory, no overtime, I think will do them wonders.
Yeah, and it's always good to win these kind of games where like they will be tested all the time. Look at this from P9, by the way. That was a 4v2, like just one single mistake, and they're exceptional players with incredible aim, and they will punish you instantly. So, you know what? I think looking at the statistics, though, they can be happy they're keeping up. Keeping up with everyone at the top.
I will say our interview maybe did Doki well. He went from being quite frustrated at the end of the game with the player cams to quite happy, idyllic, talking about what he's going to do with the rest of tonight now.
And G2, they are, as you said, continuing to rise up the standings. Doki said they're just about locked for playoffs, which is true. I think it's like a 99.9% chance unless absolutely everything goes wrong. So they're in a very good position going forward. Our next matchup, though, between Falcons and Geekay, two teams who are also in you know, maybe not a must-win situation for Geekay, but they really do need to rack up some points. We talk about, as Doki was saying, the pressure of performing as a top esports athlete, right? We're seeing that on the Geekay side with Grubby.
Yeah, I think Grubby especially, you know, he was one of these players that was supposed to be an IGL in the making, and I think we started to see the pressure on Grubby. You know, he's someone that's really expressive. He's the IGL, or at least there are many cooks in the kitchen, to be fair. Yoga can be an IGL, As can be an IGL, and Grubby can be an IGL. So he's one of the IGLs of Geekay. Let's just put it that way. And I think realistically, he's been given another shot after his stint with Fnatic. He's been given a shot in a team that has 2 different imports. And realistically, if something goes wrong with Geekay, if I'm an organization, I'm going to fire first the players that didn't cost me a lot of money and didn't cost me an entire import. And so there is a lot of pressure in general, I feel like, in rosters where...
Hey, he's happy.
Yeah, exactly. There is a lot of pressure exactly in roster where you have multiple imports to perform. Because a little bit like Blaz, for example, with G2, he was not necessarily a bad player, but in the end, who else could you kick, you know? And so for Grubby, I think the pressure is there, and I think so far he's lived up to that pressure. I think look at his last stage in EML, that was with Fnatic, EML Stage 1 2025. He struggled hard. He was in the bottom 10 worst rated player of the league. Now you look at Grubby, not only is he playing a flex support role, not only is he calling, he's also delivering the amount of kills that he needs. It's beautiful. It's a cool resurgence from him.
Yeah, he's a player that's always kind of shown and had that potential as well inside of Tier 1. Think back to the Team Secret days, Fnatic days. We've not really ever seen it fully consistently out of him. I think the fact he's got those big voices next to him in Yoga and Ask will do well for him and the team, and I think it's why we've seen them show a little bit of resilience.
We got another interesting situation on our hands here because we're entering a map that is familiar territory for one of these teams. Falcons already have 2 victories under their belt on Border, and we're going to be heading there again for their matchup against Geekay. Fresh, Mr. Telestrator man of Playday 6, you're back there. Tell us what you like about Falcons on this map.
We're back here again. I keep picking Telestrators for teams that are playing on the map today. We're going to Falcons. We're going to Falcons map. We're going to Border, which is one of Falcons' favorite maps. Now, actually, this is their round-winning round from their game-winning round from the game yesterday up against Fnatic. What did they do? They actually went into a 3 versus 5 scenario, and it's Solotov that gets taken out. What happens here is they use the operators that are available to them, and they just make a plan, and they make it work. So once Solotov gets taken out, who do they have? They have the Lion of users playing on the Archives window, they have the Thinker, and they have the Sense. So what do? They make a plan. We're going to focus on the Armory player. They use the Sense wall to completely cut off the line of sight here from Deadshot so that LeakyFat can go and push Deepek. And they know that as soon as Deepek is down, they can then make a play. So LeakyFat goes and he makes the play, and he actually scurries back. What they then use is users to cause a big distraction on the Lion, use the Lion Scan, use the Thinker Adrenal Surges to basically take any advantage they can. What do they then do with that? They go and peek Deadshot. And this is now perfect, because what that means is they can take control of Armory with basically nothing that Fnatic can do. Because if you look for this, Falcons, all they want is control of this area so they can go and plant. And what do they have? Well, they've got users holding a long line of sight all the way through Archives and holds its top metal. We've just seen him get a kill there. And then what can LeakyFat do? He can hold the CCTV flank. And it's absolutely perfect. It's taking basically the path of least resistance in a 3 versus 5 to get the round done and to get the plant down. And this is perfect. This is LeakyFat calling at his absolute finest. And this was Falcons winning the game yesterday up against Fnatic.
In Masterclass against Fnatic, they will look to do the same against Geekay as we dive into Border once again. Match number 4. Let's see it.
Us head in from the heat of one to the heat of another, and nothing gets hotter than Border. And 74% of you think it's going to be Falcons that are the ones sitting back, feet up, enjoying a nice little drink with a tiny parasol in it. Demo, do you agree?
I wish. I wish.
Oh, the dream right now, right? That is the dream.
Instead, my room is, you know, on fire, I think is the best way to put it.
Yeah, you know, we'll always get warned about whether we're going to be on camera, whether we're not from the home office. And usually I'm very happy to be on camera. But today, when I look at myself and I catch myself on the monitor, we're melting. We're like ice lollies.
Man and 2 swords and the AC's broke.
Yeah. Like, it's not a good day. I miss the aircon of a studio. I will say that much. Anyway, enough about our pain. Let's see who get to the paint because we've had a lot of near misses today. We've had a lot of almost there and then no points. Will this be 3 in a row, or can Geekay sort of break the mold here?
Yeah, I think pressure on Geekay. Obviously, Falcons going to be the favorites. We know what this side is by now. It's more for Geekay. I think this was a side that we didn't really know what to expect. It's a complete reshape of the side that we've seen, of course, in kickoff. We've had, you know, an American is now on the side, for example, which you don't see that all too often. So I think for Geekay, it was, okay, what is the new kind of avenue of approach? So yeah, we'll see how they go up against Falcons. I mean, for Border, it does lean into more of your gun-heavy kind of engagements where it's not so much about, you know, opening walls, step 1, step 2, yada, yada, yada. Not a whole lot of vert action you can do. It is all about how well you can pinch and clear people out of strong positions.
About this.
5 seconds left.
Obviously, with how the sort of split has gone before, with how they've been able to take their momentum in towards this, obviously, Falcons, you know, they're currently sitting sort of third. We talk about witnessing other teams pull points, right? They've seen Virtus.pro get themselves confirmed. They've just seen G2 get a little bit further away as well. They want to keep that stride. They want to make sure that the divide between them and Fnatic, who obviously didn't really get anything today, who are currently sat only a point behind, they can isolate the top 3. They can make sure, right, we are the ones that are safe in this top 4. Not that there was any doubt, but it's a great moment to do it. On the other side, Geekay, as I said before, they're currently sort of sitting around that 6th place. Twisted Minds, they've dropped points below them. Rebels have gained points above them. They want to make sure that they stay that step ahead, make themselves certain towards the top. Upor is almost caught immediately, but it's Sarks, who believed he could go invisible. Doesn't. I think, unfortunately for him, Bride has object permanence.
I feel as though we've missed like a sound effect. There should like a bonk as he just got hit there to the floor, because I don't know. But yeah, punishing start for Sarks, as Bride has got absolute free on that catwalk window, and well, now it's the East Airs player who's going to be under a bit of pressure now as all the util get dumped in, but really good support though. Well, at least an attempt there from Yoga, but Falcons just knew it's going to be a 2v5 now. As Yoga has been down, I don't think that they know he's down, but he's just right in front of them. There we go. Will be caught out, and well, Users has found Ask, and now Upor is actually the first player to take damage in this round. Is now the only player remaining in this round, but not for long. A flawless for Falcons. Wow, didn't even get to the bomb site, just everyone died.
Okay. This could be that fabled quick one we talked about maybe happening, right? We said it about a couple of games today, but from this, we'll see a very strong opener and lessons to be learnt. It's always the first round. It's the first round of Border as well. I mean, yeah, was there... I don't know. Should have been, wasn't, who knows. Either way, it's off to a start the strongest possible for the side of Falcons. Just everywhere they needed to be, right? They had the read on everything Geekay wanted to do.
I think it kind of shows Border where it is that kind of Jenga tower. If you take away one piece, the whole thing kind of goes. You lose Starks, who is obviously going to be there, kind of lingering in towards break room, supporting Upor, can then also give a hand to the player over towards East. You lose him, and then Grubby's thinking, I'm in a bit of bother here. Yoga tries to assist, he tries to go down in towards Customs. Falcons just onto that, and then from there, the round's done. Yeah, you've got no kills on the board. You're sitting at a 5v2, and it's very easy for Falcons just to win out from there. So it kind of just shows how punishing Border of a map can be if players get picked off very early on in very demanding positions. You know, that break room position that Sark was in, you're holding at least 3 different angles. And if you lose that engagement, there's 3 different avenues that a Falcons player can walk in from. So let's keep it moving as, again, 1-0. It's not a massive issue per se for Geekay. Still plenty of Siege to play, plenty of rounds to play. We'll see how Falcons want to go about now into round number 2. We are, of course, dealing with our events and workshop side, so I'm not going to opt to go straight back in towards Armory. I mean, typically if you kind of look at the Falcons lineup, you wouldn't really expect them to go for much vertical take because they have none. They have no vertical operators at all. They're still rocking, of course, that Blackbeard. Oh, Solidol wins the duel of the DMRs as Uport goes down. And again, you lose that player in Brazil. It's a very important position. And, well, everyone just kind of gets torn to shreds now as that massive util dump using the nades clears away that player inside of East. And yeah, we'll just see how Geekay want to try and battle back. Sarks now is attempting to see if he can maybe find the kill back, but at the moment for Falcons, they're happy enough to try and stay still. And oh, the jiggle peek does work out for Bride. Works against Bride, sorry, as Sarks able to find him. Now Falcons, they lose that shield. Where are they going to go about things? Still got free tracks as well from the demo, so Doom, does he have any opportunity to track though? That's the question. Oh no. Here he is. EFAC has found a bit of a gap. Is he going to be able to walk in and try and see if he can go for the plant or not? But in Geekay, just very cautious, want to play the Virtus. You can see that he wants to plant right in the corner. He's pinged out to his teammate. No, Doom goes down, and now it's a 3v2. I think Falcons maybe have to try and play kills here rather than going for the plant. EFAC picks up the diffuser again. User tries to walk in, but he gets shot from he doesn't know where. It starts. One for the triple, one for the quad. Sarks is there. Big from Geekay. Great response after being flawless. Somebody steps up to the mantelpiece, and it's Sarks. Little bit of disclaimer, everyone. It's just me. I've lost the co-caster, so it's the demo show. Yeah, just me. That's all it is. I don't know if maybe I'm gonna get Jack. Is Jack here? Jack Allen gonna come save the day? He's gonna get the big S out. I have no idea.
Nice. That's the ankle power, bro.
Oh, don't need Jack. Co-caster's back.
I'm back. I don't want to say what decided that it needed to update at that moment in time that slightly broke things, but let me just say I'm not happy with with one of the programs we use.
10 seconds to go.
I'm back. How was it?
It was good, Sarks. Big old quad.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, and I missed it? Maybe I'm the bad luck. Sorry. If Geekay never get another round, then we know that I was the one. Apparently, I wasn't the only person to suffer a certain online app falling apart, but hey-ho. You carried, mate, I'm sure. Best cast of your life.
Thank you.
I didn't hear any of it. I'm back, though. Right. From this point onwards,
Swapping bags.
I'm here to do as much play-by-play as I can, although I missed out on that previous round. It seems like so did Falcons. With a double shield ban, they'll try and get the most out of this Blackbeard before it's inevitably caught at the end of this, as it was before. The flashes and the smokes go in. They echo on towards the sandwich side, and Solotov and users find one apiece. Now, it's all over the shop and on towards this site as well, where it was a flawless before, and it seems like it might be hurtling towards another one. There's a pause, a break in the momentum. However, this is the thing, right? We talk about usage of utility. We talk about what it can get out of it. And from all of this, that's the sort of split round slipping their way through.
Oh, Sarks. You don't want to take that engagement. Maybe he does. I mean, he's a madman. He wants to try and fight against the Blackbeard, but EFAC has the pinch, walking up metal. And Falcons, well, they actually went for a very early util dump, and that was simply to bait. It made players on the defense move around and kind of panic whenever all of the pressure gets applied. The Falcons, they used it to find 2 picks, and very easy then just to bleed out the round from there. Very simple cleanup job from Falcons. Straight back on the horse after losing round number 2.
Back on. Keep riding, and obviously, well, they can yeehaw fine on Armory Locker's archives, but where do we go now? Right, for the side of Geekay, they've obviously lost that site twice. They've won on Vent, but they can't go back to yet. Do they opt to go downstairs? Do they play a tertiary? Because otherwise, it's what, a flawless and then 4 of them left alive.
Yeah.
While taking that site. It's very much keen control of Falcons.
Just to go off topic, you've actually hurt Jack's feelings.
Have I?
He was ready to come on and live out his dream as a caster, and you've snatched it away from him at the final hour.
But to be fair, he's done a lot of... What do you mean live out his dream?
To be fair, we've done was it a best of 3? I think we cast a best of 3 like Manchester, like way back when.
Yeah, Freshly done loads of casting.
He always finds a way. He just kind of slivers in, doesn't he? Says, there's a no. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Analysts, they're thirsty for the caster lifestyle. We're like the drummers of a band, you know. We're the...
You know, if you drop, you know, a caster position on the floor, it would hit the back of Jack's head. That's how quick he would get down for it.
I want to see Jay-Z Will's cast.
Yeah, man, get them all in. I mean, they done a 5 cast the other day. Did they not?
Did they?
They did.
Oh, well done.
A quintuplet.
I didn't ruin anybody's stream. I'm your nightmare. The nightmare that might continue. They didn't go for the 3 shield ban. They're happy to let Brede just keep running the Blackbeard, and I mean, I guess that's
the Deimos is more of an issue. I think that's probably it's pick your poison, isn't it?
Reloading. Sorry, I've now opened the word chat. I've seen Jonah wants me to just call him Jonah.
Yeah.
I forget that hosts are better than us and don't use online pseudonyms. It's like Ian
just don't
Chambers.
say. I mean, you don't say, "Oh, we're going back to fast." You know, you don't say that, do you? You don't do that.
Ian doesn't even have one. What's Ian's gamer tag? We need to find this out. It'll be something like Retro Game Boy Boy or something like.
I may have that, by the way. I may have them.
Okay, okay. Highest bidder. Anyway, Yoga's gone. Removed from this point onwards. They're going to see if they can try and steady their way around on towards that close position. As we said before, they sort of made point of what site they're going to go to, and as they're encircling on towards the bathroom, we'll see if that's the right decision. The Snake just getting the full read on these players above, leading on with Brede. You can see the position of users on the cover, but it's actually Starks that gets one. They didn't quite catch out the Tuber out. Going to slip their way across. They're almost lining up, but Brede can't connect with either of them. And they've been able to find one more kill amongst it. There's the grenade to force some of the motion. But Geekay, they've come away better for the sort of trouble there.
Yeah, very important that nobody died on that retreat. So yes, Falcons have been able to establish that top floor control. They can utilize the hatch. They are down a man, and they don't really have the util to kind of exploit the fact that they've got top floor control. They don't have any vert operators. This is pretty difficult for Falcons. See if they can make this happen. I can only assume they're maybe going to try and flood it in through East, perhaps, because they have got the ace. They can open up the wall in towards Tellers and look for that default plant position. They do, of course, have to deal with players inside of Customs, and it is going to be Ask, and he's not on a great deal of HP, so there is potential if they can try and pinch him out. 30 seconds, they need to try and get a move on here, Falcons, as the time is ticking away.
There it is, the recollection. At this point, as you said, time was ticking away, and at least gets the down on towards one. Brede's going to see if he can cement the plant in the meantime, but they're encircling from the top rope. Zfak tears the head off, but Groovy gets the shield and the man inside. That means they go for the defuse, so they try and pull the counter off. He's hit by slivers of damage, but it's Groovy with the wide swing. And Geekay, they cement it. Leveled things right back up.
Yeah, really good retake from Geekay. Again, having that extra man. Always going to come in handy, and it did just that. The fact that Falcons even got the plant down, it's a credit to them because they weren't in a great shape, but I think Geekay kind of assessing the fact of, okay, we don't have any denial. If they plant, just don't panic, take our time. And they did that. They tried to wait for the player retaking upstairs. I think it was Sark who kind of got his chin taken out there, didn't he? Just got absolutely beamed by
yeah.
So that didn't really come into play, but they still held for that. You know, they still waited. And then they go for that retake. And it was just too many angles, I think, Prefect to cover in that 1v2.
Bomb located by
so, yeah,
attackers.
It's certainly a game. 2 rounds to 2. For GK. It's not been horrible. I think maybe you kind of look at it and think the rounds that Falcons have won, GK have looked pretty poor. But other than that, I mean, the 2 rounds they've won, they've been on top of things.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of run of it, right? Is they're making sure they're being responsive. They're sort of giving ground and pulling back and putting the pressure in. And we seem to have this weird dichotomy of the rounds where Falcons are in charge on that site are so locked in. They're so confident, and then everywhere else things sort of slip away. And you know, here the sort of rest of control. The only thing that seems to avoid them throughout this so far is that opening kill. Brava sneaks the way in. Not the most common picked operator, but at a time like this where you can sort of silently steal a lot of utility, especially if they're not expecting you to tuck your way in and get the plant on the door, well, it works and runs for you later. Otherwise, Bride, same game as ever. Get the black beard up, get control of East. See if you can pull a body away from it. But otherwise, as you said, GK, they've sort of been learning their lessons, right? They've been peeling back, finding new places to go. And obviously, Sark's at a 4K in one of the clutch out rounds. Otherwise, it's been a bit consistent. There's almost been a little bit of slipping away from that side and towards Falcons. But as long as they can, I mean, if they can find this opening kill, that's something that's going to help bolster GK's favor.
Falcons want to go for this time around. And dealing with this event and workshop. That pulses some really good information on some of these Falcon players are going to try and rotate towards. So straight away ask and call out that, yeah, there's going to be a guy maybe looking to jump in towards Archives. Find a bit of pressure there. I mean, Falcons are certainly eyeing up a plant. You know, whenever you see the shield with the diffuser sat outside main door, means that they're probably going to try and walk into the site if they can go for the plant. Only thing they're probably lacking though is, you know, typically if you're trying to go for that play, you would bring like a Ying and try and like just stop anyone from playing the Virts, but they're going to go for it nonetheless. And oh, a big old battle. Sarks pulls out the secondary shotgun. Bride though is successful with the plant, and once more GK have to play catch up.
There it was. And obviously Gribby's gone down. In the meantime, there was the swing that got a kill, and the secondary couldn't quite net any response towards it. They're getting the reveal of people on the far side, hoping for the hop out kill, but he's already up the stairs. And that leaves now the verticality and big isolation. Fine, Gribby is back up, but it's not for very long. And neither is his teammate. Smiles on the side of Bride. So they are able to take a site that isn't the one that they've taken, and that once again posits the question, Demo, where do they go? Do they try Vent, where they've been able to find success on defense for their last swing, or do they open up onto Armory Lockers and Archives again?
Do you pull out the customs? Who knows? That's always an option as well. But highly unlikely. I mean, for Falcons, you just kind of knew what they're going to go for. You see Brady outside main door, yeah, they're just going to try and rush in and go for the plant. That's sometimes the issue with that bomb site, unless you have... Don't know what's going on there. Unless you have a really good hold on that top where you can hold the Virts, it's very difficult to deny that plant. I mean, Bride, this is the 6th round out of 6 playing that Blackbeard. He's just constantly playing that shield. I think he's having a really good impact and always kind of angling getting that plant now, which is very on brand for what he's known for. Other than that, I mean, Falcons really haven't changed the game plan. You know, it's very focused on obviously denying roamers. We've seen Nomad be brought in a few times, stopping the aggressive runouts. I mean, Solid Snake, Deimos, Dokkaebi, they've been quite a hindrance as well. So you can always say that the intention of Falcons is pretty plant orientated. I mean, they've planted what, twice now out of the 5 rounds.
Yep.
I mean, to be fair, there's 2 of the rounds where they didn't really get an opportunity to plant because everyone just kind of died on the side of Geekay.
Listen, was plan 1, as said by the great Pengu, you win this game by just killing all the other dudes. Just kill the other guys.
No enemies detected nearby.
We'll see if they can try and do that one more time here. Falcons.
Think of the magnet as your lucky
Another approach on towards Armory Locker Archives. What has changed here for the side of Geekay? Obviously, they're bringing in the Wamai, but they tried that a little bit before. They've got the Tachanko, which they pulled out and tried a bit before. It's just hoping more than anything, and hope, unfortunately, could be cruel, but Upor finds their first bit of success in terms of putting another opponent down. Almost at the cost of Starks though, but there goes Solotovs, there goes Grim.
See that the Wamai is doing well right now for Robbie. Just keeps him alive as he's playing in towards East. It's a very difficult position. I mean, he kind of got barreled out the last time he was here by a hefty amount of nades. Obviously has that counterplay now. Just Bride and that Blackbeard's causes so many issues, and forces Grubby all the way back into office. So East should be taken momentarily by Falcons. Juma's on the stairs. Has to be, of course, aware that there is a Tachanka who needs to be careful. There's a player in the hatch below him, and he could easily get pinched from downstairs. Falcons just trying to use the information, trying to cut off these players, and Bride getting some really good information. But Ask eliminates Jum. Now, Bride needs to be very careful because you could easily get power, but look at that from Bride. Just takes the swing on Ask. But it does leave EFAC into 1v3 though. Not a great position for him, 50 seconds on the clock. Few players are in low HP. Maybe make it work, but it's going to be difficult.
Oh, almost the worst possible timing there, but you can see they've doubled up, and the C4 catches on the roof. But look, the positions they've got, as soon as one fight happens, he knows he's going to get pressure from everywhere.
Nice.
They find themselves what they were missing on that site for the previous 2 attempts, and we find ourselves going to the studio.
Thank you very much, guys. And I just want to highlight one key thing, and it's something that Falcons have abused, a weakness from Geekay, and that's called overreaction. I just want you to pay attention to how Falcons can get 3 opening kills, not even getting into the buildings when they're attacking. If you pay attention to the positioning here, Liquefact is outside the building, Joom is on sandwich window, Yuzus is outside east, and you have 2 players outside break. No one is in the building. Let me remind you that. What are they going to do? Liquefact from outside the building is going to send a grenade towards tier 1, towards Armory, trying to bait that there is some action there. And from the other side, Joom is on sandwich window, sending smoke and candelas into Armory. Everyone thinks, oh no, it's a rush, we've got to rotate. Pay attention to Upor. He's giving up completely CC. And who's ready? Who's ready for the trap? It is Solotov from the break room door, just waiting for someone to react. And so he gets a free kill on Upor here, just because of this bait. Yuzus is just waiting for anyone running out on radio window on him. Ask tries to play too aggressive, thinking it's the rush, and that's already 2 opening kills without even getting in the building. Second thing here, they still haven't taken anything. They're still outside the building. Sarks retakes CCTV, Liquefact has information on him. What does he call? Whoever is on the break room door, that is Bride with the shield, to go and bait Sarks, bring a little bit of aggression towards him, and then Liquefact will go and track him and go up metal stairs, still from below, to try and take him down. He gets the kill, he can then from below still track other players, and they can finish up Geekay. Just one quick thing. Overreacting was a big weakness, and what a way for Falcons to just play around it. It felt like watching chess.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Border is as well, because you can put so much pressure on the map. Border, ultimately, think of it from a top-down perspective, as we've just seen. It's 1 square. It's tiny. Usually, you're playing it completely across the top floor. If you're defending the top floor, the pressure you can create, you create movement, and you can cut it off. That break room position, always so important. That being said, I thought GK did a good round, a good job of getting it to a 3-3 half. You know, they managed to find 3 rounds on the defense of Border. Yes, it is their stronger side, and we have seen it be their stronger side across the whole stage, but I'm a little bit worried going into their attacks, because that's where they've looked a bit fragmented.
I actually think that fragmentation, the fact that they like to spread out a lot in attack, serves them really well on Border. Border is a map where you need to spread out. We've just seen how it works for Falcons, right? You need multiple pressure points. The key thing, though, is you need a core part of the team to work the initial entry point. Whether that is CC, whether that is East Stairs, you need at least a group of players getting that initial control. But then you will create enough movement for the rest of the cutoff from break room door, from tier 1, from radio window, for example, or sandwich window to get free kills. And so I think that Geekay's playstyle suits the map pretty well, and maybe we're going to see an upset today.
Maybe. It's clear that you guys are cooking over here. The question, I guess, we'll ask Emmy and Demo is, well, can Geekay cook enough to take this map away from Falcons?
What do you think, Demo?
I think the first round will probably paint a better picture, but it's not been too bad from Geekay. I've been actually very impressed with how they have dealt with, I mean, a hefty amount of util pressure, especially that last round. I mean, Grubby did a really good job of just staying alive. I think for Falcons, the main issues for them was whenever the quote-unquote easy kills aren't coming for them, you know, that util dump if it fails, Falcons look a little bit lost and they don't really know how they want to go about things and kind of recuperate that.
No, you don't.
Falcons let themselves off with strong, but again, it's felt a day of just traded rounds, right? This map is actually sort of par for the course of every other game that we've had so far. But what could have been a quick day, on paper, if you ran this through the simulations, 9 times out of 10, it probably would be a quick day. But nobody has refused to give it any ground. It's not that anyone is, I would say, underperforming. It's just everybody's bringing a solid game today across the whole of the EML. It's a nice treat for you and I for our first day casting at the split. We'll turn into the pressure on Geekay. They obviously almost get Doom almost immediately and then peel him away. Don't want to really take the fight and the death on top East for now. Instead, C4s will track out the ping from Groovy you can hear over the shoulder. They're just trying to be as aware as possible. But at this point, it's just forcing, buying some support. They're in and off towards the fight. Sort of all over. Upor's able to find EFAC. That also buys Groovy even more space to move in. What a great position he's in. As soon as Solotov gets some pressure now, he might try and take what he thinks is a safe rotate right into the waiting gun of Groovy.
Really nice from Geekay. Good start, being able to see a gap, jump in through catwalk, establish control now in towards break room, and obviously Solotov a little bit worried that he may get pinched. Still has this mirror window, of course, which is going to help him quite a bit. They need to try and get the ace over and try and open it up, or else just see if they can use some util to get him off it. But standing strong at the moment, standing very, very tall. Grubby gonna go for it. No, just barely misses, but chumps up and finds the kill anyway. Now he has a mirror window that he can try and find an angle to. Down goes Doom, and Geekay are cooking here on the first attack. A 2v5, users and Brite have a lot of work to do.
I mean, what a great just compartmentalization of the hold, right? They've taken each bit by bit, and they made sure that they get the crosses in. Brite does get one, but will only get one as the next two get knocked away. And a very strong first round, as I said. Every inch is being fought for today, and that has not changed. But what has is, for the first time this game, a team has gotten 2 rounds in a row, and that means Geekay have finally flipped that balance of who is driving this game.
Yeah, really good take from Geekay. Good drone work. I mean, really good information. I think using the solid snake also. We've seen, Grubby over towards east. He was able to spot out and see where players were. Overall, it's a really good start here for Geekay. And for Falcons, it's been a poor-enough round. Actually shift them away from repeating that top floor. They're going to go for events and workshops now. I wonder if they're going to get caught out in the same kind of fashion of what they did to Geekay, where they just went direct into site and went for a plant. For Border, especially this bomb site, I mean, that top floor pressure has to be applied in some way, shape, or form. I mean, look, Border, it's a very small map, very, very condensed. It's only 2 floors.
10 seconds left.
You have to extend, you have to stretch your legs, you have to make it difficult for the attackers.
5 seconds to go.
Well, again, I'll always stand by the fact that this is an attacker side of the map. Just it plays into that where you have really good cutoff points, really good crossfires you can have from exterior windows. Perfect map for shields. So for Geekay, it is the favored side.
My airstrike is deployed.
Now with a little bit more pressure that they can build behind, if they can make this 3 in a row, if they can make this, that extra bit of energy, that extra bit of a sort of distance between them and Falcons, who are operating on the back foot. We talk about sort of preferred sites, and we talk about how we've seen some procedural takes before from today, and this is very much that. Get the drones in, get the watch on towards any of the gadgetry that could sort of catch you. We've had Brava play it in one way. Now we get Twitch doing the other. That leads them eyes onto the similar site, but ooh, almost. First engagement has the ping, and it's just going to take it. Ooh, bad decision there, Groovy. Didn't quite fully know the read on what was being watched.
Yeah, opening pick. Not going in the way of Geekay. Probably down Solid Snake, we know. Fantastic operator in his own right. Gonna see the same impact what Grubby was able to do last time on it. But now let's see how Geekay are gonna deal with being dealt a pretty poor start.
Throwing flashbang.
Now for Geekay, they're just waiting and hoping that somebody's gonna stick their head out and get a freebie, but Falcons very patient how it is. But whenever that util starts getting dumped, there's a phone call that will blow up Solotov's phone. Does a bit of damage, but and if it is, can all be called again. Half-wall is where Yuza's going to sit to try and protect his teammate, but Solotov is fine. He doesn't need any help.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sharks just missed the timing of the rotate there that Solotov took. And well, now he's able to just keep rotating around. They do trade out. But I think the loss of that player, although Yoga finding one. This is into the 3 versus 2. 45 seconds. 1 C4 left. They'll peel their way back towards it. They have a single smoke to cover the approach and some hard breach that they can do, but otherwise it's an awkward one here. Fine, you have a bit of the verticality, but they just have to be responsive, right? They just have to rotate round. You can't watch both stories at once. One of you's going to have to head down and plant, and you're just trusting that the other will be in all the positions to pull the heads off. 15 seconds. Coverage of a smoke canister and the sound of the barbed wire, but bulletproof as well. Oh, it's all just being read. There's an easy pickup for users. There's a cold kit. And there is still a neck-and-neck map.
Just kind of dwindled, didn't it, for Geekay? Never really got anything moving for them. By the time they were able to take top floor control, they lost too many bodies, and they were just out of time. I think Yuza's done a very smart thing, just peeling away. Could maybe have just sat upstairs, been another bit of a problem, but I think you realized, look, they don't have a lot left. Just pull back to site, triple up your teammates. And yeah, Falcons able to win that round. Obviously, you have to highlight Solotov. It's 1. The fact that he even gets a second, even though it is a trade, he's still done enough. He's good for 2.
Yeah.
That was the kicker. It gave his team the advantage.
Let's fucking go, guys. Well played. Bando could be immediately after.
Van Dokkaby, maybe. The next round, do we?
We'll have to wait.
Bad shout. Not a bad shout.
I think it's always that, like, she's obviously massively oppressive. It's a quick map, so it's one where if you get called, chances are you're going to be heard by somebody, right? There's not a lot of room to escape the giveaway of it, and then that means, well, you're probably going to get swung on. Do you make the choice? Does it have to explode? Is Dokkaby too strong right now? Hey, they nerfed her a little bit today. Do you think we've seen the impact of the patch notes today?
No. I don't think we've seen sufficient data. So is that the correct? Is that the analytical term?
The scientific
haven't
term.
really seen the foreign gadget come into play as well.
No.
Like it hasn't really happened.
Falcons sort of holding down. They want to see if they can try and get the control back in towards this game. Obviously, if it keeps going the way it does, because of that little turn of phrase in the middle of the map, that means that obviously Geekay will be able to carry this one to its eventuality. But it's also the grander scheme of things. We've had 2 almost finishes in the previous 2 games, where the top 2 teams, you know, win out 7-5, 7-5. If Falcons are the ones that end up getting partial points, they'll feel that more than others. G2 and Virtus.pro will be able to sort of keep swanning their way ahead. Doom finds Groovy.
Yeah, I think Doom is the danger man. Oh, he's now starting to get in a bit of a rhythm. It's that east position that he plays oh so well. A triple kill for Doom. Is he hungry for more? Probably. Lets the phone call go. And he kills a player in his own position. Go on. Go on, son. Go on, son. Get the ace.
He said he was the danger man. And he wanted to make a highlight reel on the back of it. Just... How many times have we seen him be phenomenal? How many times has he sort of made the distance and difference for the team he's on? How many times has he won a round? Just himself. It's 2 in a row. Falcons. They have control once again. If we're about to have another 7-5,
I don't know. I think that's a big round though, because it gets Doom up for it now, and he's having a bit of a slow start. I think he was in 3 and 5, and now he's 8 and 5. That's the worry, I think, now. And Geekay gonna go for the timeout. I mean, they've now lost 2 in a row. Same way you were talking about, oh, Geekay have won 2 in a row. Falcons have yet to do that. Now Falcons have reversed that. They've got the 2 defenses in succession.
Oof. Just cutting their way across, and yeah, they have to have the timeout right now. They have to talk about it, because it's for everything that we've said. That there's the chance that the top of the board... Life round.
Was an ace, and look, his team just, life round, not that good. See that?
Hey, listen, your friends keep you humble, you know? We still have another game to go after this as well.
We do.
I think the thing is, with the way the day has gone, is although it's gone pretty much the distance every single game, and this game is still going on, Heretics and Shifters will probably be pretty frustrated because... well, will they actually... I mean, they want some of those top teams to fall away. It's easier to keep up with people, right? You're fighting for 5th and 6th, and all those teams, apart from Rebels, generically have lost. But still, when the board isn't a million miles away, Falcons are currently on 10 points. Twisted Minds, or the Heretics, they're on 4. It's a drive of the rest of the games of this split, but they're still technically catchable.
5 seconds to go.
I think that the grand scheme of how this league has kind of went overall for every team, it's not been, I think, the easiest of leagues to predict. I think certainly even the bottom teams, like, I think obviously Secret now have kind of turned the corner. Obviously, we'll see if Shifters can kind of do the same whenever we see them play later on. But, I mean, everyone's got points, which I think is the main thing about this kind of season, which is nice to see, and it is fairly congested. Apart from really VP and G2 as the main runners, probably Falcons are obviously eyeing up to join them as that kind of cemented top 3 that we've seen in our last stage, and of course many other previous stages before that.
It becomes that element, right, of who would they rather see sort of succeed. They know that they'll be doing the bottom of the board brawl later on, the only one that's really come together in what has been a day of tops versus bottoms. This one has been, well, let's see if we can try and claw our way up towards the top of the board. They have Stolotov playing a position he pulled a couple of sneaky kills on last time. They're just going to go for the freeze outside the building. Make them a bit awkward, make them a bit chilly. To go for the control, but they don't even want to risk it immediately, Demo. Send in Groovy, the grenade over the top, force the player. The C4 will do a lot of damage, but not quite. Net the full bite as they push through the cold and meet a player on a doorway. It's a broken mirror window, so they can't get the full swing, but oh, how many options, how many possibilities, and how long are they going to sit around for? They get the down onto Groovy, users, finds the angle, and Newport very importantly finds the trade.
Yeah, the power of the Razor Bloom against the shield doesn't allow Robbie to run away and get out of there. But like you mentioned, really important that Newport is able to get the trade and still equal it up. I mean, right now for Falcons, they should be aware that it's a straight armory direct coming in from GK. Newport, though, instead of maybe an iron up a plant, decides to walk his way in towards security. Able to pick off EFAC and now straight back to business over towards Armory, but no, takes the swing before checking, and Solotov, that EMR puts him down. Ask, though, is able to trade. Solotov straight back at it again. A 2v2 now.
At this point, it's falling into 2 versus 1. Solotov, all that's left. Doom can't quite get it on the side either. 5 and 5. Neck and neck.
Timeout's good. Timeout's worked for Geekay. Has been able to get them back into it. Stop that run that Falcons were eyeing up. And yeah, it was a very, again, straight to the point kind of take. I mean, we've seen what they wanted to go for. They wanted to take control of security. They wanted to go in towards Armory. They were able to do that without really getting in a position to go for a plant. Because they just kept trading the kills back. Whenever Falcons were able to get a pick, it was traded back. And that was very, very important from Geekay. And yeah, for Solotov, 20 seconds, difficult form, 1v2.
Let's go, guys. Nice guys, shit.
He's happy. He should be. I mean, Starks has been the standout right now for Geekay. 11 and 7 is where he is.
Reload! Shell going out. Jammer ready. Whoa, reinforced!
I think it's something where we remember how Sox' game started as well, where he went down very early on because of Breeday's object permanence in the first round, to then have a resurgence, be then this dedicated. I mean, we've seen, if we talk about how Doom has dictated some rounds in entirety, Starks has done that throughout his career as well. Now, at this point, Geekay
I do this on my downtime.
on the precipice of points, on the precipice of breaking a deadlock, a curse that has struck all of us today. They're looking towards the pressure, the control on towards top east. The Blackbeard on towards the board as well. Obviously, it was sort of played for the first time previously. They hid it away for the first set of bans, and now they've got it as their option twice in a row. Groovy. We'll see if they can slip their way across it. Use it just as that sort of blunt force entrance, right? Stop Falcons being able to do that swing out game they love.
Yeah, that's what you'll find. Whoever is the most annoying operator in the first half will probably be banned out for the second. And whenever they don't show the Blackbeard, it's not going to get banned away. And that means that Geekay not only have, of course, for the next 3 rounds afterwards, but then also into overtime. Don't forget, that's also another thing that comes into play. Upor, opening pick, Solotov down, Ask on the EFAC, and a really great start. Coming in for Geekay, they've got full top floor control now in towards Office, and they can start working their way in towards Armory. The Falcons are going to try and get some kills back. A wasted C4 comes in. Uses is down on the ground, and Geekay look as though they're going to clean up shop.
Send the grenades in, send the sound, send the noise, and maybe send themselves to a guaranteed point Doom. He's aced before, but that pressure is around. That pressure is loud. They have 2 flashes to work with. They've also got the chance to plant, but they don't need it, because what they have is a guaranteed point.
Well, they've done what they've, I suppose, try and come in and get. At least points better than nothing, of course, against a great side like Falcons. And now for Geekay, the fact that they could maybe get all 3, give them an opportunity to get into that 5th place position and jump over Rebels, who had, of course, won earlier. So this is a really good opportunity now for Geekay, especially considering it's Geekay versus Rebels tomorrow. It makes that matchup so more interesting. And even Geekay, I mean, their run of fixtures, they've got Twisted Minds on playday number 8, which I think, looking at Twisted Minds, especially after this week, 2 losses, I think they're there for the taking if you're Geekay. And then you look at the last playday against Team Secret. But it's doable for Geekay. Oh. Maybe even, I mean, knocking the door top 4, who knows?
I think there's a lot to sort of be said about the Geekay team coming together. We've had some roster moves in this region that have changed things up. Obviously, you and I have been casting SAL where pretty much nothing moved. And then we come into EML, where we've had some sort of major changes, some structural changes. I think it becomes that sort of read through what was, you know, Yoga's effect going to be. A big change from the core of Packball for however long. Ruby and Upor as well. It's just rebuilding the possibility of a roster maybe they are trying to find. Maybe they have found. Maybe it's that turning point, as you said, the back-end run of the games that Geekay need to get through. The gauntlet is kind of past. At this point, it's clearer skies. Outside of this game and this game, well, they are 1 round away from OT, 1 round away from winning it.
Just gonna take a break here. Again, shouldn't be too long before we're back into it. Feels as though that Sark's just putting on the Infinity Gauntlet there, making sure that's sitting nice. And yeah, for Falcons, I mean, at this point for Falcons, I mean, what damage does that do to them inside of this league? Well, if they walk away with 0, it does remain them on 10 points. And they'll not move from 3rd place, as Heretics and Shifters, they're not close to overtaking Falcons, so it's not a massive worry, I think, for Falcons to slip. And Falcons tomorrow, they've got Heretics, played at number 8, they've got Shifters, and that final play date against VP. I think a loss here for Falcons, it's not the end of the world. But obviously for this side, they want to try and chase those top 2 positions. VP and G2 way out in front. If Falcons don't get any points from this play, that means G2 are 6 ahead. That's 2 wins. And there's only 3 play days remaining, so it does put the pressure on Falcons and not reaching top 2.
Well, that's entirely it right now, is that them just dropping points here means that they are guaranteed at least 2 games out of the catch of G2, right? With 3 games left after this, the sort of narrow margin of any of this just shows how thin that sort of precipice can be. They've fallen out of the immediate swing. That means they have to, in effect, not only hope for G2 to stagger and fall on their final couple of play days, but have the perfect run themselves. They're still 3rd and 4th. There's still 2 more positions in that sort of upper bracket, but it's not what you're gunning for. Especially when you're Falcons, and especially how, with the change in the roster, things haven't always been sort of shiny and perfect for them as they should have been. On the split of it, Rebels getting points. You said before, the fact that it's a showdown to come, the sort of step up, Fnatic dropping points, that distance between 3rd and 7th in this single point clutched alone just became so narrow. So, we will be going from a technical pause into a tactical timeout from the side of Falcons. They're going to have the conversation on the back of that and just see what needs to be done to get this Soul round. Time to talk. And time to be talked to by the coach.
See what the thought process is. Again, for Falcons, need to try and get themselves back in here, get those points. I mean, based on what the rotation tells us, it should be into, I mean, I would say probably Bathroom Tellers is where they're going to go if they're going to keep up with the keep moving sites. Because it was Armory, Vents, Bathroom Tellers, and then again, we've just seen Armory, Vents. So is it going to be Bathroom Tellers? I mean, they were successful there the last time they had it. It was Jim with that ace. But who knows? They've got all of the sites open to them. But I would hedge my bets and say Bathroom Tellers is where we're going to go. Just been tipped off by the production staff, by Easy. He's just said, I'm correct. That's why I've made my day.
Put it on the wall. Someone draw a picture of it, put it on the fridge.
Just got an Easy gold star. Let's go. Don't get many of them. He's a tough nut to get those out of.
Well, he's a very stern man, Stefan. Have you seen Parks and Rec?
Where are we going with this? Is it the Nick Offerman character?
Yes, it is. Yeah. He has that energy where he has his special love, which is bird watching. Spoiler alert for Easy's life. Outside of that, miserable and sassy. Anyway, enough about the behind the scenes. Let's get the scene in front of us. Falcons, they've taken their time out. They want to try and guarantee some points on this. Obviously, we've had a very late last-minute rehost there, but in terms of the state of things, Sarks has been having a brilliant game. He's currently +6, 13-7. In the meantime, only Doom and Users and Solotov's even. Only one's positive, but it's not by a big divide. However, there's nobody really negative by a big divide on their team. Falcons is a lot more balanced. Problem is, hasn't really netted all the rewards that they want. In and out. There goes Ask. Doom shuts that one down. They tried something, unfortunately. Trying sometimes leads to failure.
Yeah, tried to go for a quick little play. After that East control very early on, but you're trying to go for East against Falcons. You should know that Doom will be in that position. That is his go-to spot. Now Geekay lost that opening pick. It's going to be a struggle for them to get themselves back into this round now. But I think Falcons have been pretty good at securing that opening pick and converting the round. No, not ideal start here for Geekay. And half the round gone. They are still struggling to get themselves any foothold inside of the map. I think Grubby's going to try and go for the deep plunge into CC, which he will. Yoga finds Solotov, and Grubby almost was able to catch EFAC, who has since then ran away all the way down back into the bomb site. Or at least close to it. Geekay, a minute left. Have been able to force everyone who was in towards that top floor back to that first floor. And we'll see if they can start eyeing up potential plant. In terms of denial, you've got a hefty amount of C4s here from Falcons. If you try and go for the kind of default plant position in towards Tellers, that may be a slight worry.
No Solotov, no Ask, no big gun potential swing from either of them. There's obviously no shield for the Ella to play against immediately, but the Bees are beckoning their way over towards the site itself. A timid C4. The fear somebody's already knocking on the door, but there's nobody immediately close. Instead, EFAC is the next to take a shrug of damage. Checked in on Passport, but it's the seating area that seems to be the next confrontation. Sarks, though. Brilliant game so far, and it's going to continue on the other side. The backstab gets one, can't connect with the second. A huge take, but they make sure they take on the back of it. Geekay in a 4 versus 1. EFAC. They're into the red time, but they're cementing the plant. The narrow angle, they can't quite stop it in time. That is 3 points, baby. Geekay. They take it all against the Falcons that can't quite soar today. We finally have the upset that we feel like we've been on the precipice for the past 5 hours. And at that, we will take a break to talk to the desk.
So for this execute, you need a Deimos, a Dokkaebi, a Blitz, a Lion, and a Snake.
Oh, Geekay, they deliver our first proper upset of the day and take down a big team while they're doing it, leapfrogging their way firmly into the top 6 right now. Well, we've got Grubby standing by after the win. Another interview for you, my friend. First of all, good to meet you. It's been fun watching you play, especially after the game that your entire team had today, taking down Falcons. Talk to me about this result. What is the energy like on your team right now?
Yeah, first thing, hello, nice to see you guys all again. And yeah, the energy is nice. I mean, I think that's something that we've been working in the past, and I think like the games that we win, like before, even the game against Heretics or the game yesterday, I think it's like extra confidence boost and extra like the motivational boost that you know that you are good, but you also know that you can do better. And I think that's something that we are trying to show up, that we are still not that good, but we are aiming to be way better. And the game against Falcons maybe wasn't perfect, but it's kind of like, it's proving our point, right?
Yeah, it's proving the progress that we see from you guys. I feel like you're really cementing that identity. And I know you joked yesterday, we joked together, that you didn't want to tell me that you were going to play the same way with the spread out attacks and multiple lurkers in one side and you with the shield creating pressure. It's exactly what I saw today, Grubby. Like, at some point, it's obvious. And it's working. Clearly, it's working.
Yeah, it is working. I mean, as I said to my teammates even before the game and after the game, sometimes in games like this, against teams like this, you have to kind of like bleed out, you know, to win the game. Even though you're bleeding, you're losing rounds that you're not supposed to win, or the game is really hard, you have to force the stuff, you know, to make it work. And I think that's something we identified mid-game, that this playstyle will work. Like, we should go for it and let's abuse it. You know, we have really good players that can play that, as Sarx, for example, or Ask had like amazing games. So I think that's something that, you know, we identified and we just said, okay, let's force it. You know, it's gonna work.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the playstyle of Sarx, you look at the playstyle of Yoga as well. And Sarx spends his life on main door. Yoga spends his life on Archives door and lurking in Archives every single round. But they're good lurkers, and so the playstyle works. Speaking about roles, your role especially, I think, in the team, on that shield, trying to help the team, I feel like it suits you a lot. And if we compare your stats from the last time you were in EML with Fnatic, and it was a struggling moment for you, and I think we also that you had more potential than what you were showing with that roster. And if we compare them to today with that roster, what you've been doing, we called it before the game Grubby's resurgence. Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, yeah, the stage in Fnatic was tragic for me as a player, but I think I also developed a lot, you know, like even when I didn't play the T1 before, but I played like tier 2 with my friends, and I think I developed here like way more, you know, like I learned how to treat the game, how to play in certain way, like how to abuse the operator, so that helped me a lot to be a bit better than I was, and I think it helps me, you know. And about the roles, like the roles are changing, you know. I'm supposed to be entry, but if I have to hop on the shield, I'll be there, you know. Like if I have to entry with the BV or something like this and it's gonna help my teammates to, you know, play the game for me, then I'm fine with that, you know. It's not like I have like some kind of setup roles for the shield, because everyone can do it, you know. Yoga, Ask, even Sarx, people will be surprised, but you know, it's just like we feel it's good and it's working, so why would we not play it, you know?
Grubby, I would say we're becoming friends now. We're doing a lot of interviews together after these wins. So as friends, I'm going to ask you a little bit of a difficult question here. Do you think people underestimated you too much? Probably us included, especially after the way the first couple of weeks went.
The beginning.
Because you've really, like, the team has really come on so much. And if you feel that way, do you think it drove the team to perform better?
Yes, I think it did kind of, but like I think it's also like we didn't play with the game with each other for so long. Like we are literally a team for like 2 weeks, like after like full every day of practice, 6 maps. So it showed like early in the games as well. But the more we play, especially the game days, like it shows that we can be on the level, you know. Like it's just like about knowing each other a bit more, but also like people, I think they were underestimating us, you know, like they see Yoga, or they say, oh, the guy just went EU to play the game, or like they say the same about Ask, but they don't really know that both of them are really smart and good players, that they were at SI events, I mean, as tier events for a reason, you know. It's not like they are lucky and they just made it, you know. We just have to make it work with the players that we have, and it's gonna work, you know. As I said yesterday, we're gonna see each other tomorrow, and here I am, you know. So...
Incredible. Thank you so much, Grubby. It was good good chatting with you again in this case, and hopefully we'll get to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, I also hope that. Well, see you guys tomorrow then. See you guys tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow. I'll be there.
3 wins in a row for Geekay. I mean, the energy from Grubby is there. You can tell it has been a straight upward trajectory from the start.
Yeah, and it really has. The winning becomes a habit. They've now done 3 on a row, and you know I've got no shame in holding my hands up and saying I was super critical of them. That game against Bank, where yes, Yoga was getting a lot of kills, but they were, it was baity kills. It wasn't really happening. They lost the game. Super critical. But they've come out the last 3 game days and put in pretty good performances, especially today against a top team, to go and win that in regulation, especially with how close it was as well. It was getting tense, it was getting nervous, but staying true to that style that you identified, Leo. GK came out on top. That's 2 wins out of 2 inside of the Super Week.
And talk to me about that style, Leo, how it complemented not only their team play as a whole, but we saw Sarks really come into his own and start to step things up. I mean, so much success was found on the attacking side, and he was a big part of it.
Yeah, that was again a backstab from Sarks, by the way, on Twitch. Like, I think he's such a good baiter in a good sense.
Yeah.
He's the kind of baiter that will apply pressure all the time because everyone is scared of where he's going to be. Yoga was kind of the same. And even if he's not bringing kills, very often is enough pressure to gather information. Because if he doesn't get kills, he knows there's no one surrounding him. And that information alone is valuable for the rest of his teammates. Today he gets 14 kills. Tomorrow it will be Yoga. And the next day it's going to be Ask. And that's the beautiful part of this roster. I believe that they're finding their playstyle. We mentioned it a couple of times, that identity of having multiple lurks and having a core of the team that is working towards the objective and creating a little bit of movement. Within the meta of you have either shields, either Dokaibi, Lion, Deimos, and Solid Snake. I mean, their playstyle fits the meta so well. And so right now, when we were listening to the comments of Falcons, did you hear them find a solution?
No.
I didn't hear them find a solution. They're trying to say, do not move, do not move. Yeah, cool. But I can't. I need to move if I'm getting Dokaibi called, Deimos tracked, Green tracked. And that's the beautiful part of that game. Now, however, that was on border. It fits that playstyle. There will be a ceiling at some point, and I hope that we're going to see Geekay in playoffs, just so I'm right and you're wrong. And then also on top of that, we're going to get to see them in a deeper map pool and see if maybe they have something else than that playstyle as well.
Because once people figure that out, they'll start to adapt to it, and they're going to have to show us something else. So why not do it here in the best of ones as soon as they can?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that map pool as well. You know, you think about maps like Clubhouse Nighthaven, for example, Execute maps, Bank, Consular. There's a lot of maps in the pool that maybe Geekay are kind of avoiding right now that they won't be able to inside the best of 3. So that probably is their next challenge. And maybe even flip-flopping a little bit to agree that I could see Geekay in playoffs.
Well, we saw our upset that we'd been building towards over the course of the day. So we move towards our 5th and final matchup. This one, Heretics against Shifters. 2 teams right now at the bottom of the table looking to get themselves onto the bubble in playoff position. The big story here, guys, and you talked about this week 1, the addition of Nafe to this Shifters team, right? That big swap between Nafe and P4, that's been the conversation. And I think it's fair to say, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that was billed as what seemed to be a positive change at the time. But here we are, halfway through the stage, and we now have a chance to look back and answer that question. Was this change a productive one?
Yeah, the real question is, you got rid of P4, and the link with this leadership, with this staff, was 5 years long, right? So when you take down a player like this, and replace him with another AGL, it is a huge sacrifice for the legacy that you've had. And P4 brought a lot to this team. So bringing in Nafe, it was, I wouldn't say big shoes to fill because P4 was not doing so well. But if I just compare the statistics, right? At Play Day 6, last stage of EML, with P4, Shifters was 4th placed. They had 9 points. They're +4 in round differential, and they had more wins than losses. Right now, with Nafe, they're ranked 9th in the league. They have 4 points. They're -9, and they only have 1 single win. However, it's hard to compare. They didn't have the same teams facing each other. They probably didn't face the same team in the same order. We will have to compare at the end of the group stage. But right now, just on paper, if we just like the stats, we're not there yet.
And that objectively kind of backs up the theory. You know, subjectively, both of us could sit there and say last stage, last year, it felt like Shifters, BDS last year, were on the precipice of being a top 6 team.
Absolutely.
We're on the precipice of challenging for the major every single stage.
Made it for Munich.
They went to Munich. They were 1 round off main stage at Munich as well. and it feels like they've regressed. And I think that statistically proves it. And if we was to highlight actually both of those players on an individual basis as well, because one of the arguments was maybe that actually when Nave came into this roster, maybe he can provide a little bit more fragging power. Maybe P4 was giving up too much of his individual stats for the team. I think you can see also in terms of this that actually, you know, P4 was adding a lot to this team and maybe was a little bit under-respected, I would probably say.
Well, let's take a quick look at maps as our teams are just about ready to dive into this one and know where we're going to today. For our final matchup, it will be Lair, the matchup here, Leo.
Yeah, just looking at the track record for the two teams, it is one that is supposed to favor Team Heretics in the sense that it's the one map on which they had a lot of success. They beat Secret 7-2 at the beginning of the stage on that map. For Shifters, they have lost it recently against Fnatic. So either a slap in the face and a reward for these guys so that they can actually show what they want to do. Either way, Jonah, this is a very important one for both of these teams. They're already low in the standings. This is the middle of the Super Week. For both of these teams, this is reaction time and a lot of pressure on the shoulders.
Right, with a win here, they'll control their own fate. With a loss, it really becomes which of the other teams will struggle to allow the door to open to one of these final teams. For the final time today, we pass things over to Fluke and Demo as Heretics and Shifters will get underway.
Oh, thank you very much, Jonah, Leo, and Jack Fresh. Now, sorry, I had to hit them all. Now, we float and drift our way for one final time after a play day of ups, downs, and spinning around towards, well, maybe in overtime. From how everything is cooked and how everything is pieced together, we've obviously had, I think, 2 teams now guaranteed for the top. Means things are still fighting, still exciting. 3 7-5s in a row. Will this be another for the tally? Will we have an overtime? Or will we have how our day opened Demo? A bit of a quick one.
Could be. But I think a map like Lair, I think it's comfortable for both sides. They both played at this stage, of course. You look at Heretics, obviously that opening day against Team Secret made very light work of Team Secret. I think it was a 7-2 on that day. Whereas for Shifters, they lost it the last time they went here, so yeah, we'll see if Shifters can try and bounce back and maybe learn some things from that loss against Fnatic. It is important to note that Shifters, they start in the defense, which is their preferred side.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
They've won 7 out of the last 12 defensive rounds here on Lair, so should be a good start for them.
And now we throw all expected statistics out the window and go into the game itself, because that's been the theme of the day. I'm not going to say the results are unexpected. I think when you look at this play day as just raw win-loss, 3 points, 2 points, you're not going to be that surprised. If you watched the games and how they pieced together and how close all of them have been, you'd be like, oh, okay, what happened today? Like, it's been really fun, good siege. It's not that anyone is massively underperforming in any way. It's just that everyone showed up. Aqui slips the way in towards the basement and is going to see if they can try and sneak their way up. Obviously, Deimos getting a bit of a surprise from underneath isn't the most uncommon thing. Was maybe just hoping to get a loose player.
Yeah, I think whenever Shifters have also shown that they don't mind having some roamers downstairs trying to play the C4 game. So having a lurker in towards that mid floor, it's a lot of sense. And as you said too, you can also just use the Deimos as a hurt operator to clear away some of these strong positions. I mean, obviously it's a Clash's worst nightmare as you try and defend tables and then all of a sudden you're being tracked and the floor is being shot from underneath you. Oh, now you don't have to worry about that. It's Freck on the hatch, ready for Aqui. And now for Heretics. This clash is quite the issue.
Yeah, I think that's it, right? You know, we sort of highlight the importance. The observers rightfully followed. You expect the Deimos to get in and just shut down like that. It shows that it's expected, but it's not an impossibility to deal with. Misses. The reflex timer, unfortunately there, but to be fair, most people will. They slip their way back over, but what do they do now without that threat underneath? Do they just try and push in laterally? They've got some pressure on towards the opposite end. as they open on towards Ops. They've obviously still got the Clash. They can be as problematic as possible. And now that they have the man advantage, obviously the Clash doesn't really need to have to fight the ones because they can always spare somebody.
Oh, and also Riaz has breaching charges on, so he can't really flash the Clash and hope to try and go for a push. And the Monty, though, has jumped in through bathroom, but there is a smoke responding. Frank able to find Zarami, and there we go. Plasma just swings and eliminates Doran. As we know, Riaz has just been completely man-marked here by the Clash. This looks to be a flawless opening for Shifters. I mean, as easy as you like, and it all comes off the back of Freck finding that first pick.
Yeah. But as soon as that was shut down, as soon as they had that control, you could see that they had to sort of rerun the numbers. You could see the cogs turning on the side of Heretics, trying to piece together, okay, and now what? And that's never a situation you want to be in, especially that sort of early. But, well, I mean, starters they mean to continue. I guess that's the thing when they're sort of battling towards the bottom of the board. When they've seen that teams have gotten close and not got all the points, it's almost the perfect striking opportunity for them. It's their chance. It's their time to shine. To slip their way back towards the top. Shifters, off to a start of one. It also feels like, and I'm not entirely sure of the full statistics, it's been a very attacker-driven day today, or it feels like attack has had a lot more success than it should usually, if that makes sense.
Just keep thinking about Team Secret and how the fact that they didn't even get a point from today. I think that's probably the biggest how's that not happen kind of moment. Yeah, I don't know. I think for Twisted, just a good game against G2, where I think Secret, there's opportunities where they could just won the game outright, but they just kind of, I suppose, had the choke element to it. So I think that's maybe where I kind of sit on that side of the fence. But hey, still a really good day of Siege. Can't complain, but I do hope this is going to be a close game too. I don't want it to be a total washout, as I think Heretics, a solid map for them. A good opportunity to keep themselves in the race.
Not seeing anything here.
And for Heretics, it would take them just a point behind Rebels. Same can be said for Shifters. Don't forget, both these teams are on the exact same points. So it is about trying to catch the top 6 at the moment. See if Heretics have a better run this time. As we, of course, head in towards that basement. Still rocking with that Monty, so that shield is going to be a consistent thing here for Heretics. You look at the side of Shifters, they have got some answers to the shield. You've got a Thorn and also an Echo, more importantly, so there is some heavy hitting counters to this operator.
Bit by bit, corner by corner. They're not entirely getting themselves into the sort of fray immediately here, Shifters. They're letting them hit against them a little bit, pull back. They've got their holds and they want it tested. But at this point, obviously trying to guide Lolo in, right? Get the verticality, get them sort of forced out. Riaz is hoping there's a drift in, but there's not. Shifters have no full idea of wanting to find the fight elsewhere, and the ram can start working, but it's a little bit late when you've still got obviously Boiler to take care of. There's nobody on the window outside as well, so Blaz can sort of play this, has 3 smokes in pocket and can delay this as much as possible. Fine, you'll meet a Monty, but it means everything is telegraphed, right? It means as soon as they put pressure on towards the Boiler stairs, they'll know about it. There's another canister, and here alone, Blaz could probably hold this stair step for a while.
Yep. Just as long as he can control Boiler, he'll just slow any approach that Heretics want to have. And the idea is to get the shield working in through Boiler, get yourself onto the site door, and try and get that diffuser down. And not only is Blaz being supported by his own smokes, he's also got the Echo behind him. So Dora needs to be really careful, and I don't know, maybe Heretics will think against pushing that and maybe try and go for a hatch drop. That could be another option for them. Blaz able to find the shield, and now without Dora, who wants to have a drop? Who wants to take the plunge?
Oh, the rotate around, Blaz hits the strike, and think about what has just gone cold. Now, bit by bit, and they are shutting it all down. Will it be a flawless for the tally? Yes, it will. And I mean, start how they mean to continue here. Demo, 2 flawlesses in a row.
Shifters in a really fine vein of form here at the start of layer. I mean, for Heretics, I just felt there's a little bit too much hesitation. I think you just have to do it the ugly way. You have to push that guy on the stairs. You know, I think trying to avoid him and almost say, no, we'll try and plant in a 5v5, it's not going to slide. So I think for Heretics, you just have to almost commit to something. But not a great start right now for Heretics. Back-to-back flawlesses for Shifters. They get an opportunity now to try and go for a clean sweep. And go in towards our mid floor. I mean, we've seen 3 flawless rounds before. I wonder if it can happen again. I think it's only ever happened the once. I forget what game it was, but I know that it has happened.
There's always a chance. There's always in Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah. It's like the time that we had just a 7-0 day. Remember that? That was fun.
One of my favorite days of work.
It wasn't a Uplay day, wasn't it?
It was. It was, yes. It was the opposite of a Tim and Des day. But to be fair, today has been... I mean, in terms of regulation rounds, we've seen pretty much all of them apart from the first game.
Yeah, Tim and Des were pretty quick. I mean, not a single one of their games went above 7-3 yesterday.
The curse was shifted.
There we go. Had a lot of 7-5s. No OT, though. And at the moment, this doesn't feel like an OT game. This feels very one-sided right now for Shifters. We'll see how Heretics want to go about this. And still bringing that Monty. Hasn't really made the impact we're expecting to see. Dora, again, slow and steady approach. It will be the top floor clear as Dora's upstairs trying to gain some information. There's a Thorn, though, right beside him. As you know, there's Razor Blooms, very dangerous to shields and able to bait out one. Another one gets placed also. We're going to get shield broke. There's the other Thorn, well baited once more from Dora.
Monty making the statement of moving forward as an Echo drone seems to try and get itself a response, and it's Akwi that's found by Freck. Uh-oh. It's the start. Another Deimos gone as the opening body. Twice it's been Akwi. And now as the spray comes out, Heretics have found a body. The first kill for the team comes on the 3rd round. We will not have 3 flawlesses in a row.
Up and running.
They've been able to get the man who's covered by the blinds of the smokes, but at this point, well, what else do they have on the side of those smokes to carry it through, Demo?
A really sharp retake, being able to pinch out Frack, and in goes Lasma with the smokes. Another Razor Bloom also goes off, and it's Zarami in towards Bathroom, able to find one before Lasma's there with the trade. Maybe another one for him? Yes, it will be! A strong double. And Riaz is on the other side of the map to Dora. They are so separated from one another. I mean, if Shifters know they could just power the Monty, well, now they know. Robbie able to find Riaz and Dora all by himself, down to a sliver of HP. What's he gonna do? Just run into Sai, I guess, and maybe try and go for a plant, but in the Monty in the 1v2, it's just a matter of time. He's not gonna win this unless Shifters play this horrifically, and they don't. 3-0 to clean sweep for Shifters.
They've hit this game with everything they need to, right? I think it's always the idea of when you sort of have 2 teams that have a bit of something to prove on a day where teams are trying to prove something, and have been, to be fair. Only one of them is going to be able to have that give. Only one of them's been able to have that shake. Both of them on 4 points. Both of them with identical records, and only 1 round difference between the pair of them as well, regardless of the results that they've sort of had coming into this. Both of their wins coming against the same team as well. The only team below them. There's so much importance to this game. He's going to pull out the Heretics timeout already. Because you do look towards sort of who these 2 teams have. Shifters have a run of Virtus.pro, Falcons, and then Rebels to sort of end it. And ups and downs. Heretics, Falcons, and then they've got that in towards Rebels, and then they've got that in towards Twisted Minds. You know, both teams have sort of stronger and weaker potential games that they can pull from soon, and the importance of this not getting out of hand for Heretics. This is a 6-point game, and this could be the difference of them making top 6.
I think, again, it's a really good day for teams kind of jousting for position in the standings. Right now for Heretics, they may be squandering said chance. I think for Shifters, they assess the threat. They know what they need to do. It's stall at that Monty. I mean, Dora's just had no success and really getting that shield working. Oh, did you? Did you, Blaz? I think, was it Blaz or was it last one? Somebody French.
Your French indicators.
It's one of the two.
It's one of yours. 3 in a row, though. The timeout works both ways. Shifters would have time to talk as well, and they go back towards the site rotate. The Clash gone, the Grim gone. I mean, we only saw one Grim in the sort of final run, but, well, we also only really saw one Clash in the opener here. How much of a decider was it, or was it just a fear of what the Clash could bring in terms of the pressure? Otherwise, you know, they're still sort of sitting on the Monty. Consistently the lead in here from Dora, and is it really netting the results? When you look towards the operators that are often being picked against it, obviously the Thorn, the Goyo and the Smoke to play against it, but we've also had 2 Echo picks.
Yeah. It's not been banned. It kind of sums it up. I mean, you're not really doing much, Dora, or else this would have been banned away from you. Instead, it's the Grim that goes down.
I'm reloading.
So for Shifters, they're not fearing this Monty at all. So we'll see maybe if Dora can turn it around and prove them wrong and say, nope, you should have banned the shield. For Heretics, you obviously lost that Grim, that nice operator to have that util dump. You have got the very easy interchange of having the Ying, which can do a similar job of being able to take a lot of space and cause a little bit of chaos whenever you see fit.
Reloading ammo.
But for Heretics, it's slow and steady, and oh well. I mean, what can you say? This Monty is just doing null and void. It's there, and it's, yeah, simple.
It is that element of, yeah, it's that element of, as you said, they didn't ban it, they don't care about it. Fine, bring it, and then they'll just shut it down again and again and again. And it's a worry because Monty can often be a panic operator, and they've already started with it, and it's not working. Akwi is trying to find the fight in the verticality. Almost got, but does do the damage towards Nafe. Riaz gets got. Blaz wins that one out whilst on drone, whilst swinging in against the Deimos. Oh, and it might be a rough continuation of a day. Obviously, this was the site where even if there was a timeout, they probably would have got it anyway. But we've seen contests on this site before. We've seen bloodbaths and violence on this site before.
Oh no!
Didn't know where to go! Uh-oh. Uh-oh, demo.
Smelling like a quick one. I mean, it could be another flawless here for Shifters. And look at the util. There's nothing left. They've got a smoke grenade, just the singular. No Candela's left. No Flores drones left, and Shifters just have to sit and wait for these players to make their way in. But Blaz hasn't even let them in the building. Sarabi's down, and there's Freck. It's 3 out of 4 flawless.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
It's a game of 2 halves. However, 3 kills over 4 rounds, including using your timeout. It's a bit of a worry. Well, the thing is that because Nafe was able to get a couple of kills in that round as well. Before he was the only player on the team that.
Good shit, Alex again, bro. Good pick as well, Nafe.
Wow, nice and positive, eh? Everyone's doing well.
Everyone's doing well. I mean, Blaz 5-0, Freck 5-1, Lasmo 4-0, Robbie 4-1, Nafe 2-1. It's just the whole team now is involved in getting involved because the 2-piece Nafe got that round. Three players on the side of Heretics have not been able to get a kill in the opening 4 rounds.
attackers are heading out.
I'm saying the obvious. It's on the screen, but it's still worth saying because I think it kind of hangs a hat on a bit of a problem. Shifters done their homework. Happy on this map. More than happy to sort of bring it. Obviously, they played a lair not too long ago against Fnatic, lost it 4-7. And Heretics opened up with their lair. Their sort of one win against Secret on lair at the start of this. Apparently the VOD review has definitely come up. So far, trumps for Shifters.
I think now for Heretics, it's the kind of morale element to it as well. Like, you've got 3 kills and 20 rounds across the 5 years. Like, there's just nothing that you can really say, oh, we were close, oh, we're doing this well. Just nothing's going for it. And sometimes whenever that happens, players will start thinking, right, I have to be the hero. I have to be the person to step up. And then you kind of lose all semblance of that kind of team play that, Heretics is obviously a full Italian lineup. Played with each other a lot. You think about Lolo and Dora, how long those two have been playing with each other. Well, they have been able to get the opening pick, but straight away it's been traded back out.
No phones during class.
Kind of becomes that issue, right? Even if they can get ones, if they can't get them clean, well, there's a gift. Zara drives on through, and how? They've lost Lasmoon, they've lost Blaz. 2 players that only sit 10 and 2 between the pair of them. But they've also taken care of the smoke, and oh no! Well, I mean, I didn't expect it to end that way, the sort of run of rounds, but it did.
Well,
I gotta see that C4. I gotta see that C4 though.
You're on the board.
I need pictures of Spider C4. They are on the board, you're right. I mean, getting 2 on their attacks, especially with how the game has been going, would be huge for them.
Yeah. Wait for Heretics. If you get this next round, you've salvaged something.
Yeah.
And then you just kind of, okay, forget about the first 4. At least we got 2. We can push on from this. And then you get the kind of defensive half. So, very, very important here. I think a 5-1. Do we think they're going to sweep the same number of rounds? I think that's a big ask. Because you always have to take in, like, momentum. I mean, right now you've got a lot of players and shifters showing up with the kills. Whereas in Heretics, it's not really happening. And those bad games can go to terrible games very, very quickly if your just head's not in it. We'll see if they can get things moving, as not opting to go back downstairs for shifters. Just going to keep on going with the rotation. Mid towards where they head. And based on the operator lineup that Heretics have, it's going to be probably direct. I mean, you've got the sense, so you can try and block off a lot of the lines of sight. Whenever you don't see a Solus on the kind of side of shifters, you start to think they may struggle with this. I mean, Solus is the go-to operator for this site, and especially against the sense. If you don't have that, how do you deny the plant?
They've obviously pulled away from the idea of the Monty, and it netted them their first bit of success, so they'll see if they can double it down. As you said, the changes on the plant, the roll with the sense gadget and that control, but for all the smokes they might try and deploy and the sort of laser wall, they've got the eyes to look through it, and the plant spot. Trouble is, they haven't been able to get that wall open on the back end. They've got to try and, not get caught out. That'll just burn through those. The grenade will be hit by an impact DMP, but is there anything going on the other side of that? There's the grenade. We'll just stop anything else getting caught, get the wall open. Solid job, and Aqui also gets the first. Blaz, to be fair, in that danger spot in the middle of the site is found. However, was he trying to do something a bit silly? Maybe not, actually. The Glaz took some damage. I was worried he was trying to bandit trick.
A minute remaining. Feels though Heretics are perhaps attempting to try and walk in the backside, maybe in through medical. Shifters now. Let's see if they can jostle themselves into different spots. I think actually the backside take is working well here for Heretics. However, look who has diffuser. It's going to be Aqui. He has to get himself rotated into position where he can assist his team and try and get that plant going down. 40 seconds remaining. Back over to the window, however. Bobby back on Verts now. Everyone's left in towards green. And there's a lot of pressure on Freck now. He has the ward and can turn on the goggles to see through that smoke and can try and win that against the glass, but not going to be the case.
It's actually the glass closed on the door, and as you said, Freck in this power position now. Are they going to just try and roll this smoke in on the door? Probably 19 seconds, and what they got to do, they got to make it stick. As Robbie gets on towards Dora, they're still watching the verticality. They've got to try and find a fight in towards the site for all the great early work done. There's the most important kill. The kit is cold. Oh no, one body after another. They know where they are, but they can't get to the kit in time. All out of it. And that is a rough way for that half to end. You can see Naif is a bit surprised by how that one played out. The power position and powerful, and the desk just as powerful.
Well, our feelings over here are pretty clear right now. Despair, I think, is the word for what we're watching.
I swear, we usually have every team doing somewhat good.
Yeah.
It's not because you're here.
I don't know.
It's just that it's a lot to take in, but it is really rough for Heretics.
Three flawless rounds over the course of the first 4 rounds for Shifters. Let's start on the positive here. Crazy performance for them coming out the gate.
Yeah, we were pretty negative in pre-game, but I actually think Shifters answered a little bit of that. We asked, a couple of play days ago actually, Leo, you asked, who's going to support Robbie? And I think the answer today is it's going to be Lasmo, and it's going to be Freck as well. It's kind of the classic, the front line of this team that we've said when they fire, when those 3 guys are going together, they can go toe-to-toe with absolutely anybody in the world. And I think all 3 of those guys were firing today. Freck and Lasmo, bit of a quieter stage before this game, but inside of this game, both of them really good, both of them really proactive, making the difference for their team.
Clean, beautiful, every player pulling their weight. Now let's move on to Heretics. Let's take a look at just one single round where everything is just baffling me. So a 1v1 between a Monty and someone. So the Monty has an extended here and has died for some reason. Then we have a Demos who loses the 1v1 despite having the tracker. Look at the HP on the 2 of them. Atwi is the 101 HP here. And then he's so scared that the anchor will drop on him and actually go finish that 1v1 because he's so confident. And then he loses a 1v1 to a Thorn Trap. That one round is just a great example of just like how big of a gap we have right now between Heretics and the rest of the teams. And I hate it because Heretics showed potential. They won 7-2 against Secret on that map early on. They showed us that they could sometimes play well. It's just that sometimes everything goes wrong for that roster.
And it didn't get much better in that very final round.
That final round, they forget to plant. They forgot the diffuser. It's just the basic stuff, man. It's the basic
2 seconds left. And it feels horrible to laugh. Clearly, it's a systematic problem with them and their attacks. They tried to use the Monty. They tried to force the Monty. Tried to make it work. Monty completely ineffective. Set plays completely ineffective. Going back to basics, completely ineffective. Very, very readable. Aggression from Shifters was so good against them. And realistically, you just can't continue. It's not sustainable to be getting to the halftime or to be finishing your attack half and really just always being behind. No matter the map, no matter the operators, no matter the strat, no matter the site.
Weird reaction to the bans, by the way. Mira, Azami, both of them open. None of them played here in that attack, in that defense from the side of Heretics. I don't know if it's a lack of adaptation to the bans, or if it's just that they wanted to show something else. But like, come on.
Is this the top floor site with Azami available and not being hit? It is.
It is.
So
no Mira, no Azami.
Just quickly, sorry, I'm still in Demo's drop here, but the Azami would play in and around the desk, as you can see on the screen there, and they're so hard to deal with. It's so difficult to deal with for the attack, and Heretics have just not picked it.
All right, 4-round gap between these 2 teams, potentially just 2 rounds remaining on the day. Fluke, Demo, back to you.
He's coming for your job, mate.
Told you, this guy.
Can't keep him clean. Can't keep him away. These analysts.
Can I give my just little point for that last round?
Yeah,
so Heretics had about an eternity to do a million different things and end up going down the wrong path.
Yeah.
Like, it was so...
Yeah.
3v5, half the round to go, and just didn't know what to do. You know, it's like they're talking to a girl, she's replied, and then they just didn't know what to do.
Yeah, and they started doing different things. They started typing a message, they started organizing the date, doing the booking, they started, you know, talking to the mates, finding out what they wanted, and then they never pressed send on any of it. And then, sorry mate, moved on. Well, 5-1. Electric's banned. The Glass as well, and the Monty sort of just limits the start of two distinct styles of play. That's fine. There's always still options to make it work, and Nave's going to see if he can sort of crash into gear here, all the way across ops. No contest on it. Now, obviously, they'll be able to try and get this breach, get rid of the Goyo, get rid of the utility partially early. There's the laser beams to stop it, and I'm curious to see if the point of holding on towards that desk becomes a problem. There's a Pulse doing their best to get all of the read. Can play this with the C4, but who do they want to catch and when? Apparently now is the check, and there is Freck that is gone.
You've lost the Capital. But at least the Pulse isn't going to be too much of an issue now without that C4, but still, you've lost the opening pick. Shifter's going pretty traditional with their take in towards tables, eyeing up that main breach, but also there's added a little bit of split pressure as we see that Robbie is over towards exit door. Akwi finishes off Blaz, and Nafe now through lobby finds that Pulse. He was downstairs. 2 for Nafe now, squared up. 3 on 3.
3 on 3, get it squared up. You've obviously still got the shield on board as well. Try and put the point together. They a little bit more limited on utility, and Riaz is going to see if he can get one. Does Robbie. A little bit too late to activate on that swing. But now with the kit recollected, does he wait for his teammate to show up? And here another smoke canister pop. He's curious about baiting it. He's going to go for the plant itself. Pulls away. Obviously, they still have Lolo on the Tachanka, but he's not quite firing any fire yet. Instead, the mist smoke. Where is anything from Lolo at this point? What just happened? What just happened? Leo, what just happened? Head in hands once again. It's no use now. 2 versus 2. 30 seconds. Last move. Just misses the slip through, but he knows he can extend the fire. Accidentally shoots Dave. Reload. But he gets his man in the end. What do you say? What do you say, Demo?
I say we've fumbled another girl. He's just messaged you. Oh dear. I mean, you think about the Shifters, lose out in the Pulse, going pretty standard, pretty default of what they're after, and Blackbeard is able just to walk in default and plant with no contest at all, and there's a Tachanka with all of the Molotovs still in the pocket.
Even he couldn't believe it when he was going for the plant. You could see it. He was like, surely something's going to happen. No, I guess not. And that's so funny.
He killed him, my word.
Oh my.
Wow. Wow. 6-1.
One reinforced.
Well, I think it's safe to say that in another world, this should be what? 4-3? Very easily? But it's not. 6-1. That's how the pendulum is swung. Shifters have so much space. Heretics need 5 in a row. It just feels like a massive job to do. And I just don't think they have the tools to do it. In 5 in a row, you have to play absolutely perfect. And just today, I think they've made too many mistakes. Shifters, take your sweet time.
Yeah, Shifters just have to push this one to the end now. Like, because the thing is, there's been a couple of rounds where it has been given to Shifters and it shouldn't have been. And you could say that a lot when you were at... It's been a long day at the Long Day Factory for Heretics. You know, the amount of times they've had the possibility of their great take by Blaz. Forced in the position, sprinted past, tried to escape, could not. Now no Ella. That shield gets a bit stronger. They're still going to try and contest the verticality because, well, you have to. In fact, Riaz is going to maybe flirt with going up, get the drone, make them have to worry about it. Now that that drone is dead, they'll not have the safety of knowing if somebody has slipped their way up. But Shifters, no rush. Bit by bit, brick by brick. Ooh, Acqui. Bodies Freck, though.
See the attention again from Shifters. It's try and use that shield. And oh no, the shield. It's not going to be pushed by the Echo and also Denari, but Riaz not able to win that engagement. Gonna go for it again. This time they'll get it, but that's two players who have shown their hand. They know there's two players. Lolo is able to find another, but Robbie is there, a big double into the 2v2. They know that Lolo's up here too. Wonder if Blaz is going to try and assist, whereas Dora is still in the bomb site.
Obviously, you can hear the Echo drones whirring. They're playing either side of a smoke. There's the assist, but it's Lolo that gets caught out by Blaz. Puts them into the 2 versus 1, and Dora. Oh, he gets the kill inside the site. 40 seconds. Both of them hurt. Both of them repositioning drones. You can see the Echoes doing the same. It's going to be such a narrow fight, such a narrow margin. The fire pops on the door, the smoke will just cover the close swing. They're actually going to move in towards it. He's positioned aggressively on the door itself. He's expecting the pressure. He looks directly at him, but he can't quite see it the way we can, or maybe not. Demo, maybe bloody not. Shifters. Sure, Heretics had a long day at the Long Day Factory, but Shifters have clocked in, done the shift, and oh, quick one today, lads.
Yeah, great work from Shifters. I mean, Robbie, what a round from him. A 3K at the end. Shifters a well-needed bounce back of form. See if they can continue it on tomorrow.
Well, continuing on tomorrow is actually the story of you and I as well, but for now, it's back to the studio team for the rest of today's story.
Shifters, what a performance. 7-1. We came on at the half. It was, well, just a couple of seconds ago, it feels like. Dominating Heretics. It wasn't even close.
Yeah, I do think that Shifters played well. It's just that, I'm sorry, I'm just like counting on certain things, right? So
I'm dumbfounded by that last round still.
So like, multiple things, right? We spoke about the operator bans. We spoke about the fact that both Azami and Mira were up. Instead, they go for Tachenka and they go for Pulse. Okay, good. They get a pick from Pulse. They use the fire after the plant is down. So they are effectively firing the plant. So they cannot counter defuse. And then that last round, you know, like, they have a Yokai drone.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to play the 1v1. He can just go and hide. He can deny the plant. There is 15 seconds left.
I might test production here, but can we roll the clip of that round? I was going to roll it for the interview, but that round was absolutely crazy for me. You know, where they don't use Azami, they don't use any of that.
I think there are multiple question marks in like when everything can go wrong, went wrong for Heretics.
But they didn't help themselves.
Yeah. I do think that Shifters put them in a position where they would make mistakes. That's true. And Shifters played well in that sense. And Shifters also had multiple players actually like win important gunfights, be in confidence, play well together. Let's not take the win away from them. That like Shifters actually played well. But Heretics, like, they also made everything easy for the opponent. Everything easy. Everything that they should have done well, they did it wrong. And then even though when they had multiple avenues where they could win, they just every time picked the wrong decision.
Yeah.
You said that, what was that round you want to take a look at?
7. It would be round 7, yeah. It is just baffling to me, and I think, yes, I fully agree. I fully agree Shifters played phenomenally. But look at this in the post-plant. You've got a scenario where the plant's gone down in a 2 versus 3. Lasmo's trying to kill everybody, including his own teammate. And even then, they're firing off after the plant. The plant was going down. Tachanka's looking to Narnia.
What's crazy is
and then the plant goes down. Okay, I'll fire off afterwards and deny my own ability to defuse.
He's got his fire canister there. Someone is planting, right? Does not shoot. The plant goes down, and then he shoots. And it's like, Yeah. Okay, then. So if it's planted and you shoot, the fire's gonna land. If the fire lands on the diffuser. If you need to go and defuse and there is fire there, you cannot defuse. So even then, why click? Why send the fire canister when the plant is down? And so there were so many issues where like it feels like panic, feels like nerves. Just like Riaz walks into a thorn trap, looks at the thorn trap, is like, oh no, and then dies. It's like there are multiple situations like this. The shield that's in long. He's like, oh, it's cool, there is a smoke, I'm hidden. He turns to his teammate, gets killed in the head. Like, there are multiple positions where I'm like, oh, you know, it's frustrating.
I love it. But before we continue to dive off the deep end, let's shift things over to the positive side. We've got Freck standing by after the win. Shifters take a big one. Hello, sir. Welcome. Congratulations on taking this win here. Very important in the overall playoff picture and you guys staying alive here. But tell me your experience going through this game, because from where we were sitting, it seemed like they just could not touch what you guys were bringing. Did it feel like them not being able to put up a fight, or did it feel like you guys really smooth and just clicking as you do?
Hello, American.
That is me.
I think today, I think it's been a bit of a rough stage for us. I think as you've seen. Wait, I've got a fucking Twitter video playing on my first monitor. 1 second.
Take your time.
It's been a bit of a rough stage. I think today. We played pretty good. I think, like you said, it did get made easy a little bit for us. There's no, like, there's nothing really what they did, which like cut us off. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, it got made pretty easy for us, but I think we still played good. Like our fundamentals were good today, which we were missing on some of the other games. So yeah.
Freck, enlighten me a little bit, because we're fortunate now to be able to listen to some of your team comms, and I really hear the value that Naif is bringing around, you know? I hear him taking ownership of certain moments, saying the win condition, trying to get everyone aligned, and I can see the value in him. However, when I look at the team results throughout the stage, and from an outside perspective, after change in IGL, I went from seeing you guys at the end of 2025 qualifying to Munich, being that top 4 team in EML, to such struggles throughout this stage. And I cannot pinpoint what's going wrong. Is it all of the other teams that have improved drastically, or is it you guys that have regressed somehow? And if that's the case, where is it? Because I cannot find it in the comms.
I do agree. I think Naif is a very good addition. He brings a lot into the round for us. I think we haven't played that bad this stage. I think against Twisted and G2 we still had a good game, but we lost. And G2 we should have won, but we kind of threw around on 6-5, I think. But the last 2 games is just sometimes we struggle and we get to the point where we just don't play. We don't play the game. We just let stuff happen to us and we just get railed. Like when you're against a professional team, because there's no bad players in the league, right? And if you just don't do anything, they're just gonna destroy you. They're just gonna make some plays and you're just gonna sit there and just die every round. And I think we suffered from that against Fnatic. And yesterday as well. Yesterday was, I think, one of the worst games I've ever had in my life as a team as well. It's just letting stuff happen, just getting destroyed. And I think it's not like Nate's fault, right? It's just as a team, as a collective, we should do that better. And it's not something that IGL is going to magically change because he's like, I don't know, like Obama on the speeches.
He's not controlling all of you. And I can clearly hear that. Yesterday, I could hear that shutdown. Like the moment where like the last 2-3 rounds, you guys are not finding solutions. And I'm wondering, you know, what's the thing that you guys are trying to do to try and ignite that? You know, make sure that when you're in this situation, you've lost 2 to 3 rounds. What is the one thing that is missing for you guys to find that fire again and get back into the game?
Bro, it's like last time. Every time I interview, it's like in the scrims, we do everything good. Everyone comes up with plays. We make the plays. But sometimes in games, we're like, I think it's the pressure, and we're unsure, we don't want to die, we don't want to make stupid mistakes, so we play like safer, we don't make the plays we normally would make, and it's just we don't come up with the ideas and the solutions, so that's where we like stagnate and we just sit there. And normally in scrims like, bro, I can do this, okay, I can do this, I'll do this, and you make a plan as a team, right? And everyone just adds on and you just play, and even if it's a shit plan, if you all do it together, you can still win. And sometimes in the games we just shut down and it's just GG.
Do you think then, Freck, the fact that you're playing inside of a Super Week, you know, the fact that there is another game tomorrow will actually be advantageous, and it's not scrims, you're just going to keep flowing, you know, game in, game out?
Yeah, I think a game like today can give you confidence, you know, because we know we can play so good, and we just win today, and then boom, we go again tomorrow. Even though it's VP, it doesn't really matter because we know against good teams we can still play. Last stage we beat VP, so it's not really stressing. We just play our game and we can still destroy them.
Yeah, I think that's the key message, is like keep in mind that you guys almost beat G2, could have beaten G2, should have beaten G2, you know, like in this stage, even though if you look at your points, you look at the standings and look at feel overwhelming, however, we all saw the potential that you guys have. So I think it's one thing that you need to realize in the game is like getting rid of that pressure and actually playing in. You don't have risk here. You don't have pressure. The big names, they've already made Select City. You haven't. So like the pressure is on them, not on you. And that's one thing to realize in the game.
Thank you for the tips.
I mean, don't take tips from me. I didn't win much.
If you take tips from him, you'll be sat right next to me on next stage.
Oh no! Oh no! Freck, thank you so much for your time and congratulations on the win. We hope to talk to you more later. All right.
Bro, I might be a good caster actually. Maybe one day, guys.
Okay.
Maybe one day. Come for our spot.
Yeah, pull up.
Alright, see you later, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Well, that one is a good interview to round out the day. We got some good answers from Freck, and I think his insight onto Nafe was really good, right? He was being truthful about what he brought to the table.
Yeah, true. And like honestly, like our segment about it's time to check if Nafe was a good addition or not. It was not to throw any shade at him. The idea was like that change that was decided as a collective. Did it bear fruits or not? And realistically, it didn't bear fruits. But we can hear in the comms that Nafe is bringing a lot, right? And so it's not necessarily his fault. And I think we could see that yesterday, exactly like you said it, like where the rest of the team just shuts down. It's needing one or two voices to go along Nafe when they're shutting down.
And this team's on the precipice of, we know of their quality. We've spoken about their quality a lot. They're on the precipice of really establishing themselves inside of the top teams in EML, but the inconsistency kind of plagues them. And that inconsistency seems to come from what Freck's saying, where they can't really do it inside of the game day, but they can do it inside the scrims. It's a very common problem across esports, across professional sports as it is. But yeah, if they find it right, you can see games like today. They made it look easy. Yes, the opponent doesn't help, but they got everything right. And we do get a privilege of being able to sit back and listen to them.
Yeah.
Their game plan would have worked against a lot of opponents today. That's not because they were just against Team Heretics.
But it was a good quick one to wrap up what has been an exciting day 2 of 3 here on the EML Super Week. We started off, feels like a whole day ago, with Rebels and Fnatic. That was also a good one. VP, they stay undefeated. They did not allow Secret to even take a single point off them. And that sets us up really well with our overall standings picture and how things are looking right now. Because at the top, you still have your big teams. You still have VP and G2 up there. But the middle of the pack, those bubble teams, right now, it is anyone's game, all the way down from Twisted Minds in 8th place to Falcons in 3rd. It is just 4 points that separate them. And with 3 play days remaining here, anyone can make that top 6.
Well, that's what's crazy to me. Who the hell is going to make playoffs? Because literally anybody could. Anybody could. Maybe Secret Heretics are out of it at this point. It's going to be very, very difficult. But anybody from Twisted Minds upwards can make it. And even then, who's going to make 3rd and 4th? Because 3rd, 4th, top 4 will give you a significant advantage. Obviously, VP and G2 feel like they're going to be there already based on the points. But the top 4 gives you such an advantage for heading into Salt Lake City, not Salt Lake City, EWC.
Yeah, I feel like Secret is Hades right now. I don't know how you pronounce it, Hades in French, the god of death.
Hades,
Hades.
I would say.
Yeah, Hades.
Yeah, okay.
They can literally take down any team's hope of making
They could play matchmaker. See who's going to join them at EWC.
Yeah, exactly. Like the realistic thing is they already qualified to EWC, and in their path right now, they can take 3 points away from like contenders to go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And with the current standings, the thing is like Geekay, they're on 9 points. Falcons are on 10, and Fnatic, they're also on 9 points. Rebels, they're on 8. Like, we're in a situation where Falcons, even though I think they're going to lock that top 3, top 4, other teams can actually surpass them, and Twisted Minds, they could miss playoffs.
We played a game called Jeopardy earlier on Prep Phase.
Yeah.
I feel like Falcons and Twisted Minds particularly are playing with a little bit of Jeopardy right now, because it doesn't feel as clear-cut that they will make playoffs or that they will be secure top 4. There's a lot going on inside EML that feels a lot more competitive.
And we're going to get closer to those answers tomorrow. We're not going to get the full picture, though. As you said, there still is a lot of possibilities here, right? We start off with what feels like, to me, the game of the day, with Geekay and Rebels both on the upper half of that bubble. A win tomorrow would really send themselves far up in the standings, but Secret have an opportunity to steal some points off of G2. Anything could happen.
I'm so excited for the first game. We'll know who was right with the playoff statistics. I said Geekay was going to make it. You said Rebels were going to make it. Maybe both of them will make it, actually.
Yeah, on second thought, were we both wrong? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe Fnatic misses
maybe,
them. Or maybe all 3, Fnatic, Geekay, and Rebels, make playoffs, and then Twisted Minds miss it.
Right, I think that's the biggest question is Twisted Minds. We were like, oh, the top Fnatic. 4, they made SLC, they'll be a shoo-in. all of a sudden, that is not the case.
They're playing Fnatic. So like these 2 games, the one from the first one and the fourth one are going to be so important for playoffs.
All right, we'll see how that unfolds tomorrow. It's been a heck of a second day here on the EML Super Week. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll see Ann next week. But for everyone here who made this broadcast possible, for Fresh and Alfama, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.